welcome to BGIS 2026. It's the second last day of the Wildcard, and I'm going to be your host, Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is Salty. And after witnessing the overall standings after yesterday's day, one thing is clear, still a lot of formidable names on the latter half of the board. And since Group B is going to be playing 4 games today, we are going to be seeing a lot of fluctuations in the overall standings.
I'm not anticipating a lot of fluctuations, but for sure there are going to be some fluctuations. At least from the overall standings, Necro, one thing is for sure, the top 3, they are almost moving into the semi-finals. Almost, it's 90% done, but then the left are going to be the 5 slots inside of the top 8. That is what the teams are going to be contesting for.
The only reason why I said we're going to be seeing a lot of fluctuations in the overall standings is because there's 3 big names still outside of the top 8. We're speaking of Kalinga Esports, True Rippers, and even Lastade Esports. Let's not forget, Lastade Esports is one of those teams on the day when they were looking pretty good for themselves. Yeah, later on we did say that form slowly and steadily dipped down, but you never know. They're playing 4 games today, and when you're going to be playing a lot of games, you will automatically get that confidence booster as well.
Absolutely. And I personally feel, Necro, in my opinion, if Victoria Summers can do 80 points in 5 matches, anybody from this point on as well can actually mount a comeback. We've seen Nonix do that in history as well. Imagine what sort of a comeback would mean for you to progress from wildcards to semi-finals on a last day measure. I feel like that is going to be brilliant.
And something that's even more crazy is going to be that Vanguard is currently sitting inside of the top 8, pretty comfortable. And today their group is going to be playing 4 games, which means they're just going to be solidifying the lead even more, which is insane if you think about it. Looking at yesterday's highlights too, Myth, what a start it was. Of course, the luck was also favoring the side of Myth. Circle just constantly forming on top of them. Yesterday, Myth was able to secure 2 chicken dinners, and because of that, right now, Myth is looking decent in the overall standings. But once again, I mentioned decent. The lead can be easily compromised.
Absolutely. You know what you mentioned, the fact that Myth officials have been lately pretty lucky. I feel like the right word for them has to be fortunate. They're very fortunate to be inside the top 8 right now, but with the way they are playing, there's going to be a high chance that they might get caught up. But Nebula Esports on the other side have just been wrecking havoc on the lobbies, taking down everyone. This particular match was not supposed to be won by them, but they still dropped the ball almost 30 bomber.
If you want me to be honest, Smith is quite known for their inconsistency. And since if the circle is not going to be forming up on top of them, there's a big chance Smith will just drop the ball instantly in these games. And speaking of dropping the ball, I mean, this massive clutch from Knight, it was insane. Kalinga Esports' mentality was just sent back packing, which is quite a bad thing if you think about it, because today Kalinga Esports is going to be playing 4 games.
You mentioned about a couple of those teams outside the top 8 as well. In my opinion, Phoenix Esports has to be one big name out there. Somraj, of course, everybody understands what his legacy is, especially in this particular tournament. BGIS, he's asserted his dominance, but somehow this time Phoenix Esports, they seem to be struggling, and majority of their players are kind of out of form. But what do you do when you're out of form? You do something like Vanguard, you do something like Victoria Summers. You try and play for those points, you try and survive for those points, hoping for a big game later on.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you really think about it, if your players are extremely out of form, not even able to win a single fight, then that's a real big concern. Then can you really ask a big question for yourself? And that's going to be, are you going to be qualifying? Because as of now, for Phoenix Esports, the qualification is definitely on the line, and they're way too far back in the overall standings. And we've got the overall standings flashing up on the screen. Nebula Esports currently in a league of their own. They've got 101 points. One thing is for sure, no one's going to be shaking away Nebula Esports from that first spot. But what's surprising is Vanguard right there. With 80 points, they've only played 5 games, and today Vanguard's going to be playing 4 additional games, which means there's a big chance Vanguard can actually suppress that lead of Nebula as well.
Oh, Vanguard has been looking flawless, to be honest. You've got Nonix Esports as well, and Nonix has been that consistent lineup, getting those bare minimum 9 to 10 points every single game. But if you look at the bottom 4, Necro, that is where problems do lie. The sub 70 point mark, Myth Official, Higbozon Esports. Higbozon started off on a fantastic note. They were #1 after the end of day 1, but then yesterday was a big tumble down. If you do shift pages, this is where you're going to find the likes of Phoenix Esports, you're going to find the likes of ORB, Thundergods Esports, Right Nations as well. And for these teams, today is going to be do or die. If you don't really make that climb today, I'm pretty sure tomorrow it's going to be just done and dusted for you.
Phoenix Esports is going to be desperate, that's for sure. Looking at the amount of points they've got in the span of 6 games, that's terrible. It's not something you expect from an experienced banner like Phoenix Esports. And as we head on towards today's schedule, Rondo is going to be the map to kick things off with. And as I mentioned, Group B and C will be the group to actually play the first map itself. The second game as well of Erangel is going to be played by Group B and C. Then A and D chimes in, then A and C will be playing it, and then B and D will be repeating it once again.
It's a round-robin format, of course. You don't really get to choose on how many matches you play per day. But the point is, Group B, today specifically, they've got an opportunity in hand. They've got 4 games. But one thing is for sure, not all the teams from Group B, they're actually playing well. If you look at the teams that there are, you look at Kalinga Esports, True Rippers, I feel like these are the only two teams who have sort of made a difference. But in my opinion, I feel like there's a high chance Phoenix Esports might make a comeback, and that brings us to our caster predictions. We'll find out what are our talents thinking about it. I see maybe going ahead with K9 Esports, Johnny going ahead with K9 Esports as well, which doesn't really surprise me. Necro with Last Day, and I went ahead with BGMI Esports.
All right, buddy. I mean, what exactly made you think that P-Cup is actually going to stand a chance to make the comeback? Tell me.
You know, I personally feel like P-Cup Esports, I like the name a lot. P-Cup Esports. Imagine this, right? Imagine it'd be a great appearance in the LAN finals, to be honest, in the LAN semi-finals as well, with the P-Cup jersey. So I am rooting for this team.
But I really do not think that they're going to be able to pick up the trophy. So that is quite unfortunate. If they keep on playing the same way, even picking up a slot inside of the top 8 is going to be extremely impossible. We've also got the Hindi Desk prediction on the screen. Robin going with True Rippers, Spear going with K9 Esports. K9 once again extremely close towards that top 8, actually sitting on the edge. They're on the 8th spot. So K9 Esports is anyways doing decent for themselves. I guess the real conversation should rely on the teams on the latter half of the board, and Phoenix Esports is going to be a major chunk of that conversation, including Lost Esports as well. Speaking of Lost, there are no names in this banner as well. They do have experience, but for some reason, yesterday's day, they were just completely lackluster, nowhere to be seen.
I think Lost themselves have been struggling for consistency. You don't really see that solid game plan every single map. You don't really see that solid presence inside of every single map. But of course, there is going to be a chance that Lost might make a comeback. K9 Esports might be able to retain their top 8 slot, but it's not going to be easy. Looking at Group C right now, have a look at those teams. Victoria Summers, they've done their job already, but FTR, Phoenix Esports, Gods for Reason, T7 Esports, these are going to be the teams who make up our mid-pack. And then, of course, you've got H4K, Necro. Nobody's talking about this lineup. I feel like H4K stands a solid chance to actually make it inside.
Can we also talk about the fact that from Group C, it's just Victor Sumas that's doing really good?
Yeah.
The rest of the teams, they're just struggling. Phoenix Esports, FTR, Gods for Reason, T7 Esports, H4K, Blink Esports, TRX. No one's doing good. And speaking of TRX, yesterday we did see quite great plays coming through from Sherny.
Yeah.
He was the only person that was just racking up a few elimination points on that map of Miramar. After that, we saw TRX once again drop the ball in those games. So for TRX, consistency is needed. If they're consistently able to get 10 points per game, maybe still a chance they can make that bounce back in the overall standings. For Phoenix Esports, they just need one massive game.
Yeah.
The moment they get that 20 bomber, even Phoenix Esports is going to be around that top dogs.
They've got the capability. It just seems like they've kind of stopped their mentality of just going out for finishes because they feel inconsistent or maybe underconfident as well. But like you said, I think one big game, hopefully on the map of Rondo, if they can convert, I'm pretty sure this is going to be Phoenix Esports' day. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the map is getting dolled up and readied. And this is, of course, day 3 of the wildcards. Not a lot of opportunities remain. And if you have to make it to the semi-finals, you've got to do it now.
The plane's going to be in the skies once again on the map of Rondo. It's supposed to be an aggressive map, so we might just see a lot of bloodshed. But who are going to be those teams to actually go for the drop clashes around Neox Factory, Stadium, and maybe a few more spots around the block? Also, we have seen a few early game eliminations. Genix FM is going to be one of those names. In the first map Rondo that they played inside of the wildcard, Genix FM was the first team to get eliminated off the rip. And right now in the overall standings, they're doing pretty bad. So Genix FM definitely are going to be searching for a good game of Rondo.
Absolutely. One more team, Necro, that actually does phenomenally well on this map has to be Naksh Mysterious 4. We've seen them in the grind. We've seen them in the elimination stages as well. But all of a sudden, it seems like ever since quarterfinals came by Mysterious 4, they are not looking their original selves. The flight path, of course, is in front of our screens. A majority of them are going to be looking to take those early drop clashes. I'm looking for an explosive start from T7 Esports, maybe even H4K.
Yeah.
I think nobody talks about H4K in particular. I think this team has done a phenomenal job, Necro, keeping themselves around the top 8. So one good game, I think H4K can actually push inside.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, right? H4K is also pretty inconsistent. Yeah, they do get a burst of good games. But the problem is, can you really bank upon them? Can you really say that H4K is definitely going to make it inside of the top 8? The answer is always going to be no, because H4K, for some reason, they're pretty inconsistent. And it's not just that one single team, right? A lot of these teams inside of the games have been inconsistent. But as of now, if you move on towards the Ox Factory for FTR, it's been a real bad start. The way they started things off inside of the game, Kalinga Esports just rolling all over them. H4K is now going to be there with a quick third party. Kalinga Esports, they're cornered up. Not a lot they can do, but Archit, he still strikes down with a knock. Eventually, a flank comes in from Rage God, and that's going to be a quick wrap-up.
That is a quadruple on Rage God. My word, H4K coming in from all different angles. Overwhelming not just FTR, but also yet another team, but we'll talk about that later on. Because the Vanguard currently are going to be under fire, and it's Ronnie taking those shots. True Rippers, seems like they have captured the entirety of the New York's factory, at least the terrace section of it. Spotted the lads from Vanguard Esports. Down under, Crypto is going to get hunted. Down Hydra is looking solid.
Yeah, indeed it is. Getting that confirmation too. Things now looking good and dandy for Vanguard though. That's going to be a bad start. But once again, we're speaking of Vanguard, a team that's already looking pretty formidable in the overall standings. 80 points in the span of 5 games. This is going to be the 6th game that they're currently playing. Last Tade on the screen now up against Genix FM. Or this is going to be a tough one for Genix FM.
Yeah.
Just one man trapped in a corner. It's once again a bad start. That's what it seems like. And even that one man gets shut down.
Not going to be easy. Last Tade Esports elsewhere. They've always been looking forward to these early game fights. Their clash against Phoenix Esports is something we've seen in the past as well. This time, Bad OP does have the weapon, but he gets shut down. Phoenix Esports, that is brilliant stuff. At least a start coming in for Somraj and the rest of the boys. Stranger looking to cook up a nade, but from the back lines, it is going to be mysterious for Kind to take this man down. Last Tade Esports have been handed a little bit of a blessing, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Lost Tade, the way things are really looking like for them, it seems like they're here to get the revenge for all the games that were lackluster in the past and now just compensating for all the points. 6 finish points already to kick things off with Lost Tade. It's a dream start for them. A massive booster in the overall board. True Rippers dropping down at 2 men. Ronnie and Hydro now out of commission. Nothing can be done. True Rippers, after eliminating Vanguard, they were definitely feeling on the Cloud9, but as of now, losing out on 2 players in New York's factory, that's even worse. All the capabilities that you had of securing more points just going down the drain. There's one more man from True Rippers still standing, but I highly doubt he can be the big difference maker.
It's been an instant shutdown against True Rippers. I'm not even sure how did H4K manage to fight their way out of this. It's just one man left alive. True Rippers, they were looking solid, especially after that fight against Vanguard Esports, but it seems like they overstepped the pedal. They over-aggressed against H4K and lost on their bodies. Now H4K have the information that one man has been left alive. And knowing Wizard, knowing Rage God, knowing in the kind of form that these guys have been in, it seems like they are, of course, going to go in for the pounce against True Rippers. But the point is, there's still FTR in the backlines lying in wait, Necro.
True Rippers hearing all those footsteps. And H4K now finally making it up close and personal. There we go. Hirsch able to squeeze in one of the elimination points away before he gets taken down himself. Now he sees a storm of enemies just breaching against him, and he just can't do anything about it. Even Hirsch falls apart. True Rippers making those changes at the last minute in the playing four. Hopefully it's going to be working out well for them. No, the door shut at the last second. That's kind of brilliant.
I do have a question, but what's Kyo Lamau in the playing four for True Rippers? Because this has been the lineup for a while now. And I don't really understand why. Kyo Lamau has been in scintillating form lately, but why would you sub him in place of Harsh when you know that your position in the top 8 is still not solidified? Questionable decision from Jelly.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit questionable, but right now the playing four is going to be Jelly, Ronnie, Hydro, and Hirsch. So Kyo Lamau is put on the bench, which is definitely questionable. Maybe he's experimenting a few things, I guess. I do understand that Kyo Lamau has been in a decent form, but there's also been a few dips in the form as well recently. Maybe that's one of the main reasons why he's experimenting with the playing four, since True Rippers is also struggling a lot in the overall standings. That's one of the main reasons, maybe.
Also, the big names, someone like True Rippers, they would like to kind of test out their bench strength as well before the LAN stages do come by. One thing is for sure, all of these professional teams, they always love to keep their substitutes with some amount of game time before the big stages come by. They don't just play in to qualify, they prepare for qualification. But of course, we'll talk about that for now. T7 Esports though, shots against FT are being connected. Devu being confirmed as well, but it's been stolen away by H4K. That is brilliant stuff. This is the proactiveness that I like about H4K.
TRX, 3 players standing. 1 man knocked and confirmed. Now my question is, does TRX have a backup plan? Yes, they do. One of the players is a little bit far away from Neox Factory, probably heading towards the recall tower. Gods for reason, getting one of the confirmations against him. TRX dropping down a man number slowly and steadily. H4K as well, now the receiving end of the spectrum. You can see Fusion just pushing up close and personal. Fusion needs to be a little bit more cautious. There's another man of H4K on the sidelines. Fusion closing in the distance. He's got the AK for up close and personal combats, and he's actually going to hand out a recall instantly. The moment he triggered that recall, he tried to peek out once again, but it's not going to matter as Fitzard, he's got a better weapon for up close and personal combats.
You know, H4K, they've got 9 eliminations already, 6 on Rage God, 3 on Wizard. These two players, they are on another level altogether. And I like what H4K as a team are doing as well. 2 players, they have left New York's factory already, are already trying to fight for those spots in the south side of the circle. This is almost like a suicide mission for Wizard right now. He needs to get as many finishes as he can. And then, of course, he needs to die so that he can be recalled and regroup with the rest of his team as well. This is brilliant stuff coming in from H4K.
Or if he wants, he can actually recall his teammates right here and continue the spree.
Why would you do that? You're outside the circle, man.
You are outside of the circle, but imagine the elimination points that you can gather. There's still easily 5 or 6 elimination points inside of Neox Factory itself. And if they do get all those elimination points that are currently in here, they've done enough for this game.
And let me break it down to you, H4K. They've used their recalls already. So this man isn't going to be able to get anybody here at least.
That blows.
1v3 on the cards. 2 players from T7 Esports. 1 man for Gods. For a reason, still alive in the terrace. And Hitman, we've seen it in the past. He does kind of come out clutch, especially in situations like this.
There we go. Another recall burnt. H4K. That's unfortunate. But Wizard definitely wanted to give a recall. That's for sure. When Wizard was alive a while ago, he had 3 recalls available. So I'm not sure why exactly he went for that trigger. But Gods for a reason. There we go. Dropping down as well. For T7 Esports, that's a decent amount of finish points that they've racked up from Neox Factory. It's going to be 6, which is really good if you think about it. Even Lost Tade, look at that. Getting away with 8 elimination points in those first recalls. What else do you want? That's why I keep on saying, utilize that free recall that you've got.
You know, there are a couple of teams, in fact, who have had decent starts. Have a look at this. Lost Tade with 8 eliminations. You've got, I believe, H4K with 9 eliminations as well. It's not going to be easy for the rest of the lads to try and challenge them right now. Last side is still keeping their scoreboard ticking as yet another finish lands in the hands of Gyro God. That was quite simple, to be honest, but look at the circle where it is. It is moving towards the western part of the map, hard shifting away. You see that migration happening as well. And that is exactly, I feel, Necro, where majority of the teams are going to dig each other's grave.
Vanguard is still all the way around Stadium.
Surprising.
All the way back in the blue towards Stadium. I'm not even sure what the game plan is for Vanguard, but they got to be a little bit quicker. They're going to be tanking a lot of damage through the blue. Phoenix Esports inside of the circle as of now. Not too safe, but it's not too shabby either. Around the centric part, that's what Phoenix Esports has been playing with, but we're not seeing that domination come through. We're not seeing that dominance. Not able to assert it is also a big problem.
I feel like Phoenix Esports, they are going through a phase right now where they aren't really very confident of taking these firefights. You get to see that when the players aren't really in form. Phoenix Esports, they're adopting a backup plan of trying to capture the center of the circle at least in order to get those placement points. But what remains to be seen is when you are there at the center of the circle, you are being challenged by multiple teams at once. And Phoenix Esports needs to fend off that aggression. It's not going to be easy.
Won't be. Nothing's going to be easy from here on out. And Salty, Peak Up, and Victor Sumus are the only 2 teams that haven't really burned through any sort of recalls.
Peak Up doesn't need recalls. They are a super team already.
Okay. If they keep on playing this way, they will be recalled back to the lobby soon. But hey, H4K though, Sujul, he's desperately searching for that elimination point. And oh no, what were you thinking? H4K, they make a massive mistake. Sujul literally just stopped right next to that person. And of course there was going to be a backup coming through from the side of True Rippers. What do you expect? Such a rookie mistake coming through from H4K. But hopefully they do have the recall available on Sujul so they can go back and hand it out. But it was definitely a rookie mistake.
It's also kind of a revenge arc from True Rippers as well. They were the ones who were absolutely shut down by H4K back at New York's factory. So now that they find them rotating and in close proximities once again, why not take away a couple of those finish points? Look at them looting away. The circle once again, meanwhile, takes a western shift, ladies and gentlemen. It takes us to the edge of the map where the terrain is going to be extremely rough. But that is exactly where a couple of those names are going to love to play it from. I'm looking at T7 Esports on that western edge. Seems like a lovely position playing in from the edge. Should give them a good amount of finishes considering they've got a good start already. But I'm concerned for Phoenix. Necro at the center, they don't really have a lot of covers to work with. These are two huge mountains between which you are standing. You are not going to be able to protect yourself for long.
That's what I mentioned too, right? I mean, for Phoenix Esports, yes, they're okay, but it's not the best possible spots. That position is also going to make sure that you are going to be attracting a lot of attention on yourself, which is not a good thing if you're Phoenix Esports. All the 4 players grouped up, they're not able to assert dominance, which is a big problem. And just playing it tight-knit unit.
It's also very surprising Phoenix Esports could only get away with the 1 finish point in spite of having used 3 recalls already. Something is definitely not working out. But look at Victor Summers, the Mafia from the distance. Finds a knock, finds a shot connected against K9 Esports. The finish could have actually been confirmed. K9 Esports are going to be thinking, what a blunder that was.
Yeah, dropping down a man like that, it's definitely blunderous. And now for VS, they roll out on the move. Even they want to close it towards the centric part, which is going to be real tough. K9 Esports playing around the edges, and instead VS, they ram their vehicles on the compound of K9 Esports. That's going to be the IGL down. A few more shots taken against the remaining players of K9 Esports as Ninja Boy, he gets taken down to barely any sort of HP. And the man is still surviving, constantly bandaging himself up. K9 Esports, they barely make it out.
And bobbing and weaving, Ninja Boy had to run away from that situation. That was K9 Esports almost about to get shut down. I understand the urge of taking those finishes, of course, taking the fight. Omega was absolutely numbers and his teammates were nowhere near. K9 Esports, these are rookie mistakes you never really see them making. But have a look at this, H4K, they get slammed in. But the reply back in kind as well. Wizard is looking in top form, God for a reason, in shambles, Necro.
H4K, pressure's definitely there. But they still need to perform. 11 finishes already on the board, and H4K is searching for a few more. This fight against Gods for a reason, it's definitely too intense. Wizard closes up once again, but that SMG is going to be the one to come out on top. Shots whiffed, and Hexe gets a second shot at life. Gods for a reason, barely hanging on by the thread.
At the edge of the circle inside of the blue, this is not going to be good news for Gods for a reason, but can they make it out alive will be a big question from now on. As the circle does take a central shift, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be good news for 2 teams out there. FDR have found a compound for themselves and Phoenix Esports at the dead center. We've talked about the positioning of Phoenix Esports as well, which should be risky, especially with the last start HNXFM. You've got Naksh Mysterious 4 as well. True Rippers coming in from the south side. Too many odds against Phoenix Esports. Can they survive them will be the big question. Nate comes in from Omega and TRX, they are suffering.
I believe in the final few moments, you're supposed to be on the edge. The moment you find yourself in the smack center with not a lot of good cover, you're done for. You're not going to be able to survive. You need proper fortification. And Phoenix Esports, as of now, does not have that.
Yeah.
Which is going to be a massive concern. Soon, Phoenix Esports will be the center. And they will also be the center of attraction, which is not a good thing. Peek up. BGR patching himself up as well for Peek up. A while ago, they had all the 4 recalls available. They still do, but it feels like they just don't want to go for it. They don't want to hand out those recalls. Peek up is just done for. They can't do a lot in this scenario now. They're taking those shots against Victor Sumas, but closing out the fight seems impossible.
Yeah, absolutely. Victor Summers stands in between them and the circle. Look at this shot coming in from Mafia. Wraps around everyone. Peek up Esports get absolutely blindsided. Victor Summers looking strong already. 4 eliminations on the board. And now they are going to be moving around the circle. Now this is where things do get complicated. Up north they're going to be facing K9 Esports. And I'm not sure if Victor Summers will be able to finish them off. Elsewhere, of course, T7 Esports, they are duking out. A lot of aggression coming in from the blue as well, as it is Mysterious 4 is trying to step into the battlegrounds.
Oh, Lastade spotted 2 in the far fray. And that's going to be a man down. Mother taken care of as well. Lastade So far, looking pretty good. 10 finish points already secured, and all the 4 players on the block as well. Yeah, a few players take it down low, but it's fine. K9 Esports, they find themselves in a real bad spot as well. Omega is back on the track, but still, it's not going to matter. It does not even make any sort of difference as Omega, he gets slapped down once again. K9 Esports concerns, they start to rise. Victor Sumas as well, pretty much on the same boat. But they're looking much better in the overall standings compared to K9 Esports. And they've also got a few elimination points to back it up. While K9 Esports struggling too much, this game hasn't been that well. 50 points on the board, pretty far back in the overall standings. K9 Esports, they need all the points they can get.
They've been absolutely shut down on this map of Rondo, to be honest. K9 Esports looking for multiple plans, trying to go about their usual measure, not really using their recalls, but to try and get as many finishes as they can. But they've been shut down on their tracks. Have a look at this. Victor Summers, the knock was brilliant, but always was still alive. The shots, it does take down Knight. K9 Esports have been eliminated. And if that is true, then I guess K9 Esports might also slip up on the overall standings. Top 8 for them is going to be no more.
K9 just able to get away with 3 elimination points from this game, which is really bad if you think about it. Expected a lot more. First game down the drain. For True Rippers, though, continuing the Wrath is going to be the only option they've got left over. Kalinga Esports on the receiving side of the spectrum. Shots are taken from True Rippers. Almost on the verge of finding that knock as well. Just barely off the mark. That vehicle's going to be the cover. Looking at the circle as well, Phoenix Esports, they're going to be around the centric part. FDR, now the circle is slowly and steadily favoring them. Maybe a chance for FDR to initiate that comeback, but FDR needs to prioritize on the elimination points as well. They need a massive game. Bare minimum 25 points to initiate that comeback in the overall standings.
100% FDR right now, they certainly are looking strong or solid. But what remains to be seen is how many finish points can they find out, because majority of the teams, they come in from the east side or the south side of the circle. But look at this spray! BMWI IGL, that was brilliant! Knocks inflicted, TR, they are in a world of hurt right now as Ronnie looks to step away from this fight. Shots do get taken, but it seems like they're not going to be connecting. Kalinga Esports from outside the circle, they are building up the threat for True Rippers. And True Rippers, I want to see a plan on how do they decide to challenge it. Harshit in the clothesline, the shotguns will inflict a lot of damage. Harsh finds a knock and the finish must be there, but not really. Owen from the backlines. Kalinga Esports to find a way back in this fight.
Yeah, somehow just saving the day for themselves. They were on the verge of being eliminated from the game as well, but Harsh gets shut down. True Rippers mistakes. And Kalinga Esports instantly capitalizing on those mistakes as well. Owen moving inside of the circle. He's already taken too much damage from the blue. You cannot stay outside of the blue for too long. Owen is done for. He just can't survive. Kalinga Esports eliminated from the game as well. True Rippers, they barely hang on by a thread, but there's just Ronnie standing.
That was such a close call, to be honest. Kalinga Esports almost about to finish off True Rippers in that one. But True Rippers, I think it is the fair share of luck that they have in this particular one. Ronnie still left alive. I think he can play that passive game, try and get those position points. They've got a lot of finish points already. 8 finishes on the block. True Rippers looking solid. But what remains to be seen is, can Ronnie pose himself as a threat against the rest of the lobby? It'll be a big ask for sure as Blink is looking to close in the distance. Shots connected. True Rippers getting wiped off.
Ronnie knew he's done for. Just taking his last snap before getting taken down. Couldn't really do a lot in that scenario, but True Rippers at least got away with 8 finishes, which is not bad if you think about it. Could have been worse.
I think they might have already overcome K9 Esports on the overall standings. All True Rippers needs to do is just try and hold down that spot. But have a look at this, Genix FM. They are, of course, knocking on the doors of Phoenix Esports, and Viper has been knocked out as well. This is bad news for Phoenix because now they are at a man disadvantage. But have a look at that. Simp finds a connection. Ghost gets taken down from Genix FM.
How did Phoenix even get that casualty? That's my question. How can Genix FM still stand a chance to actually win this fight as well? Yes, that was a brilliant peek from Stranger. That's going to get down one of the players from the side of Fearless Marathas, but still 2 more standing in the back. The situation is taken down to a 2-on-3, and the Fearless Marathas can still stand a chance to convert it. Viper is knocked out. That's going to be the main playmaker for Phoenix Esports. He needs to be brought back up on the feet. These 3 remaining men from Phoenix Esports, they need to make the push. They need to assert some dominance against the boys of Genix FM. And Genix FM, Those shots definitely whiffing, but still a chance for them to convert it. Eventually, another man gets taken down. The last person, the last fearless Maratha, is in the outskirts, and even he gets devoured.
Welcome back, Phoenix Esports, to BGIS Wildcards, because that certainly looked like Phoenix Esports after a while. 4 players still left alive, 6 eliminations on board, and now they certainly are looking strong. At the south side of the circle, they've got a lot of space to move about. If they do take out Last Day, I believe Phoenix Esports might be looking at a big game. But that was fight. I feel like Genix FM, they could have kind of held their brakes for a while, but they just overextended. Have a look at here, Blink Esports just looking to dive into battle. And of course, not really a lot of things as Mysterious 4 can do. 2 shots being connected, 2 finishes secured. The third one is there as well. But the fourth guy comes in from the back lines. The clutch couldn't really be finished. Almost like it was a 1v4.
Yeah, and look at Blink Esports. Mayan closing up. Oh no, a few shots taken from Vanguard as well. It's just that one man, Crypto. How is he even standing? We thought Vanguard was done for. But this one man, he's able to make it out alive in the top 5. Insane if you think about it. But Vanguard does not have any elimination points to back that position up as well. For Blink Esports, just one man standing and the play zone. It's going to do that nick of damage, and that's going to seal the deal. For Vanguard, 0 finishes still on the board. Slowly and steadily, Crypto's trying to inch inside of the circle as well. He's using that smoke gun. There we go. Soon his position's also going to be known. And he will be eliminated from the game too. It does not really have a lot of breathing room. Lost out of Esports. What am I watching? Is out in the open. Connect those shots. Oh no! Oh, making a joke out of Frostrex Esports. That's gotta hurt.
That definitely gotta hurt, to be honest. You bob and weave, and you expect your opposition to do that as well when they're out in the open. FTR, I was thinking that you would be able to connect those shots.
He was not even moving his crosshair. He was just spraying on one spot. That's what really cracked me up. At least move your crosshair. At least try and connect those shots. Maybe you can connect 1 or 2. Even 1 headshot connection can actually put that man in a real bad spot, but he was just spraying that same line.
Hey, I mean, FTR, they still have the numbers advantage, by the way, can snatch away the chicken dinner, and they do so. I believe all their prime or all their previous errors and their mistakes can be forgiven, at least in this man.
Not yet, though. Look, FTR, they needed at least 25 points. If you're getting a chicken dinner, have bare minimum of 15 elimination points to back it up, especially when you're someone who's on the latter half of the board. But FTR has been just camping in this compound throughout the entire game.
Yeah.
The most amount of points FTR can actually snatch away can be around 7 eliminations out of this game, which is still decent. That's going to be 17 points in the overall board, but it's not enough to get you around the top 8.
100% FTR right now, just looking to take down Last Day Esports. And it's kind of unfortunate for Last Day. I feel like they've had a brilliant game, 11 finishes on board, finding themselves inside of the top 3 as well. Last Day also will be competing for the top 8, but FTR just found them in the opening. And look at these players just neutralizing opposition.
What?
That was a brilliant spray, to be honest.
I didn't even see him. That was just barely pixel visible. And he still found that knock. Phoenix Esports just getting absolutely mowed down. It's the sprays that are coming through from Frostrex Esports that are undeniably goated. And as of now, Frostrex Esports, they're on the verge of just wiping out the entirety of Phoenix Esports. It's just 3 men standing. Viper, Stranger, and Sombrach, the final 3 men with the glimmer of hope. Viper is pushing up close and personal against that compound wall, and now this push is actually going to be able to find the first knock as well. That's the opener Phoenix Esports was searching for. Viper gets the second knock as well. Phoenix Esports is on the verge of converging this entire game. Final 2 men standing for Frostrex Esports, and these 2 lads, they've got a lot to live up to.
FTR right now in a world of danger. Phoenix Esports, they need this big chicken. They've completely turned around this fight. It's a 1v3 right now, and he... Wait a second, wait.
It's a 1-on-2.
Is it a 1-on-2? Did he find a knock for himself?
Oh my god, it's done. How did this just happen? Things were just so confusing in the end. For a moment, I thought he was 1-on-2 because it was an actual 1-on-2. Then later on, Phoenix Esports has got 3 men standing. What was that? definitely a bit of a confusing affair in the end, but hey, the result is right there, clearly in front of us. Frostrex Esports dropping the ball in that fight, and this is what I was mentioning. If you're just not going to be going for those elimination points, if you're going to be staying alive till the final few moments, understandable. Yes, you're playing for that chicken dinner, but then you drop the ball in the final fight. You're just not going to be ready for the fights that are going to be waiting for you in the end game. That's why you got to warm your hands up before that.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure... See, first of all, you're supposed to be warming your hands even before the games begin. But even when the games begin, I'm pretty sure that Phoenix Esports, they were not expecting to win this fight, especially after those first couple of knocks. I just don't know what happened. FTR, all of a sudden, especially against Viper, just lost all the fuel and all the gas inside of them as well.
Viper got 3 knocks, by the way.
That was brilliant. That was a good
And the
clutch.
funny part is, FTR, the moment they dropped down the first 2 players, for some reason, the third guy as well, he rams his vehicle on that same wall. At least try something different. Just watch this. Okay, there was still that one man all the way in the back lines. Slowly and steadily, Viper was getting confident. And then, for some reason, another man just rams his vehicle on that same wall, gets knocked out. And then Phoenix Esports knew. Now the situation's taken down to what? A 2-on-1?
Yeah.
Somehow Phoenix Esports also had a third man alive, so the situation was down to a 3-on-1. Man advantage was instantly shifted in the hands of Phoenix Esports.
Absolutely. And I think these are the little nooks and crannies FTR will have to work it out inside the wildcards. Their firepower did not get any limelight. But this team, Phoenix Esports, I think they did a brilliant job. 11 finishes from that match. On the map of Rondo, if you get 21 points, you are already asserting a lead for yourself. Now, what remains to be seen is Phoenix Esports somewhere near that top 8 mark? Because in my opinion, I feel like they've done enough.
Yeah, they are definitely going to be really close towards that 8th spot. So for Phoenix Esports getting this chicken dinner with an okayish amount of elimination points, at the start of the day, Phoenix Esports was around the 28th spot. They were on the 20th spot. So now with this chicken dinner, Phoenix Esports is definitely going to be around like either the 12th or the 11th spot, which is really close towards the top 8.
One team that is going to be concerned about has to be K9 Esports because they were being closely chased by the likes of True Rippers. Right below them on the overall standings, True Rippers did a very good game for themselves, to be honest. I feel like 8 eliminations being found, if I'm not mistaken, no position points. They can overtake K9 Esports on the overall standings, and I've never really seen K9 Esports struggle so much lately.
Speaking of overtaking K9 Esports, there's a lot of teams that might just taken K9 Esports' spot, right?
True that.
Kalinga Esports had a lot of elimination points. H4K had a lot of elimination points. Two Rippers did pretty good. Lostad as well had a lot of points. So there's a chance these teams might have just overtaken K9 Esports. And now you understand why I said we might see a lot of fluctuations in the overall standings. It's definitely going to happen, man. Since Group B's playing 4 games, it is definitely going to happen. H4K's Rage God getting 8 finishes on the board, 911 damage dished out. If you move on towards the top players, you will also see a Manfred coming through from Nux Mysterious 4. And then you've also got Phantom coming through from T7, Lostad is Joyish, and even Omega from Kalinga Esports.
You know, individually, it's been a fabulous game for all of these lads, to be honest. They get themselves so many high numbers, high finishes coming through for H4K as well. Completely forgot about that partnership between Rage God and Wizard in the early stages, and that is the reason why they have 12 points on the overall standings, or rather, the match standings. They are on the 5th spot with 12 finish points, 0 position points, by the way. But Phoenix Esports up top 21. They're looking solid. Last study as well, 16. FTR on 12. But they needed a lot more, Necro.
Yeah, Phoenix desperately needed this game. Getting those 21 points on the board is definitely helping them quite a bit. And the point standings don't lie, right? For T7 Esports as well, getting those 10 points, it's definitely going to be a bit of a mental booster. But they were too far back in the overall standings, so I would not say the comeback is still there yet. Kalinga Esports with these 11 points, there's definitely a chance they might have just overtaken K9 Esports, but we'll find out once the overall standings do pop up. There's also teams like H4K who are pretty much in the close proximity. In the finish damage report, you will see Kalinga Esports with the biggest bar, even though they got eliminated in the mid-pack.
Absolutely. I think they were just wrecking havoc majority of the times coming in from the edges. But, you know, Necro, one thing I'm actually really happy about is that the teams who were supposed to be at the top, I'm talking about Victoria Summers, I'm talking about Vanguard, I'm maybe also talking about the likes of K9 Esports, they did not have a big bounce back. But the teams who were struggling, you look at K9, you look at Lastade, you look at Phoenix Esports, all of these teams had a good performance on board. The overall standings in front of buzzer right now. On the 8th spot, you've got Kalinga at 52 points and H4K and K9 Esports tied up at 51, and even True Rippers joined up as well. There's going to be a lot of try-makers. One thing is for sure, these teams, they must have been thinking, you know what, qualifying from a group stage isn't really that difficult. Well, when there's a cumulative overall standings being prepared, you have to prepare yourself for tiebreakers.
I mean, look, Kalinga Esports is back at the spot where they were on day one, right? They were on the 8th spot when the day one ended, and now as well, if you look at the day 3, at least at the start of it, they're on the 8th spot once again with 52 points. Now, closely contested by H4K, K9 Esports, and even True Rippers, since they're tied up with 51 points. But this just increases the concerns even more. If the overall standings is getting so tight, which means even one bad game for anyone right now can instantly just push them back, which is a really bad thing.
And that also would mean that certain big names are going to move out as well. I'm actually thankful that Myth Official will retain their spot inside of the top 8. That could have been dicey. But look at the second page, by the way. You get some big names out there. You've got Genix FM. You've got a super team in the likes of Peak Up Esports as well, who isn't really showcasing their true skills right now, just preserving it for the last day. I'm pretty sure, apart from that, majority of the teams, they know already which are the ones who are competing for the semi-finals. The rest of the team, they are just here to actually watch the party.
And it's quite funny to see Frostrex Esports just jump one spot above in the overall standings. This is what I was mentioning, right? If you are going for a chicken dinner, you bare minimum need 25 points at least to initiate it. And the way Frostrex Esports was playing, they also lost that chicken dinner, which was just a salt on top of the wounds. At this point, we can start cutting off teams in the overall standings now.
Absolutely.
We can start drawing the line between the teams that still stand a chance to qualify, between the teams that just don't stand a chance to qualify at all.
Absolutely. While you are actually very right, I would just like to give it to FTR that I feel like it's been a decent journey. Being a new team out there, coming into the wildcard, still being a massive name as compared to the rest of the lobby as well. People are looking out for FTR as an underdog team out there. Their firepower has been brilliant. So, yes, for sure, strategy in the wildcards did not really come through, but I'm pretty sure I think next season when they come back, FTR is going to look much stronger. But of course, the next map is going to be the map of Erangel. Groups B and C play once again. And this is going to be the opportunity for Group B to start asserting your authority on the overall standings.
Yeah, especially for teams like K9 Esports, they need to regain that form back. If you're losing out on a map like Rondo, which K9 Esports is supposed to be strong on, that's not going to be a good thing for your mental. Because K9 Esports, you can pretty much say their backup plan is the map of Rondo. But if things are not working out on the backup plan itself, then what do? Now, something needs to be done on the fly. And K9 Esports, if they're not going to be able to adapt on the fly, that's what the coach mentioned, right? When Amit was interviewed before, he clearly mentioned that K9 Esports is not able to adapt on the fly, and that's why those problems are currently happening. And since we're speaking so much about the interview as well, let's just head on towards the interview. Let's find out what exactly the man said.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और नए एपिसोड में। मेरा नाम है स्पीरो और आज मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं नेबुला के नोमी। तो चलते हैं सीधा उनके पास। हाय नोमी, कैसे हैं आप?
मैं बढ़िया स्पीरो, आप कैसे हो?
यार मैं भी बहुत अच्छा हूँ और आपके इस अद्भुत प्रदर्शन को देख के मैं और भी अच्छा हो गया हूँ। काफी कमाल खेल रही है यहाँ पे नेबुला, बट अभी जैसा खेल रही है वो उनका नेचुरल गेम प्ले है। लेकिन ग्राइंड में जब हमने आपको देखा था, बहुत स्लो खेल रहे थे, जोन टू जोन चल रहा था, वहां स्ट्रैटेजी चेंज करने में क्या रीजन था?
स्ट्रैटेजी चेंज नहीं की थी, मोस्टली शायद ग्राइंड में हम फाइट्स बहुत अवॉइड कर रहे थे, जोन ओरिएंटेड जा रहे थे, इसलिए थोड़ा चोक हुआ उधर।
ऑलराइट, परफेक्ट। ग्राइंड में भले ही स्लो थे बट यहाँ पे बहुत तेज खेल रहे हो आप सब। और मैं सच में जानना चाहूंगा कि आपके नाम के पीछे का मतलब क्या है, क्योंकि नोमी इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग नेम।
मेरा भाई भी स्पोर्ट्स खेलता है, वो ट्रू रिपर्स हर्ष। जब वो जीटी में ट्राई आउट दे रहा था तो उसने वहां पे रखा था नाम, तो मैं भी चाहता था मेरे को भी लोग जाने, तो इसलिए मैंने अपना नाम भी वो रख दिया, नोमी।
वाओ, एंड बिलीव मी, अब सब आपको जानने लगे हैं, स्पेशली कल के क्लच के बाद, बिकॉज दैट वाज अमेजिंग। कुछ बताइए उस मूवमेंट में जहां पे आपके ऊपर रश आ रहा था।
ज्यादा मैं सोचा नहीं था, उधर मैं कॉन्फिडेंट था और कामली जो दिखा मैं उसको मारता रहा था लास्ट में।
ऑलराइट, वैसे आप अटैक करने की बात कर रहे हैं, फिनिशेस निकालने की बात कर रहे हैं, और नेबुला उसी के लिए जानी जाती है, बट एक विलन आर्क भी चल रहा है आदि का, आपके कप्तान का। क्या नेबुला आज टीम्स जो स्ट्रगल कर रही हैं किसी के ऊपर टारगेट करेंगे?
आज तो नहीं, आज हम अपना नेचुरली खेलेंगे, बाकी कल देखते हैं जो भी होगा।
वेल, कल का इंतजार जरूर हम सब करेंगे। बट नोमी, बहुत सारी टीम्स अभी के लिए स्ट्रगल कर रही हैं इस वाइल्ड कार्ड में और काफी कम स्लॉट हैं सेमीज के लिए। क्या आप कुछ ऐसे नाम मुझे दे सकते हैं जो आपको लगता है कि बिल्कुल अब क्वालिफाई नहीं करने वाले सेमीफाइनल्स के लिए?
मेरे अकॉर्डिंग PNX एंड H4K।
वाओ, दैट इज अमेजिंग। नोमी, अभी बहुत अमेजिंग लॉबीज बन रही हैं, कंपटीशन भी काफी तगड़ा है। आपने ऐसे नाम तो दे दिए जो क्वालिफाई नहीं करे, बट आई रियली वुड लव टू नो कोई ऐसा नाम जो चुनौती दे रहा है नेबुला को अभी के लिए।
ऐसा तो कोई फील नहीं होता है, मतलब मोस्टली K9 है, वही टफ लगता है।
ऑलराइट, परफेक्ट। K9 नेबुला की कहानी वैसे थोड़ी सी पुरानी अब हो चुकी है नोमी, एंड आई वुड रियली लव टू नो कल अगर K9 स्ट्रगल कर रही होगी, क्या नेबुला फिर से जाएगी खेल खराब करने?
यू नेवर नो, हम कर सकते हैं।
आई लाइक दैट आंसर, बट थैंक यू सो मच नोमी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, बहुत मजा आया आपसे बात करके।
थैंक यू।
तो ये थे नोमी जिन्होंने बताया कि कल कुछ भी हो सकता है और आज भी नेबुला पूरे अग्रेसिव नेचर के साथ खेलेगी। ऐसे ही अमेजिंग एपिसोड्स के लिए बने रहिए हमारे साथ।
Well, welcome back to BGIS 2026 wildcard stages here. You guys are currently watching day 3, and that was a very, very interesting interview here between Naomi. It seems like he was able to foresee the future.
Yeah.
Phoenix and, of course, H4K was doing pretty okay as well. Yes, H4K took a little bit tumble, but they still had high finishes in that game.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on that, Johnny?
I think Phoenix in particular is a team that I want to focus on because this is a big name with a lot of players within their roster, and we were kind of expecting them to have a great start to the journey of the wildcard stages, but even after that previous game, they did do well, but the performance so far has been so bad that they are quite far away from the top 8 bracket. Although with the teams at the top like Victorious, Somus, Nebula, Esports always coming up and creating that vacuum, the opportunity, the door is still open. Phoenix, if they are consistent today and manage to hit about 80-90 points, they should be able to find themselves in the top 8 at the end of the day.
Well, speaking of opportunities as well, for you guys watching at home, you guys have an opportunity to earn yourself some free rewards as well. And on top of it all, boost the overall prize pool for BGIS 2026. So the more you guys play, the more the prize pool is going to be increasing. And guess what? Our prize pool has already very close to that 4 crore mark as well. We are now 0.5 crore away. So very soon we will hit it, the biggest ever prize pool in BGIS history. So be sure to keep playing and of course earn yourself some good rewards, free of charge. FOC. Anyways, coming back to this conversation here, on towards the games itself here. Obviously we did talk about touch about Phoenix. They did get a good get a very good winner chicken dinner with a decent amount of points, but it does give them a foundation to make a comeback. So of course now day 3s are all about the day of comebacks. Do you think this momentum is going to continue for them?
I think it can. I mean, considering they have back-to-back matches lined up and they have done well for themselves on the map of Rondo, the opportunity for Phoenix to fight back is definitely there. But again, I mean, this is a team that on paper you would expect to be contending for the trophy. Is a team that's contending for the trophy supposed to be playing in the wildcard stages, and just bombing the first 2 days of performances are going to be my question over there. Because you look at how True Rippers have been playing, how Nebula has been playing, how K9 has been playing. They've been sticking to their strong suit and they've been trying to make work. K9 Esports, I think it's quite precarious. The boys have a tendency of taking certain stages very lightly, because of which Knight has been doing a lot of heavy lifting for the side of K9 Esports. But Nebula, I think, is a perfect example of prepping up for the finals, prepping up for the trophy. They fixed a lot of the mistakes that were made during the grind, and now are looking, well, better than ever.
Exactly. But at the same time as well, during the interview as well, Nomi did talk about K9 as well in their performance, and it seems like they're not exactly prepared. So yesterday we saw amazing clutches coming from Knight, but again, it was Knight that is doing a lot of heavy lifting. And coming to this game as well, it seems like K9 is just making mistakes after mistakes and getting picked off apart. Knight was able to get a couple of few knocks here, almost taking down Victorious Summers, but always was able to shut him down. And it seems like it was just too much for him to handle alone here, and the rest of the team needs to start picking themselves up, considering that, yes, they are the gatekeepers for top 8, but slowly but surely, if they don't have consistent big games, they're pretty much going to get kicked out of the wildcard stages.
Exactly, and again, it all stems down from the fact that K9 is a team that just goes for aggression and are just focused on finish points majority of the time. This was one of my favorite moments from this map of Rondo, by the way. Naksh Mysterious for almost Naman clutching out the fight against the players of Blink. It was a 1v4 and he finished off. Two individuals was getting shot at from every single direction with just one smoke for cover. So that was very impressive. And Frostrex as well, you and I were just talking about this. There was a lot of potential visible in Frostrex during our early stages of BGIS 2026, but in the wildcard stages, this team feels a little bit lost. And as far as the individuals go from the side of FTR, I think Amog, very impressive lad, but I wish we could have seen him do much better.
Yeah, it seems like Amog needs a little bit more experience here, especially a little bit more guidance from the veterans in particular as well. A lot of potential, I definitely agree. But of course, now we did see them have a little bit of bounce back. But is it enough considering that they were in the bottom of the table here? Do you think this could be a potential comeback for them?
I think it could be a start of a comeback, but let's see, they are going to need big matches. They need like 25-point matches and consistently need a few of those in order to get themselves to a fighting position. But again, it's easier said than done. Right now, the pressure, it's at its max. You are facing elimination, and FTR yesterday, I believe, ended the day in the bottom 5 of the overall leaderboard. So they are fighting from the bottom of the barrel right now. It's not an easy journey for them. But again, there's two sides to everything. Two sides. The second side to this story is the fact that with your back against the wall, you have nowhere else to go. Now, the only way to move is forward. And FTR, I think, if we see them in the back in the same form as we saw them in the earlier rounds, round 3, round 2, I think, yeah, we are going to love that aggression, and maybe because of those finish points, they could qualify.
I really like that you have so much to talk about here, considering the fact that this is the wildcard stages as well. And ideally, out of all the stages, wildcard stages is the most to talk about as well. Why? Because number one, elimination is on the line.
Yes.
Very few slots. That means so many teams are going to be eliminated right here. Number 3 would be, I think, so far for the past three days itself, we've seen so many 1v3, 1v4 situations to a point, ideally a little bit too much more compared to other rounds as well. So it just shows you that everything is on the line, and all your hard work and dedication, it all comes down to just making it through to the semifinals.
I mean, if you talk about it, the entire stage itself is like a clutch moment for all of these teams. Either you clutch it and you stay alive in BGIS, or you are going to see your downfall happen slowly and steadily because you're playing more number of matches. But we're talking about matches, we're just getting our day started. Rondo was the first map of the day. We're going to be jumping into the second map, which is going to be Erangel. Here we go.
Well, here we go. Group B and C playing once more on the screen itself. It is going to be the map of Erangel, and things are going to be a little bit spicy and dicey as well. Will they be able to carry those momentums, or will the teams who did not perform in the previous game have a little bit of a switch up here to try and rise up to the occasion here, because the flight path is going to be coming from the outskirts of Zarki, passing through the outskirts of Georgopol, through Gatka, and then ending towards the southwest corner of Military Island. So a pretty western shift, I would say. Are we going to be seeing any drop clashes right from the get-go? Because I do see a lot of teams dropping rather early here.
Yeah, Vanguard in particular heading towards northern Georgopol, along with the players of Blink and Kalinga Esports present in the nearby vicinity. This could be an interesting development in the early stages of the game, but we've seen this before. K9, Naksh Mysterious 4. Naksh, I think they are going to take those smaller compounds and in fact go for vehicles south of Severny, and K9 Esports, thanks to this flight path, they get an easy start to this match. Severny within their reach. But what is FTR doing? I see, look at that. Amogi has dropped just east of Georgopol containers, while the rest of his squad is present in Gatka. That's a very, very wide spread from the players of FTR, but since Amog does not have anyone around him, maybe he makes a clean break.
Well, hopefully as well. I think he's going to try and snatch a couple of vehicles away and then just rotate and group up for Gatka. But what's really interesting to me is that I wasn't expecting Vanguard to actually head towards Zarki as well. I think the only other team that has done so is Wingard. So it's interesting to see a little bit switch here, maybe because it is kind of on the western shift. They are going for their secondary drop location, so hopefully things aren't going to be for the better for them. But all things considered, Vanguard can pretty much ruin the games for a lot of these teams, considering that they have been somewhat consistent. But K9 here is going to be the biggest question right now. Things hasn't been looking good here. We do see ups and downs. They are still very, very good, close contention for the top 8. But things have not been looking great for the entire team, as a unit.
Yeah, I think the only player from the side of K9 Esports that's kind of been consistent so far has to be Knight. We've seen a fall-off from Ninja Boy. We've seen a fall-off from Slug as well. And these were the individuals that were responsible primarily for bringing those finishes. But Victorious Sermis, this is not looking good. Caught off guard by the players of Naksh Mysterious 4. 2 players lost already. An early casualty for the players of Victorious Sermis. Something they did not account for.
Oh my goodness, Mafia has to do a lot of heavy lifting as well. Victorious Summers, Their streak might just end right here, right now. Seems like they have to continue the journey without the IGL as well. Always and Scary Joe down for the count. It's up to Mafia and Venom. And Mafia has been on form from the previous round, but seems like it is going to be a rough start here for them. It feels a little bit repeat here from the grind stages for Victorious Summers, where Soul takes a jab at them, and even OG for occasionally takes a jab on towards Victorious Summers.
Well, let's see how things turn out. Not a good start. But I think Victorious Summers, they have that breathing room to work with, considering they're sitting there in the overall leaderboard with 90 points. And I was listening to the discussion over on the Hindi desk. They were expecting the cutoff to fall between 95 and 105. So it's not too much of a distance that Victorious Summers has to cover up. 10, 15 points and they should be safe.
Well, that's Hindi's prediction. My prediction here is still 120 points.
120 points.
Yeah, to be safe for semifinals, at least.
120 is like guaranteed semifinals, I guess.
Oh, guaranteed personally is 125.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Things can go down south really quickly as well, especially...
Hey, man. You know what? Nebula wins a couple of more chicken dinners. We're going to see that cutoff around 80.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, if we do see a huge vacuum like this,
Yeah.
I think the only time we kind of saw it was actually K9 Esports actually gobbling up all those points, and that was like what, during BMSD days.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting as well. And look how far things has changed here in 2026. The hunger, the drive to prove themselves, to lift the trophy in BGIS, and maybe even an invitation to BMPS based on their performance. So you're not just fighting for a trophy, you're also fighting for a chance to even represent your country in the next season.
I mean, you're pretty much fighting at the start of the year. You're fighting to play for the rest of the year, just to be able to play for the rest of the year. You miss out on BGIS, you do not perform here. As you mentioned, your invites for the future tournaments are going to be in dire straits, but ooh, that is going to be tricky, man. Sitting around for the entire year just watching others play, that's heartbreaking.
Agreed. You know who's a particular team I feel bad for?
Who?
SOA.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, guys. Out of topic, but now let's talk a little bit more on towards how things are going to be for the better here for Gods for a Reason. Speaking of heavy lifting as well, the ones that has been doing a lot of heavy lifting here for Gods for a Reason has to be Hexe as well. We've seen multiple insane clutches for him to try and keep things going for them. But even despite all odds as well, they were only able to rack up 31 points.
Yeah, which is quite surprising because we've seen, as you mentioned, we've seen multiple clutches from Hexe, and Gods for a Reason, if I'm not wrong, their survival stats aren't that bad as well. But I think this is going to be wildcard stages. It's extremely try-hard, so they have been struggling with the placement points a lot, and one man alone cannot bring enough finishes. Gods for a Reason, we need this unit to come back together because this has been a very interesting team to follow along, especially this year for BGIS 2026. Before this, yes, this was one of those names that you would eventually see in the quarterfinals. You would see them make it sometimes to the wildcard stages, but this is the year where I had a lot of hope for Gods for a Reason to actually make it till the semis at least.
I'm generally curious on what Phoenix Esports' game plan as well under of course, Somraj in particular, because during his journey with Vasista, with VST, and then also his journey during 8-bit, he does the exact same thing, always switching rosters. Yesterday, Sim wasn't playing, Smoker was playing. This time, Smoker is not playing, and then Sim is back in the pool. So it seems like they are somehow making things work, but I don't know if it's just worth the risk, but they're somehow able to qualify every single time, except for BMPS last year.
I have my own theory about what is happening with Phoenix Esports and all of these roster changes. I think Somraj is trying to keep all the people that keep poaching his players off his back. You don't know who he's going to play with, right? So you don't know which player to go after because of which the team is qualifying. This has happened. Somraj every year shows up with a different team because his players are leaving.
We're really going to go that route, aren't we?
Hey man, he went that route last year and
with the
pretty much
S-Power thing.
Yeah, proved a point as well.
Well, now there's Simp available. Up for grabs.
Simp is playing right now. Maybe he's going to make him sit out the next match.
Okay. Okay. Contingency plans. A little bit too far into the distance in terms of future.
The moment one of your players says they want to play for a different team, yeah, the bench is where you go.
Okay. Very, very interesting conspiracy theory being thought out here. Not true, but
it is a conspiracy theory.
Anyways, moving on. The circle is going to be a little bit balanced here. Some parts covering into his military base. But I don't think this is going to be a scam circle. We've only ever seen once of a circle like this, so majority of teams are going to be staying on the main island. And it seems like Gen X FM does have the hovercraft available. And they are going to try to settle down here down towards the south side. But the question here is, it's not exactly a lot of cover as well. Yeah. Those compounds down south still exposing themselves, but it is understandable now that stage 1 in play, you don't really want to set yourself inside those compounds. You want to be on the move as soon as the stage 2 circle kind of shifts their way through. So I guess that's the idea. Get as center as possible, trying to get call deeps for center control and then try and zone people out.
It could be the game plan, because for the last few days, at least, Erangel has given us a lot of hard shifts. And this one, well, it's not the worst, to be honest. The cluster towards the eastern edge is going to face a little bit of trouble. Teams like Lastade, Naksh Mysterious 4, H4K might be forced into fights. And True Rippers also make that list. But I think majority of the teams do end up staying safe. They had the lay of the land. It's the areas of farm you're moving from. So you had the information prior to moving inside the play zone. Although moving in from the northern side, K9 Esports and Victorious Sumus. Now that is going to be an interesting clash and turn of events. I wonder how that fight is going to go. But True Rippers, it seems like while they were on the move, did spot out the players from Gods for Reason, did not want to fight it out. So they just keep moving for the center. And close to the center is where we have FTR up against B-Cup Esports. Two teams that have been struggling a lot on the overall leaderboard.
Well, seems like the circle is going to be heading towards Pochinki as well. We are going to be expecting a potential urban warfare coming up in play. But for P-Cup Esports, seems like they are caught in crosshairs out in open. Tried to take a peek down south, but seems like they were picked off by Kalinga Esports from the far horizon. Error pretty much knocked off. They aren't going to try and pick him up, but Kalinga Esports seems like PMWI is looking to try and aggress this, hoping to find a freebie here. And seems like he is going to be able to get the high ground as well. Seems like he's going to try and take a pick out of this. But decides maybe it's a little bit too risky. Well, he is going to go for it. Oh, shots are being fired from afar. Looks like it's not happening.
Oh, this is going to be a troublesome situation.
Wait, he's still going for it. He's still thinking about it.
The intention is there, but his teammates, you look on the radar, a little too far away, so they can keep the pressure on the players of P-Cup Esports, but they need them to fall into the line of fire properly. It's that slight ridge behind which the players of P-Cup Esports are hiding, but Vanguard against K9 Esports. Something we did not expect, but Dreams, he's trying to find the opener over here. Omega barely has any HP to work with in his fight, so he has to stay back. Sluggy was trying to circle the buggy, seeing if he could catch Dreams off guard, maybe get a run over K9 Esports. They want to set this fight up. They want the opening knock.
Wow, that was a very, very tough shot there, especially coming from Slug as well. He tried to go for the drive-by, swap into the backseat, went for a 180, and completely whiffed his spray. Very, very tough one. But Dream still somehow surviving, but eventually Slug will fall. Finally, the run over comes through, and it's going to be Knight that takes him out. But the rest of Vanguard, they have to intercept this as well. But Ninja Boy finds Crypto on the far horizon, and just like that, K9, they're trading blows for blows, but it seems like they are going to be able to win off this trade. The Analysis is forced to try and pick up Crypto, but he's inside the smoke. Ninja Boy tries to push him through the smoke. The sprays are coming in. They can't seem to find him. Omega finds him on the side. It's up to Insidious to try and clutch things out, but K9, they're down pretty bad. Insidious finally goes down, finds one, but eventually gets picked off, and that's going to be K9 clutching out in a 4v4 head-on.
Scrappy fight, but somehow they do manage to stay alive. 3 players did get knocked out, and K9 Esports, they need to reset, and it needs to be a quick one. Look at the radar. We do see players pouring in, and K9 could be in trouble. The players from H4K, they are hungry for these frags. It is what the name suggests, and Knight, the only man with the HP bar intact to try and keep the players of H4K at bay, moves up front. And I think H4K, they just scouted for info. They know that's a complete squad sitting at top of the hill, and they just instantly fall back, disengaging from the fight.
Well, fortunately for K9 Esports, they aren't able to get the reset, but H4K decides that it's just not worth the risk. They was just, what, 2 seconds late to the party? If not, he could have just taken out everyone from side of K9. Knight doing a fantastic job and just scaring them off enough to actually back out, but seems like the circle is going to shift hard in towards Pochinki. Phoenix Esports decides to take a little bit of an anchor down towards the church. Gods for a Reason, south side. TRX smack middle of the city. True Ripper is going to be playing the outskirts of the barn house down southwest. And Kalinga Esports going to be playing, well, the classic recall spot for Pochinki? Well, that doesn't have a recall in competitive, but in your classic matches, that is the recall warehouse.
I mean, so my preferred spot is actually the church mountain that's there towards the western side. A lot of vision towards the north. You have enough cover to deal with the fights from the main city and from the compounds where Kalinga Esports is sitting as well. But it's surprising that Phoenix Esports haven't really charged for the control. They're kind of still spread on either of the roadsides. But a little bit of a recap, K9 up against Vanguard. And that jump shot from Omega, it looked quite nice. Although Ninja did not have any HP to follow up. Insidious stayed alive just for a few extra seconds. He knew what was going to happen to him though.
Yeah, Insidious, you know, he tried his best. But at the same time, it just took a little bit too long here, especially from the initial fights here from K9. But again, at least now they're still a unit. They are still working together. Knight is still doing very consistently, and they've got a decent amount of stocks as well. So it's not too shabby, I would say. But seems like K9 Esports, they just don't really want to hard commit in towards the city itself, fearing that it might just pull away from the city itself with almost near smack center in the zone.
Yeah.
I think Phoenix Esports just wants to play from, like you said, the church area just because it is exactly in the middle of the zone right now.
It's the middle, and again, information is of the utmost priority when you're playing these hybrid urban open space positions. The more info you have about where the threats are, the better you can plan out your rotations, your fighting strategies. And alright, so they've sent Simp and Viper to control the church. Stranger and Somraj stay back as the gatekeepers of the city exits. But I love the positioning from H4K. These rare compounds, the squad houses in particular, also can be a stronghold, but the circle forces them on the edge. And surprise, surprise, Blink actually controlling a big chunk of that northeastern quadrant. In fact, the northern half.
Yeah, it's going to be open battlefield here for teams out in the north as well. So if teams try to dodge Phoenix Esports directly, fearing that they may be trapped inside the city of Pochinki itself, they are going to be swinging up north, and the moment they do that, they are going to be caught out and open. Lestade is going to be one of those teams that's going to be gobbling up those points. Blink has a fantastic hold in the northwest corner, but can they hold down the fort is going to be my question here, because Victorious Summers is going to be coming from the north side, and even Mysterious 4 are going to be pushing in. So it is going to be a battle of survival on how they want to rotate here. There's just not enough space to work with, and personally, my favorite spot has to be in Kalinga Esports' shoes right now.
I was just about to say, guess who does not have to do anything in this game now? That is Kalinga Esports. They're protected by the players of Phoenix and FTR. But on the other side, we just saw on the finish feed that Lestade is putting their position, their cover to use, picking off the players of Naksh Mysterious 4. On the other side of things, K9, they are going after Genex FM, who themselves are trying to pick off True Rippers. So this is a third party by the players of K9 Esports and Genex FM. They've taken a massive beating, but they still do not want to back off, looking for a revive onto Zerif. But here they show up.
Wow.
Slug and Knight. Omega, he finds the second. Genex FM down to their last two players. But they haven't given up on the revive yet. Doesn't matter. That's a re-knock. And Genex FM, I think this is a wrap from K9 Esports on a chapter of Genex FM.
Beautifully done here, coming from K9 Esports. See someone who's weak, cut them down before they pick themselves up. Nicely done. Very, very quick hit and run. True Rippers looking to try and chime in, but unfortunately doesn't seem to be able to find them. But seems like K9 Esports, they are split out right now. Knight and Slug is separated from the rest of the pack as True Rippers are able to kind of take a stab at them. And because of this, now K9 Esports is struggling to try and regroup their way into the zone. Knight going to be swinging their way towards the west side. Omega has been picked off on the finish feed. But it seems like K9 Esports, they're in for a lot of pain on how they want to try and find a good spot here, as a lot of teams are just firing fadeaway shots to try and stop their vehicles.
Let's see though, I mean, the trio of destruction is still present from the side of K9 Esports, so there's still hope. But True Rippers, that's not nice. Not a nice way to repay the favor. K9 Esports were the ones who came for the rescue, and True Rippers just went after them instead. It was kind of funny though that they were trying to still chase the last man from the side of Genex FM, and Damu was running for his life, ran into the arms of FTR, and is he outside the zone? He is outside the play zone. So I think this might be the end game for Genex FM. They are just going to be here for a few more seconds.
Well, Speaking of Gen XFM, Damu forced to lick his way through. Seems like he is going to be walking into his Frostrex Esports' compound. Not too much he can do about it as well. Damu is pretty much pinned between True Rippers and Frostrex. He's pretty much done for. Now, finally, who does he go down to? It is going to be Viper John from Frostrex. So that's going to be a point here for Frostrex Esports. But Gen XFM, their journey in this game is done for.
Yeah, quite an early exit for the players of Gen XFM, and not really what we expected from the Fearless Marathas. But Frostrex Esports on the other side yesterday, there was a very slow build-up, but there was a build-up of pace from the side of FTR. This time, we see them trying to pick a fight against the players of True Rippers, and they are, in fact, going to be the ones pushing through. The nade being lined up, I hope, or at least I was hoping he was going to lob it, but even a Molotov right now can put up a lot of pressure on the players of True Rippers. All of them hunkered together out in the open with just vehicles for cover. And FTR, as they were moving in, they did not have any nades. All right, finally we see a nade on Amog, but FTR instantly trying to fall back. Questionable decision making, to be honest.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, hearing the shots coming from Kalinga Esports, it makes a lot of sense why they are a little bit afraid as well. Harsh is able to pick up a member from Frostrex, but Kalinga Esports once again just has to do nothing. Circle in their favor. But it seems like they are going to try and pull a little bit of a drive-by here as well. Archit on the, I would say, the secondary seat. Looking for a little bit of a nades here. True Rippers getting a little bit of pressure here, even coming from Frostrex as well. True Rippers, they need to find a way to get out of this sticky situation, because right now Kaiser was able to get a knock from the far horizon, and K9 also going to be peppering shots from the sides here. True Ripper is pinned between three teams right now.
Yeah, and this is not a good situation for True Rippers. K9, the surprising entry into this fight from a distance. Slug just battering the players of True Rippers round after round, and they have nowhere left to go. They can't run down the hill. FTR is waiting for them. They can't push inside the circle. Kalinga Esports is sitting at the top of the hill. The one way True Rippers actually survive the stage 5 is if they continue to move along the southern edge of the play zone and rotate wide. But Phoenix Esports, as the team is being forced out of their cover, they are losing players. Stranger gets knocked out, just staying back a little too long, I have to say. Hungry for those finishes, but they only managed to secure 4 in this game so far.
Well, they've done the job of thinning the herd here. And Hitman, pretty much the last player left from the side of the Gods for a reason, is going to be trying to play for some placement points. It's going to be tough, but True Ripper still stuck in the exact same spot. Gets picked off, and that's going to be a motive finds the pick. That's going to be True Rippers losing a couple of players here, as Frostrex Esports needs to clean out True Rippers before they can rotate in. And even then, K9 has been stalking them. Kalinga Esports has been hearing all these shots, and as soon as I say it is, FTR also trading blow for blow with True Rippers. And it's going to be a tough one here. The sprays from Viper shot will connect. The return fire is good, and he's going to go down as well. This is an absolute massacre here between these two teams.
Man, oh man, and then it's going to get worse by the second. I thought FTR would survive. They had smokes for cover, but it doesn't really work out. K9 Esports, they still end up finding that frag for themselves. 8 eliminations on the board for K9 now. And this is the performance that we wanted to see from the start. They are here. Better late than never. I'm just happy about it. But Phoenix Esports, I see a potential back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner for Phoenix Esports.
Yeah, these are the conquerors of the Southeast corners. They were the gatekeepers for every single team in the Pachiki. This is what we kind of expected them to do as well. Nobody stood a chance. 6 finishes in the back, great stuff for them. Kalinga Esports under the guardianship of Phoenix Esports because of those compounds. Guess what? The circle shifts in towards the warehouses where Kalinga Esports is. Not a lot of vision to work with, but it does give them guaranteed endgame zones just by staying inside those warehouses. Meanwhile, everybody else is going to be forced to fight out in the open. That's going to be a tricky spot to work with. K9 Esports wants to try and gatekeep Kalinga Esports here before they regroup for those warehouses. So I guess that's going to be the idea. And 0-1 taking a little bit of high ground here to also force Phoenix to the north side. So a lot of macro decisions being made by all these teams.
Yeah, but before going out, I think Phoenix Esports, they're going to try and rack up eliminations. Viper going after the players from last Starday. Slowly and steadily, the nades chipping away at those HP bars in Chair. She's going to get burned alive. Now it's down to Bad OP and Manijod. Manijod also getting knocked out. Vehicle explodes near him. Goes down on his knees instantly. And Phoenix Esports in a very interesting situation, as you mentioned. Kalinga Esports are trying to keep them at bay. Somraj is trying to see if he can secure some part of the terrain to help his team negate the blue zone damage, stay out of the range. But this is going to be the most important fight. If Phoenix win this fight, there's a potential chance that they can get back-to-back chicken dinner. But if they lose this, even if they lose one player against Kalinga Esports, I think that hope is going to fade away very quickly, because from the north, Lastare is looking to get involved in this fight. You see them on the radar getting eager as well.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Phoenix Esports, I thought they were going to blow up the convoy as well, but it is going to take a lot of ammunition to do so. But it does give them a little bit of safety cover. But considering that they are going to try and take the hills outside of Kalinga Esports to try and pressure them as well, that's going to be able to take some space. But they do need to wrap this up as well, because teams are going to be coming in very, very soon. We're down towards the last 6 teams. And Kalinga Esports, not too happy that Phoenix Esports is getting up close and personal. Viper getting naded off as well, but it seems like for Phoenix Esports, all they need to do is just stay alive and wait for another team to kind of force a reaction onto Kalinga Esports.
Wait for the next zone, wait for someone else to put pressure on Kalinga Esports, or pray for a miracle and find the opening knock in this fight. But too much pressure on the players of Phoenix Esports. Viper, his HP bar almost gone. He decided to fall back. Lastare on the other side were able to get a reset, but a positional mistake from Manny Jod, and he hits the floor for the second time. Phoenix Esports, they need to finish off Lastare just to trade map control. Getting that eastern edge all to yourself, being able to fight the players of Blink, it gives them the entirety of the northern half to work with, and they never have to pick a fight against Kalinga.
You can see the desperation is coming on Phoenix Esports as well. They do not have enough ammunition. That's why they're trying to get close and personal. Seems like they are going to go for the snap here to try and get those supplies, and they will be able to get it as well. Viper with the takedown. However, he's not out in the clear as well, because Blink is here to say hello. Sim is down. Viper almost getting dropped down pretty low. Blink Esports, this is their opportunity, but Viper eventually goes down, and Blink is able to shut down Phoenix. And you can see the desperation has forced Phoenix into these circumstances, and they will lose 2 in the process.
I mean, the intention was correct, but the execution was very poor over there. Somraj and Stranger just continuing to go after the players of Kalinga Esports. They should have been prepared to instantly engage into Blink after picking off Lastare. Phoenix down to their last 2 players, and look at the turnaround and positioning now. Blink has the entire hill that they have to climb, and Phoenix is distracted on the other side. But based on the shift of the circle, I think it's fair to say that I am expecting a Kalinga Esports chicken dinner now.
Yeah, I'm expecting it as well. But at the same time, K9 Esports, you can't really count them out as well. They have been laying low from the west side. They've heard all these commotions that has been made from Phoenix as well as Blink Esports. So K9 Esports, they have been conserving their ammunition. Slug's got a ghillie suit. He's also got a P90. He's just waiting for the right moment to actually strike as well. And surprise entry into his endgame here is going to be Phantom coming from T7, because he has been the solo warrior for quite some time. And surprise, surprise, he is inside the zone and under the protection of Kalinga Esports, unless Kalinga Esports says, you are not under my protection.
I mean, he's been an absolute phantom all this time. No one has been able to see him, but let's see how things turn out. When is Kalinga Esports going to spot him out? Or maybe Ninja Boy sees a few pixels and finally sends him back to the lobby packing. But Blink, they're getting eager. They spot out Somraj. Shots fired. Somraj is going to be the man with the opening. Blink down to 2 players, but the backup is there. Stranger needs to be cautious. He picks up the finish first. Double digits on the board for Phoenix Esports. Stranger finds the second, and Blink, they can't do anything about this. The panic sets in. Stranger shot after shot around the corner, switches to the M4. Wanted to take the fight head on. Got in the vehicle as well, but got knocked down, and Somraj had to show up for the rescue. Phoenix Esports still alive. 12 eliminations secured as they make their way into the top 4.
What a clutch coming from Stranger, but it's not enough, because K9 is going to try and capitalize on this, and Somraj will go down as well, and K9 will gobble them up. Desperation for them by Kalinga Esports. They had no idea that Phoenix has been cleaned out. Runs out in the open. Knight gets the knock, but it all comes down to this final showdown. Knight is going to be picked up here. Same can be said for Owen from PMWI, trying to go in for the save here for Kalinga Esports. And through it all, the ones that is in between these 2 massive teams is going to be Phantom.
See, protection right now, I see it's going to be paid, and it's going to be paid for in the blood of K9 Esports. Phantom, if all he has to do is just take out 1 player from the side of K9, and then Kalinga will have the upper hand. They have the info about Knight and Slug. who, by the way, have the prime spot inside of the play zone. They are the ones sitting at the center, and Kalinga Esports in the next few seconds are going to be forced to run out from behind the cover and take these fights. Phantom is the one person that can save them.
Well, speaking of a potential big match here, Kalinga Esports versus K9 once more for that final showdown for that winner-winner chicken dinner. Yesterday, Kalinga Esports was in prime position to win it all, but Knight was the one that snatched it away. This time, it's not Knight by himself this time. He's got the homies with him. It's going to be Slug and Ninja Boy to join in for the endgame fights. Will Kalinga Esports get the rematch? Or will K9 get the ultimate showdown?
Yeah, and this feels like a series finale already, but let's see. I mean, total number of finishes for K9 Esports are going to be important. Either they can end with 15 eliminations, and the Chicken Phantom spotted out. Ninja Boy gets another one. That's 12 eliminations on the board. Now, if they wipe out Kalinga Esports completely, that's 15 points, 25 points. I think that is going to be the comeback from K9 Esports right there. Kalinga Esports, they've been doing okay-ish. They haven't gotten a lot of eliminations, but they've been consistent in placing high enough every single game. Even in this match, a top 2 finish, 4 eliminations. Actually a good performance. 10 points on the board for Kalinga as well. If they get taken out right now, on the other front, it could be a 17-point chicken dinner. Total 17 points.
Well, at the same time, the circle does favor K9 Esports. However, the downside is, if any of these players from K9 gets picked off, their entire formation goes down south. So Kalinga Esports, they have to be very careful about this here. Omega does have the high ground advantage. Slug has been set up a couple of spokes here, but Knight finds the open. Open goes down, and another nade finds more. This might be it for Kalinga Esports.
And K9 on their way to secure a big chicken dinner for themselves. Nades after Omega. And well, K9 Esports, they don't care if the man shares the same name as their IGL. They need that point. They put him under pressure and they hunt him down very brutally, going after him behind that rock. So K9 Esports, 15 finishes and the chicken dinner, 25 points secured. A good performance coming from the side of Kalinga Esports as well. But I have to say, I mean, from the teams that were struggling on the overall leaderboard, I think Blink was the one that actually played the best. And K9 isn't the only team that has initiated a comeback. Phoenix as well, making it into the top 4 of this game is actually a pretty big deal.
Well, Day Trace is all about the comebacks, and we are starting to see the known teams starting to push back really, really hard. K9 in particular, Phoenix as well. But again, I have to say as well, in terms of the rivalry between K9 and Kalinga Esports, another shutdown for Kalinga Esports for the winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to fight the end game with K9 Esports. We keep talking about their firepower. What do you do when there is absolutely no one in the entire map to distract these boys?
Exactly. But let's take a look towards the final blow here on what happened between Phoenix Esports as well. In particular, I think prior towards shutting down every single team coming from Vujinki, they sent up Viper and also Sim to kind of recuperate resources to challenge Phoenix, to challenge Blink, but they got picked off apart. And even then, Somre was trying his best at clutching things out as well. Yes, they were able to win the fight against Blink, but they just could not find time to restock those ammunition.
So you're saying they just sent Viper and Sim to basically go fight 6 versus 2?
Well, they went to fight Blink.
They went to fight Lastade first and then Blink engaged. It was 6 players there. And this was why I was a little confused, because ideally, even if you are getting 2 players to make that bounce, you will still have someone providing ADS or just being ready for suppressing fire in case these lads need to fall back or in case they get pinned down. That wasn't there. Somraj and Stranger were completely focused on Kalinga Esports. They're like, alright, you guys take care of the thing down below, we're going to take care of the high ground.
It was a really tough call as well, because again, if you put it in this way, if Stranger and Somraj joined the fray, Kalinga Esports would have pushed up and took the high ground for them and take them out. They needed both Somraj and Stranger to actually keep Kalinga Esports at bay. So it was a risk that they needed to take, and like I said, desperation, right?
Yeah,
not enough ammunition for long range. They had to go for a drive-by. Viper and also Sip did a fantastic job shutting down Lastade, but they just could not restock.
Yeah, the sad part is they did not get to restock and celebrate after both the fights. Lastade, they got the picks, but instant turnaround. And then same thing happened once they picked off the players of Blink Esports. That was a very impressive fight by Stranger and Somraj. Nothing taken away, but no time to celebrate. Nades from K9 Esports, the team gets taken out. But we just saw the stats from K9 Esports, and it seems like all of that criticism has finally gotten to Ninja Boy. He was the best performer from K9 Esports in this game.
I agree, but all things considered here, Day 3 Wildcard is just absolutely insane as well. In just 2 games, we've seen so many high-level thinkings and high-level rotations coming from all those teams. It is just phenomenal here. But let's talk about the MVP of this match. It has to be coming from Viper here. 7 finishes, 2 games in a row. I think Viper has just been stepping up big time as the clutch player coming in from Phoenix Esports. It feels like Viper is the knight to K9 for Phoenix.
Yeah, it pretty much is. I mean, this player has been oozing talent since we saw him basically hit his prime form last year, 2025. Started off on a great note with CG, went to a few different rosters, but now with the players of Phoenix Esports, again, doing well. We have Ninja Boy on the second with 6. Professor from the side of Blink Esports also makes it to the list, and well, they have 8 eliminations, 11 points for them. But K9 Esports, talk of the town, 25 points gained. They are going to be inside of the top 8 in a comfortable spot as well, and inching closer to that 80-point marker, I believe.
Yeah, this is a huge step up here coming from K9 Esports. But for Phoenix, 2 back-to-back games, very, very consistent stuff from them. This is the comeback that they needed as well. Yes. The only way Phoenix stands a chance to make a comeback into the semifinals is today itself. And it seems like 2 games done and dusted for them is great. But there is more to climb because, again, the safety net is going to be 120 points to qualify for the semifinals, at least for the top 8. But before that, let's talk about the finished damage report and how things actually happened in this game itself. K9 Esports pretty much the ones that somehow was able to get the most amount of damage despite struggling to actually gatekeep most of the teams. They dodged the initial fight from Phoenix, they rotated down south, took fights after fights, pinned off True Rippers, pinned off every single team who was in a weak position, and then just took them all out.
But look at the overall leaderboard right now. While K9 Esports find a stable footing inside of the top 4, a team that I wanted to talk about was True Rippers. Because you know that visual where you have this character who has fallen into hell and then he's trying to climb out, their corpse is trying to keep him down. That's what's happening to True Rippers right now. They took a fall and now everyone else is going to try and keep them there. It will be such a big upset if the team that represented India and BGMI on the international stage gets eliminated in the wildcard series, doesn't even get to play the finals in 2026.
Well, only time will tell because in this next few days, we will find out whether or not will they make it to the next phase is going to be all on the line here as the matches go on. But let's talk about the teams at the bottom that is also going to be struggling as well. We obviously have Peacock at the very bottom. Gen XFN also a known team to be down in the gutter. Mysterious 4 having a little bit of comeback here from Naman. But based on this as well, you can see position points has been a big problem from Naman. Yeah. For Mysterious 4 in particular. They've got a decent amount of finishes, but just could not make it in towards the end game. Yeah,
and I think the rotations are to blame for that. Even in this game, we saw them just blindly pushing from the northeastern edge of the circle, getting caught by the players of Vanguard Esports. And once they lose individuals, I've noticed that Naksh Mysterious Focus, their tendency is to go for those fights. They forget the fact that they're down to 2 players and they just keep pushing like it's a full roster that they have to work with. Because of which we see them getting taken out early. But the first few fights they take inside of the game, they tend to secure a few lose eliminations here and there, maybe 1 or 2 eliminations every now and then. That is what's kept them in check, but it's still not enough, man. They're on the second page of the leaderboard. It's way too far away now, I believe.
Well, it's now or never. They've got a few more matches to go, and today itself, they need big games after big games. Phoenix is able to do so, K9 also being able to do so as well, but what about the rest of the teams? In particular, I think Victoria Summers has taken a huge tumble again in this game, and as of yet, based on the current standings here and the overall standings here, if they do not start getting a decent amount of points, they should be kicked out by the end of tomorrow if they don't start aiming for the 120 points.
I think it's better if they take a lesson to what is happening to True Rippers and just start getting those standard 6-7 points, because Victoria Stormers first few days they did so well for themselves. They did not need to do a lot of heavy lifting for themselves in order to qualify, basically. So just take it easy, bring the standard points, you should be good.
Well, for all things considered here, I think K9 Esports has surprised us here today itself here. I'm curious to see what they have to say about their performances now. We recorded this at the start of the day, but let's jump into an interview with them.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और नए एपिसोड में, जहाँ पे मैं रहने वाला आपका होस्ट विपुल एके रावण और मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले K9 के कोच अमित की तरफ सीधा चलते हैं। अमित, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। सबसे पहले कैसे हो आप और क्या चल रहा है लाइनअप के अंदर? अभी
तक तो सब ठीक ही चल रहा है और ऐसा हूँ, इसका जवाब आज के 4 मैच के बाद ही मिल पाएगा, जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहने वाले।
सो अमित, अगर आप देखिए जैसा आपने बताया कि 4 मैचेस आपको मिलने वाले, तो किस तरीके से आप इसे यूटिलाइज करोगे? क्योंकि 2 मैचेस 3 मैचेस प्रॉब्लम होता है, या 4 मैचेस में लगता है बहुत ज्यादा फायदा दिला के जाएगा K9 को?
आई गेस 4 मैचेस ही फायदेमंद होते हैं, जितने ज्यादा मैचेस होते हैं डे में उतना अच्छा होता है। कल बस 2 मैचेस थे, उसमें एवरेज आउट हो गए थे हम, तो बस हमें एक अच्छा गेम चाहिए। आई गेस हम रोंडो से स्टार्ट करने वाले हैं।
तो हमें जैसा आपने बताया कि आज ही आपको बहुत अच्छा करके जाना पड़ेगा, बट ना मुझे ग्राइंड की याद आ रही है। वहाँ पे हर तरफ K9 ही दिख रही थी, लेकिन इधर आने के बाद थोड़ा ज्यादा स्ट्रगल हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। तो ऐसा क्या अलग हो गया राउंड बदलते ही कि वो फॉर्म K9 का अभी तक नहीं आया?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ वो नहीं है कि मतलब कोई एक्सक्यूज में दूं ऐसा वैसा, बस इतना डिफरेंस है कि वहाँ पे जो थी लॉबी का पेस पता था कि मतलब सारी नॉन टीम्स थी, वो कैसा रिएक्ट करेंगी, डिफेंसिव खेलेंगी, एग्रेसिव खेलेंगी, पनिश करेंगी। यहाँ थोड़ा पेस हम जज नहीं कर पा रहे, और वो उसमें हमारी कोई गलती नहीं है। कोई टीम बहुत ज्यादा पैसिव और डिफेंसिव खेल रही है, कुछ टीम ऐसे गाड़ी लेके सीधा पुश कर दे रही है एडब्ल्यू, और मतलब वो थोड़ा सा कैलकुलेट नहीं कर पा रहे पेस, मतलब टीम्स का गेम के अंदर की कैसे रिएक्ट करना है, कब कितना प्रेशर बनाना है। एक प्रॉपर लॉबी होती है तो हर एक टीम का फीड के हिसाब से भी पेस पता होता है कि ये टीम होल्ड करेगी, ये टीम पुश करेगी। तो थोड़ा वहां दिक्कत है, और कुछ हमारा जो कैलकुलेटिव रिस्क हम लेते हैं गेम के अंदर, जो एग्रेशन दिखाने का कोशिश करते हैं, कभी कभी वर्क कर जाता है, कभी कभी नहीं करता है। पिछले राउंड में नहीं करा, तो अभी हम वाइल्ड कार्ड लिए।
सो अमित, यहाँ पे अगर एक सवाल मैं रखूँ आपके सामने कि नाइट के ऊपर मुझे लग रहा है ये लाइनअप थोड़ा ज्यादा डिपेंड हो चुका है, जिसकी वजह से बाकी प्लेयर्स उतने अच्छे तरीके से स्टेप अप नहीं कर पा रहे। स्लग जिनको हमने देखा लास्ट राउंड में भी उतने अच्छे फॉर्म में नहीं थे, और अभी भी वो स्लग मिसिंग है जिसको हम देखना चाहते हैं।
फॉर्म की बात करें तो फॉर्म थोड़ा सा डाउन जरूर चल रहा है, कि पोजीशन नहीं मिल पा रही है, या वो एक फ्लो नहीं मिल पा रहा है स्लग को उतना अच्छा। पर वही है कि जब एक क्लास दिखाने की बात आएगी, फॉर्म तो वैसे भी एक टेम्परेरी चीज होती है, तो हम जब एक फ्लो मिल जाएगा स्लग को और निंजा को, तो बस फिर वो आपको मतलब एक परफॉर्मेंस मिल जाएगी। और अभी नाइट का बस वैसा फेज चल रहा है कि नाइट को जितना भी हम चाह रहे हैं उतना वो डिलीवर कर रहा है, जितना भी उससे हमें एक्सपेक्टेशन है उतना वो डिलीवर कर रहा है। और बाकी के 2 प्लेयर को बस थोड़ा सा फिगर आउट करने वाली चीज है, वो भी हमने ऑलमोस्ट सारा पार्ट डिस्कस कर रखा है कि कहाँ से क्या गड़बड़ हो रहा है। बस एक फ्लो की बात है, जिस भी एक मैच से फ्लो मिलेगा उसके बाद आपको पुरानी K9 वापस दिखेगी।
100% यही उम्मीद करके हम चलते हैं। लेकिन फ्लो को बिगाड़ने के लिए ना कुछ लाइनअप से हमने अभी बात की थी। नोमी से कुछ समय पहले बात हुई थी, और उन्होंने बोला था कि जिस तरीके से शोडाउन में परेशान किया था, हो सकता है कि आगे आपको नेबुला Esports टारगेट कर सकते हैं। तो इसके अराउंड क्या काउंटर आप करना चाहोगे?
आई डोंट थिंक ऐसी मतलब राइवलरी कोई भी लेना चाहेगा एट दिस स्टेज, क्योंकि मतलब क्वालिफिकेशन का इतना कुछ ज्यादा स्ट्रेस अभी मतलब एक होता है ना कि अभी हम टॉप 8 आना है और 8 पे चल रहे हैं। अगर ये हम और नीचे होते तो ये करना किसी का ठीक रहता, पर वही बात है अगर एक अच्छा गेम हमारा गया तो हम सिक्योर्ड है। तो वो राइवलरी आई डोंट थिंक कोई भी टीम एट दिस पॉइंट चाहेगी। जो भी मतलब डिजर्विंग टीम है, जो भी ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड टीम है, तो उस पोजीशन पे मैं कई बार रह चुका हूँ जहाँ पे ऑप्शन होता है हमारे पास गेम बिगाड़ने का, और हम ऐसा बिगाड़ते नहीं है किसी का, नोइंगली तो किसी का भी नहीं बिगाड़ते। तो वैसा मैं एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं करता कि ऐसा कोई मतलब थोड़ा सा बिलो द बेल्ट मूव कोई ऐसा करना चाहेगा। और ऐसे फ्यूचर में बहुत सारे इवेंट आएंगे जब बाकी जितनी भी टीम्स हैं जो क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगी, 4 टीम आई गेस पहले ही क्वालिफाई हो चुकी हैं, तो वो टीम ऐसा रिस्क लेना चाहेंगी, वो भी कोई ऐसी टीम के अगेंस्ट जो उन्हें आगे टूर्नामेंट में फेस करने मिल सकती है।
100% हमें तो, और ये तो दिख भी रहा है ना, पीछे हम देख रहे हैं ओमेगा कंटिन्यूअसली प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, आप इंटरव्यू दे रहे हैं, वो बिल्कुल भी डिस्ट्रैक्ट नहीं हो रहे, और इसी तरीके की एक्सपेक्टेशन हम मैच में भी आपसे जरूर करने वाले। थैंक यू सो मच अमित हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और आशा करते हैं कि अगली मुलाकात हैदराबाद में आपसे हो।
बिल्कुल जरूर।
तो ये थे अमित, जिनका कहना यही है कि एक अच्छा मुकाबला वो ढूंढ रहे। क्या उन्हें मिल पाएगा या नहीं मिल पाएगा, ये सब हम जरूर आने वाले मैचेस में देखेंगे। बट इनसाइड द लॉबी के इस एपिसोड में इतना ही, मिलते हैं आपसे बहुत जल्दी।
Hello everyone and welcome back to the English panel here as of yet, and I hope you guys enjoyed that small little interview here with K9 Esports, and this is going to be of course BGIS 2026 Wildcard Day 3 itself. My name is ICBaby12 at your service, as we have Salty on the panel this time to take you through the commentaries of these upcoming rounds. But previous round here, K9 making a little bit comeback here. It feels like they are on a good track record here, Salty.
I mean, finally, day 3 is the day of comeback for them. I mean, we were expecting this to happen maybe day 2 or maybe even, the later stages of day 1. Both the days, K9 Esports struggled a lot, and Amit was talking about all the issues that were getting fixed in the backlines. Finally, come day 3, it seems like those big games that they were looking for just came in the game right before.
Well, speaking of a potential comeback here, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking forward to actually push some points themselves, and for these guys watching at home as well, are looking to try and push for those points to get the Rebel Rogue Fox set here as well. The Royal Pass is on its way, one-time purchase, max out the missions, and you will be able to get this amazing set, and of course a DP28 skin on the mix as well. And of course, most importantly, one-time purchase gives you enough UC to buy next season's Royal Pass to grind it out.
Absolutely. I mean, if you are grinding it out day in and day out, you're possibly going to get more returns that you actually invested for as well. But I think that is also going to be the same case for the likes of K9 Esports as well. They kind of took a very chill start to the wildcards. It didn't really seem like the K9 that we rooted for in the grind, playing in the wildcards as well. But finally, in the last game, they showcased their prowess. They're feeling very strong right now, but that does bring me to question, can True Rippers make it inside right now? Can H4K make it inside right now? Can even teams like Tenzin Esports make it inside? But of course, in the next game, you are going to be watching Groups A and D duking it out. Nebula Esports is going to be in the picture. They've crossed on that 100-point mark. I see. What are your thoughts about this team?
Well, Nebula is going to be setting the benchmark, and a lot of teams are trying to chase them as of yet. And for now, Nebula Esports is going to be the team that is going to be watching out for, the closest to the target of 120 points to potentially make it in the semi-finals. But of course, they also gave a couple of words of wisdoms here, coming from Nomi in particular earlier today in the interview. If you guys have not watched it, scroll back down. It's somewhere after match 1 itself. There was a few interviews between them, so hopefully things a little bit for better. But let's talk about another particular team inside this group as well, as BC is going to be taking a little bit of break, AD coming into the mix. Higg Boson is going to be the team that we have a lot of questions here. Day number 1, great performance coming from them. Same thing is for them during their journey in the grind. First few days was amazing. After that, a little bit of tumble. Day 2 yesterday, I don't know what happened to Higg Boson.
Yeah, they absolutely bombed all of their matches. It also comes because of a plateau in performance. I feel like Higg Boson is a very momentum-heavy outfit. You see their first matches of the day going brilliant. You know the entire day they're going to be dominating. But in certain occasions when Higg Boson Esports don't really get the start that they want, it just seems like they are completely overshot. But at least for now, Higg Boson Esports, they're still inside the top 8. There are some big names out there like Reckoning Esports, like 8-Bit, who are currently outside the top 8. And I'm not really sure if there are going to be enough spaces for them inside.
Yeah, I agree with you as well, considering that Reckoning is still going to be chasing as well. They've played the least amount of matches compared to every other groups now. Can they make the bounce back? Ooh, I think Reckoning Esports stands a very, very good chance. But before we actually continue on to this upcoming match as well, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we will only continue the match with match number 3. See you guys right after this. We hope you guys had a very nice short break here, because now we're going to be back into some insane comeback actions here for day 3 of the wildcard stages here for BGIS 2026. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Salty once again, and we are going to be giving you guys a little bit of breakdown once more here between Group A and D that is going to be playing upcoming here as well. This is going to be their first match respectively from each group. Nebula, obviously, great momentum. Do you think they can do it again?
Personally speaking, yes. They've got 100 points already. They're looking solid yesterday as well. All their players seem to be in form, which was a piece of concern before that. Usually, it's always Nomi and Phoenix who's kind of carried all the responsibility for Nebula this season. Back then, it was always used to be Adi and Kratos. And finally, yesterday, we saw both Adi pop up as well. In one game, he had like, what, about 8 eliminations. Kratos had about 6 in one game as well. So I think Nebula Esports are going to be super sorted. But like I said before the break as well, my thoughts, my concerns are going to go ahead with Reckoning Esports. We've currently slipped out of the top 8 right now, and Team 8-Bit who are missing out by a mile.
Well, it is going to be interesting as well, considering that Reckoning Esports was one of the most hyped up team last year with both rosters. Previously with Viper and Gravity in the mix here, then now with Non-X back then, which is obviously now it's Reckoning Esports. We have Levi with Roman as well, one of the most hyped up teams. But for them to finally show signs of life here in the wildcard stages, I'm really happy. But can they go all the way?
I think they've kind of played a couple of less matches, so I think for us to consider Reckoning Esports out would be something very difficult. We shouldn't really be doing that, but I think for Reckoning Esports as well, we haven't seen consistency coming in from this team. One game, they know how to drop a bomb, they can drop a 30 bomber, but then the other game, they absolutely lose their track of time and might get taken down with the play zone as well. So this is a very hit and miss team, so I don't think I can predict who's going to go in right now.
Fair enough, but I have a couple questions here as well, because when we talk about the top 3 teams for the past day 1 and day 2 here, it has to be Nebula, Victorious Summers, and Vanguard.
Yeah.
Right? But the trend here between Victorious Summers and Vanguard in the previous 2 games, well, was kind of lackluster here. Do you think it is going to affect Nebula as well for day number 3?
I don't really think so. I feel like once you cross that 100-point mark, there's barely anything you've got left to do, honestly. I feel like you are already going to be inside the top 8, even if you drop the rest of your games. So I feel like Nebula Esports should be sorted. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out what happens inside of the battlegrounds, because Erangel is getting dolled and readied up, and we are going to be seeing with them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Big Bird goes back up the skies once again, and this time we're flying over the tropical islands of Erangel. It is, of course, looks like it, a southern flight path which does take us to the western half of the map, ladies and gentlemen. So this journey is probably going to get cut short, but of course, we'll have to find out where does our passengers drop down as well. It is going to be groups A and D duking it out between each other. And of course, namely a couple of those teams who are going to be looking for big games. Myth Official has to be one of those names, I see, because majority of the casters also predict that Myth Official might struggle to retain this slot inside the top 8. Considering their downtime in form, I want to know your thoughts. Do you think they can still make it?
Oh, wow. You put me in a very awkward situation. Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit optimistic. Yeah, anything is possible. You know, It's not over until it's truly over. It's not over until the final match is over. And I believe that even if you're in the last place, in one match, you wipe out the entire lobby and get the chicken dinner, you are going to be able to make a comeback. But I've never seen that happen ever.
Yeah, nobody has seen that ever, to be honest as well.
The highest I've seen so far from last year into this year is 28 finishes and a chicken dinner. So that's 38 points in a single game.
We're going to be waiting for a 40 bomber, to be honest. And looking at these underdogs, I'm pretty sure someday, maybe inside of BGIS 2027, we might actually see a 40 bomber drop as well. But since we were talking about the teams, Myth Official is going to be one of our concerns. Tenzin Esports, yet another underdog out there who's been performing brilliantly so far in the past. I feel like kind of slipped down out of the top 8 because of the big names just showcasing their powers inside. You've got K9 Esports powering through. You've got Nebula as well just powering through the lobby. I really have points of concern for Tenzin and Myth Official. But again, we'll find out what happens inside of this one as 7 aces. They do stand a chance of taking a fight against their opposition, Red Force Esports.
Now, I like that they actually brought up Myth Official, but before I talk about them, I am going to talk about 7 Aces as well, because this is a very interesting team, considering the fact that not many teams are given a second chance in life. Most teams are given one shot and one opportunity.
Yeah.
And for them, second chances, they are trying to make use out of it as well. We do see a decent amount of performance coming from them yesterday and the day before, but it looks good on the screen. But the point says otherwise. What's going on with 7 Aces? Like, it's now or never here. 25 points, that's not enough. You need a massive game. Same can be said for Orb as well. They have been doing a lot of good calls, good anchors. They have been shutting down a lot of teams, but they just could not convert those points. And I would say get themselves into the end game to actually wrap up some serious points.
You know, Wildcards, in my opinion, I see, has been a phase where you're supposed to be working on your mistakes and making your game crystal clear by now on. Like, you've been playing since the grind, you went through the elimination stages as well. If you weren't learning and weren't adapting to your mistakes every step of the way, you're going to be struggling inside of the Wildcards. And this is one of the reasons why so many good teams out there are struggling inside the Wildcards right now. Each and every one of them have a lot of potential. You look at Red Force Esports, they have got brilliant 4v4s. You look at ORB, their communication is brilliant. It's just that they had to work on their strengths and their weaknesses. Now it's a little too late. They only got 2 more games, or rather 2 more days inside of the Wildcards. Not really sure how far can they push themselves forward, but we do have team aesthetics in front of us. Their scoreline on the overalls, not really very aesthetic, for us at least.
Well, they're just for the vibes, I would say. But speaking of which, Novo going to be uncontested as well. But I'm a little bit more concerned on how Rozon is going to be in as well, because 7 Aces and also Red Force is engaging from a long-range poke. But the ones that has been hearing all this commotion is going to be Reckoning Esports down towards apartments and schools. So we might see a 3-way showdown rather early, considering the fact that Circle is still in play for them. But ORB, once again, they are using the exact same strategy. Came in from the west side or military base, comes out, gate keeps his gas station, and every single team has been dodging them left, right, front, and center. But I think rotation-wise, I like what ORB is doing. But in terms of execution, the gunfights has been a little bit lackluster in my opinion. Like, I like the rotations here. Oman has been playing phenomenally here coming forward, but one man can only do so much, I would say.
You're getting about Probot as well. I think Probot has been one of those frontliners, especially every time there's a fight. ORB, they do step up, but it's always Probot just leading the charge. We'll talk about that. For now, though, Higbo's on Esports. That's a big blunder that just happened. IGL has been shut down. Riot Nations finding a pick of Higbo's on Esports in the middle of absolutely nowhere.
You know what I really hate? I absolutely hate what Riot Nations is doing right now. Why? Because these are the kind of teams and players I meet in my lobbies where, oh no, I'm running out in the open, randomly 4 men in one vehicle comes in for slam. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. It's so bad overall for macro rotations, but if you're looking for early skirmishes, it's almost impossible to shut down a 4-man running at you out in the open unless you are prepared beforehand in those safety nets of cover fire to try and trade off an easy trace onto them. But aside from that, you're pretty much done for.
I mean, in an alternate universe, at least a Bunny could have actually sprayed down all 4 players from the vehicle itself.
Yeah, that's if everything is a headshot.
Everything is a headshot. That's why I said in an alternate universe, possibly like 1 in 16 million outcomes is going to be in Bunny's favor. But we will talk about Doctor Strange later on. For now, it seems like Nebula Esports, they are going to be facing a little bit of threat from their east side. Higbo's on Esports elsewhere. They've lost their IGL. We just saw Bunny get taken down. And I see, talking about Higbo's on Esports, this is what I've been talking about for a while now. Them taking rotations and losing bodies simultaneously has been a storyline that has gone on in the entirety of the wildcards, and I don't think Higbo's on have a solution to this problem.
Well, as of yet, they've got to figure something out right now. They've got to continue their journey with 3 players as of yet. That's the current situation they're in. No point dwelling in the past, I would say, for Myth Official as well. They do have a decent amount of rotation skills. Seems like they do have the hovercraft in play. Where did they get that hovercraft from? It's going to be the question here, because that was a very, very far rotation from them. But let's see, it seems like they are going to be waiting for the zone. And you know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for the prize pool to hit 4 crores, and we are 0.5 away. And with you guys watching at home's help, you guys just need to play more BGMI, and you'll be able to help boost the BGIS 2026 prize pool and also win exciting rewards for yourself.
I just wanted to clarify, we're not 0.5 away from 4 CRs, we're 0.5 billion points away from 4 CRs. But it's also very less, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We've already covered up more than 50 billion points. So you guys have been doing a phenomenal job inside of your game so far. All we just wanted to see that 4 number hit the 4 number hit the screens when we step onto the LAN, of course, inside of Chennai. But how many of the teams, or which are going to be the teams who will accompany us, is a big question to be asked. Myth Official, can they be one? Well, at least for the semi-finals, they are supposed to be one of those teams who should be packing up their bags. This team hasn't really played bad, to be honest, I see. Harshal, Lucifer, you see their individual performances. You would see them in the top 5 players every now and then, I guess.
Well, realistically, I'm going to give you a very, very sound number as well. 8 teams only will stand a chance to see semi-finals. Maybe 2 teams from the wildcard stages makes it in towards the grand finals.
Ooh, 2 teams from the wildcards. Now that is a tough number, to be honest.
I don't think I'll see 8 teams from the wildcard making the grand finals, though. I've never seen it happen.
100%. I feel like the teams who are in the semi-finals already, they're pretty strong. They're the creme de la creme right now as compared to the rest of the lobby. But the point is, when you actually play these matches, when you play in from the wildcards, you know you have got what it takes to handle that amount of pressure. Maybe inside of survival stage, maybe inside of semi-finals, there will be a time when you need to adapt that pressure and come out of it. And maybe, you know, teams from here take that learning and apply it. But elsewhere, Riot Nations and Igbo's on, they collide once again. Shots being fired. Igbo's on Esports in the middle of nowhere. Omega falls. This is the start of a blunder. And Riot Nations wants to finish this off quick. Shots from this DP28 hero does take a fall. Higbo's on Esports, now just 1 player who is still keeping this team alive.
I absolutely hate what Riot Nations is doing, and guess what? Higbo's is the one that gets slammed by this strategy once more. 4-man in vehicle, goes for a run and gun. Look at this, there's absolutely nothing they could have done. They just got completely ran over. They lose a player, but Nonex was able to hear all this commotion, decides to come and take a little sneak peek, but nope, not going to come in for this fight. Easy, going to be committing all his ammunition to try and get a couple of jabs more. Gets a little bit of restock. Seems like he is out of ammunition as well. The bodies of Higbo's, a BB Bison, and a Shoddy. Not exactly the 5.56 he was looking for as well. Not looking good for Higbo's, but at the same time, Riot Nations has strats.
Yeah.
Classic strats work in pro games, man.
Absolutely. I think sometimes you have to do something which is out of the book, and it seems like Riot Nation just pulled that page out of the book. Here, though, Reckoning Esports, you're going to be finding them towards shelters. They've got those bunkers available for themselves if they do want to keep the pressure on Nebula Esports. But in the X-ray vision, what we can find out is that Roman is currently challenging Phoenix, which shouldn't really be a good idea. Phoenix has been in a blinder for form lately, and Reckoning Esports currently looking to way back inside the top 8. It's not going to be easy.
Oh boy. Riot Nations now, seems like they are going to scrap the 4-man in one vehicle strat just because the vehicle is pretty much a damage here. They are going to pick up the vehicles from Hick Boson, but it's pretty much caught out in the open. Inimigos now driving past here. Adi, they did not spot him. Now, after shots comes through, they are going to hunt him down. He's pretty much pinned. He needs some sort of backup. Adi still juking his way through, but eventually falls through. The rest of Riot Nations has completely abandoned him. And that's going to be them paying the price this time because Inimigos strikes back with a strat of their own.
And they've done this for a while now. The third parties and the timings of it is brilliant. Usually on the map of Miramar, Inimigos showcase their class, but this time on Erangel, they did find first contact. What needs to be seen is how does Riot Nations kind of reply from this fight itself. They've lost that terrain. They've given up that high ground advantage. Do they still take shots or do they let Inimicals pass by? That will be a question. But elsewhere, Nebula Esports, they are taking some nades. Some flying action against Reckoning Esports, even though damage hasn't really been inflicted, I see.
Oh boy, we are seeing a near identical circle from yesterday as well. But that was from a different group as well. That's going to be a little bit interesting as well. Nebula this time has got Reckoning Esports kind of isolated as well. One of the players stuck inside the shelters. The rest has pretty much abandoned ship. And the circle is going to shift on towards the shelter region as well. Nebula decides if they want to play the northern approach here near the opens of the intersection to try and get a little bit of off angle for the next phase of the circle. So they have to hunker down. It is going to be a little bit risky, but if they are able to survive this ordeal in this compounds, they should be A-okay. But it seems like Windguard is going to take the museum for themselves. And they are not going to be able to do too much. They will have information, but I don't think they have angles to actually shoot from people outside here unless, you know, someday in the near future BGMI decides to have an update where there is a second floor in this halls to allow to get a little bit of a vantage pick here, which makes this compound ridiculously broken, I would say, if that happens.
Talking about broken Blind Rippers, are they going to be breaking the backs of 7 Aces in this one? 7 Aces out in the open. Of course, this Locks region isn't really the best to hold, but it seems like they're doing the job so far. Amijord finds the connection. 7 Aces with the early lead. Blind Rippers are looking to fly away from the situation, but can they connect with the last player? It's going to be my question. Lit Boy out in the open, does pull out his M4, take a couple of those shots, but Blind Rippers don't have any space to take a fight right now. Their best case option should be to try and move away from the situation, isn't it, Icy?
Ooh, tricky. They are right at the edge of the zone as well. There's not much options Blind Reapers can really do here. Low on meds, a little bit split off the pack. Prison is pretty much a death sentence, I would say. You are going to be sentenced to prison for sure. If you do not find your way out. Seems like Thunder Gods, they are hovering around the mountain terrains, which is pretty okay. It's still inside the zone. There's nothing super crazy they need to worry about. But now I'm curious on how 8-Bit is going to be able to approach this as well. Because 8-Bit, they started their first debut game in a blunder against Aurora. But after that, they were able to make comebacks after comebacks. It seems like they've just arrived into the circle. They have no idea where the teams are. And Inimicals is going to be the ones that actually stops them in the track. 8-Bit is going to try for their edge rotation here to try to find a zone to push in once more, but still uncertain on what should they be doing here. 15 seconds left. The circle is about to close in. It seems like stage 4 is where 8-Bit decides to go for a mad dash inside the zone. I think that's the strategy coming for 8-Bit.
35 points from the 6 matches that they've played so far. Team 8-Bit not really looking as solid as they used to in the days of their prime. What remains to be seen is what will that strategy be for 8-Bit right now. Haven't really seen Juicy and Sarang take those early battles for a while. And I feel like 8-Bit, that bit of aggression is kind of missing somehow. You've got the likes of Skips, you've got the likes of Sarang in your lineup. You know even Raiden can actually pull a trigger or two if needed. I don't really get to see why Team 8-Bit has been second-guessing their options so far.
Well, speaking of second-guessing themselves, the northwest corner is pretty much out in the open as well. Nobody's going to be looking for those contests, but look at this huge cluster of teams here, pretty much stuck on the outskirts, especially from the east side. Nebula Esports, they're pretty much in a prime position alongside Windguard. Those museum from Windguard alongside the compounds from Nebula Esports is going to be a big problem for any teams trying to push inside the zone. And if they directly challenge those compounds, they are going to risk getting shot in the back as well. So this is actually huge for both Nebula and Windguard. Meanwhile, teams outside the zone, Thunder Gods Esports, taking a couple fadeaway shots, looking to get some sort of connections, but there's just too many teams still alive in this zone, so it is going to be extremely messy. Somebody needs to thin the herd right now.
100%. Have a look at this. This is stage 4 already. Don't really get to see that much real estate. One stage 4 comes by and 15 teams are still alive. That is 56 players inside of the lobby. Definitely not going to be easy to maneuver around. Myth official this time finally found a break with big damage on. 7 aces out in the middle of nowhere. One of their comrades was taken down from the vehicle itself. Elsewhere, have a look at this. Team Tenzin Esports and Inimicals. They duke it out. It's an absolute brawl fest going on. Caesar still alive, gets on the vehicle, needs to move inside of the circle, and Inimicals have been eliminated. But Tenzin Esports, can they recover from the hurt, will be a big question.
Wow, what a save here coming from Zenfiro. He is going to try and save Cypher here, and fortunately for him, he's going to be able to get us a little bit of safety here. No teams is looking by. It's a little bit risky, but hopefully they are going to be able to find space inside the zone. This intersection is going to be a tough one to play to begin with. Reckoning Esports still hunkering down to the outskirts of shelter here to get some sort of a cover and high ground advantage. But seems like we are going to be seeing a little bit of slam here. Orb getting slammed in by Non-X as Non-X pushes through the shelter, takes them all out, and they will be able to get the full reset on the shelter as well. Nicely done coming from Non-X, but look at this, so many vehicles pretty much stacked in the entrance itself.
Yeah, it's like a backup plan. If you do get teams looking to slam in on you, those vehicles can actually be so helpful. Trying to fend off the aggression. Thunder Gods Esports this time still playing in from the edge of that bunker. Trying to hold on to the position. It's going to be extremely tough. Elsewhere, Reckoning Esports. Nades have been put to good use, to be honest. Coming in from the edge of the circle. It's not going to be an easy stretch for Reckoning right now. Initially, of course, they're going to be duking out against his Team Aesthetics, but from the backlines, they're going to be shots. Team Nebula as well have a little bit of visibility on top of them. This makes life so much more difficult for RGE. Coming out alive will be of prime importance. This is a massive game for them.
Well, seems like Statics is going to go for a slam here. Goodness, Non-X, they do get the first knock, but the hovercraft has blocked the entire entrance here for Non-X. But at the same time, can they push out is going to be a question as well. Arthur is still stuck at the corner as well. The Molotov almost clipping him. He does find himself a small little room to work with, but fortunately for him, there is a vehicle on the sides here where he can actually get some sort of safety net, but Static is going to be the next to fall here. Non-X, they lose Anonymous, but they do get up a decent amount of loot once more. And they further solidified their spots in towards this shelter entrance.
But problems is going to escalate, I say, because Non-X Esports, they are currently outside the circle. Tenzin just wrapping on the circle right at the edge, looking to gatekeep Non-X Esports. It's not going to be easy. And look at this, shots from the back lines. It is going to be the lads from Reckoning Esports, if I'm not mistaken. Non-X have so much problems for them ahead of them.
Oh my goodness, this is absolute pandemonium here. So many vehicles, they're all severely damaged. Non-X, they've got utilities, but they need to push into the zone. Its clock is ticking. Look at the zone as well. It is going to shift on towards the west side. Tenzin has a decent amount of compound, but let's take a look at what's happening on the west side. 8-bit, they had free reigns, but it seems like they are running into us a little bit of trouble here with Myth Official. Detrox getting them all pinned off. They've lost a couple players. But seems like 8-bit is still very much surrounded. Sarang goes in for the push to try and hunt down Lucifer, but the nades from Lucifer is able to find Skip. Sarang falls as well, and Juicy next one as well. Myth Official 2v3 against 8-bit. And it seems like only Juicy remains here, coming in from 8-bit from the sides. But this is not good here for 8-bit.
Absolutely, they're doing magic, of course, on the lobby. Elsewhere, Reckoning Esports, they decided to duke it out, and Non-X have been eliminated. Thunder Gods have been eliminated as well. Non-X, pardon me for that, one man is still left hanging by a thread, so I guess the team is still gonna be alive. But Reckoning Esports, what a slamming it was to snatch away the position from Thunder Gods Esports, but still gotta move, still outside the circle, still not exactly where the objective wants them to, demands them from. But of course, a little bit of peace for Red Force Esports as they move away from that aggression. The south side is kind of peaceful right now. Most of the teams, they have found alternatives towards the north.
Okay, Red Force driving out in the open, getting spotted out. See the Riot Nations and Non-X is going to be peppering shots. Rapido was able to secure 1 point, one in the hands of Riot Nations. So, feels bad for that team. But of course, 10 teams remaining. Everyone is still out in the open except for Nebula Esports, as well as Wingard, who has some sort of safety net right from the get-go. But as you can see, Blind Reaper swinging from the north side here. They are going to be chiming in. They do get the knock onto his Lucifer, but Detrox is able to get a trade off as well. Now in a 1v2 situation here coming from Detrox for Myth Official.
Detrox is playing like an absolute warrior right now. Looking to survive on these open terrains, just moving around finding his way around the lobby. Myth Official just holding on due to this lonesome survivor, but at the edge of the circle, I feel like this man can certainly play in for those position points. They have 5 points out of finishes already. If they do manage to land up about 2 to 3 points more, I would say that Myth Officials have had a good game in the bank. But of course, with Blind Rippers having spotted out his position, those nades, those pushes can actually come through. In fact, have a look at the DOA status. I see so many teams are surviving with just 1 player left alive. It's unusual.
It is truly unusual, but there's nothing much you can do. This circle is just so chaotic. It's pretty much out in the open. It seems like the circle is going to favor onto his Wingard. Nebula Esports now going to be peppering shots onto his Reckoning. Reckoning finally decides to go in for the slam. Adi looking to try and stop them. He's pinned towards the corner. Reckoning and Esports pushing in from the outskirts. They need the entire team to kind of back him up. Adi still buying a little bit more time, but the Molotov is going to force him out in the open, and he's going to go down. Nebula losing 2. Reckoning trying to push through, but Phoenix finds a return knock to take down 2. Now a 2 versus 2.
That is big coming in from Phoenix. Nebula Esports looking to wipe off their competition. Reckoning Esports, can they fight back will be a big question. Phoenix still looking to find those off angles, find those openings. Shotgun in hand, he finds the third. This man is going in for a 1v4 right now, and he finds it. Eliminates Reckoning Esports, and what a play it was. The Galaxy of Stars aren't really going to be enough for Phoenix Esports as Nebula stormed towards the circle.
What a clutch here from Phoenix. What a save. A save coming in from Phoenix is what kept things alive here from Nebula Esports, but now with the resets coming in, Tencent heard all this commotion, and they're trying to beat them down low. They need the reset. Kratos is up, but the health is low. They need to pick up Nomi from the sides as well. The nades are coming in, but no connection so far. Seems like Tencent, they are not going to be able to do too much here. But Nebula Esports, problem arise. The circle is going to force them out in the open. Smokes being set up. They need to push in towards those compounds here. Seems like Tencent was able to see that Nebula has given up all those compounds. At this time, Tencent is going to try and put the nail to the coffin on Nebula.
Oh yeah, the power dynamic in this fight just shifted so drastically as soon as Nebula got the recalls, they got the revives, pardon me for that. It seems like Tencent Esports had to quickly back off, and now they are closing in the distance. Tencent, they surely don't really have the numbers to counter Nebula Esports and their aggression. Hopes are high. They for sure have the confidence as well, but Nomi goes down. Nebula, this is the 2v3 right now.
Goodness, Phoenix.
This is Phoenix once again in top form, just gladiating around everyone. This is a performance and a half coming in from Nebula Esports. 7 eliminations being backed off, and now they've got control of the circle as well.
Oh my goodness, Nebula Esports shoot anything that moves, and Nebula Esports is able to get even more points here. 8 total points in the bag. Final 5 teams. Phoenix, you beautiful beast here. But now they have to continue on their journey with 3 players. They've lost Nomi, and they've got their restock coming in from Tencent. But as of yet, the circle giving them ample enough time to reset and figure out what's the next game plan. Because now on the outskirts here, 8-bit Juicy, last man standing. The nades are coming in. Blind Rippers know there is someone, but Juicy, he is safe and sound. He cannot move a muscle. Nades being pulled. Wants to go for a return nade. Goes for a Hail Mary. No connection. Blind Rippers knows there's someone in there. But it seems like for Lit Boy, he's going to try and snake his way through to try and get a jump on Juicy. But he's a little bit afraid that there may be more than just one players. 8-bit has to pull all cards here. Lord Juicy, the biggest clutch of his lifetime, is awaiting him. But can he do so? But meanwhile, Nebula getting slammed here from Riot Nations. Adi was able to survive. Again, another shot from Phoenix.
Finally out in the open, Nebula Esports are going to be struggling in. Adi, that was a beautiful dodge in against that run-in attempt coming in from Riot Nations. But this time, Nebula, of course, once again, are going to win these battles. Out in the open, they don't really have anything to fear. In the backlines, of course, you've got Kratos, Sharpshooter, has those lines of sight against Wingard Esports, and those shots, they are definitely making a lot of noise, to be honest. Even if they are not shipping away HP points, the vehicles will actually be put out of commission soon. Nebula Esports, they will have to battle the circle. However, Wingard have got the best spot in the house. Nebula Esports coming in from the outside. will certainly play a dark horse in this map.
Right now, Wingard, they're completely distracted by Kratos. He's just suppressing so much fire. And while this is happening as well, it does buy enough time for Adi and Phoenix to actually flank from the side. So Wingard has no clue that they are split off while this is happening as well. Blind Reaper's looking to try and chime in on towards Wingard. And as you can see, Wingard having center control, looking to dominate the battlefield. Lit Boy is down. Phoenix finds another pickle again. How is this guy finding finishes?
This is his game, to be honest. This man is a walking piece of art right now. And stopping him is nigh impossible. Nebula Esports channelizing their inner aggression, finding the villains in themselves. Finally looking to put a full stop in the rest of the team and their run inside of this particular map of Erangel. Finally, Blind Ripper, Zuxi finds a knockout. Phoenix has been shut down, potentially even taken away from the game as well. If Nebula keep on losing bodies, I see it seems like the chicken dinner might actually go away from their hands.
Oh my goodness, Adi tried to go in for the save, but Blind Reapers has got the pin. Oh boy, Zuxi almost getting the knock there. Phoenix is done for, but Adi will get a little bit of reset here. Meanwhile, Wingard has been laying down low. Final 3 teams, Adi gets the full reset. 2 versus 4 versus 1 situation here with Wingard smack in the middle, uncontested. And Blind Rippers losing Lit Boy. Kratos finds another finish, but interesting enough here, Salty, Wingard, 4 men alive with 0 finishes in this entirety of the game.
They didn't have to move at all. The circle was very merciful to them right from the start of Wingard. They just found themselves the best of spots and kept them hidden. Wingard yet to assert authority on the lobby for sure, but at least this chicken dinner would mean a lot to them, specifically on the overall standings. They need that resurrection back alive. Blind Rippers from the sideline, shots coming in from Adi, and they do manage to connect, in fact.
Wow.
Finds a connection on Zux, he takes him out. Left are going to be the 2 teams, Wingard Esports and Nebula Esports.
Oh my goodness, all the points in the hands of Nebula Esports once more. They're so much closer to qualify to the semifinals, and I think with this performance, they should be able to make it through. But at the same time, Wingard, oh no. The odds of them winning the winner chicken dinner extremely high, but is a chicken dinner with 2 points enough? I don't think so. They ran over Kratos. A 4v1 situation. Adi is pinned and he is going to go down. Wingard gets the winner chicken dinner. But unfortunately, there's only so much they could have done. Nice chicken dinner, but a nice little bounce back and domination coming in from Nebula Esports.
The domination was on a different level altogether. I think Phoenix just awakened himself. What was that clutch against Reckoning? In all honesty, I feel like a 1v4 I've seen majority in my career. But then against Reckoning Esports, finding those first 2 frags, it seemed impossible to land the next 2, but Phoenix just somehow found space to work with. And then again, man does not stop. Tenzin Esports arrives at the party and he's like, oh wow, more targets, huh? These guys are moving, let me shoot them down. This is absolutely mad stuff coming in from Nebula Esports, man.
Exactly, but at the same time, so Tenzin Esports, they tried their best to actually shut down Nebula Esports. They were just too late to actually join the party, and they were lacking in terms of numbers as well. It's just 2 players. But again, things that Nebula Esports tried to do in that situation was so awkward as well. Considering the fact that Adi was the first one to get picked off from the sides, called for backup, and they just could not find enough time to push through. Phoenix decides to create an off angle, they lose 2, gets a free lineup and take down members from Reckoning Esports. That was just insane. However, let's talk about the final moments here. Nebula Esports, this was a very interesting strat that they done. They intentionally left Kratos so that Phoenix and Adi can go for an off-angle flank, which they did, was able to shut down members from Blind Reapers. We were able to shut down members from 8-Bit as well. I think Juicy was the last player. I don't think he went down towards Nebula Esports. But even then, all this plays from Nebula Esports is all for one thing, which is farm finish points.
Absolutely, farm finish points, get more confidence, and then, of course, pack your banks for the semi-finals. They almost have 1 foot inside it, but of course, for now, Wingard Esports with the chicken dinner, they get themselves 12 points on board. Very crucial 12 points, by the way. Wingard Esports will be looking to breathe at least at the mid-pack stages of the overall standings. But I feel like Wingard, they're still searching for that big game. I see they are searching for back-to-back chickens right now. What will be difficult for them is to get those finish points on board simultaneously while getting those big chicken dinners as well.
And yeah, I agree. But at the same time, nice little recovery for Wingard Esports, gets themselves 12 points in total. But at the same time, is this what it takes to get yourself into the semi-finals? Because I don't know, was it luck? Was it skill? Just 2 finishes and a chicken dinner? I think that's the lowest winner chicken dinner I've seen since last year until now.
Hey, it's completely fine, man. That is my playstyle as well. Just stay hidden as much as you possibly can and try and capitalize when your opposition does not expect you. But you know what? I feel like going on to the semi-finals with that strat is, of course, is going to be tough luck. But I'm not counting out Wingod entirely. I've seen big games coming in from them. I've seen Apps and Infinity do really well in their firefight. So let's hold on to Wingod Esports for now. But my concerns are going to be with the 8-bit. Because I don't see them going anywhere. You have firepower, you've got experience as well, you've got land winners, land appearances so many times over and over again in that lineup, but somehow it seems like they don't see the objective of fighting it out. You don't see that attempt every time.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, the circle was kind of disgusting, I won't lie as well. Like, the two strongest compounds was in play, which was held by Nebula Esports and also by Wingod in the museum. Usually, we don't see endgame circles end towards that cove as well. A lot of teams tentatively use where Wingod's position is to try and hunker down and play and survive towards the endgame and then come out. But who would have thought the circle actually ended towards Wingod, which again did not allow Wingod a chance to peek out. Just because the moment they peek out, teams are going to be shooting them from every single direction. And again, yes, you got the winner chicken dinner, but I understand from Wingod's perspective, they can't peek out.
They can't peek out, and I'm pretty sure Nebula Esports aren't also going to be kicking themselves because this was a great performance coming in from 8 eliminations on Phoenix. So now you know all your players are back in top touch. Your Phoenix is playing at the best of his game right now. I've never really seen him peak anytime better than this. Kratos is back in form finally. Adi has been doing some amazing stuff inside of the game, and even Nomi, as a matter of fact. I think every one of Nebula Esports looks strong ahead of the semi-finals, and these are good signs for a team to have.
Yeah, it is truly indeed a good sign as well, but again, the chase continues. Okay, the grind continues. It's either you get up some serious points or you're out, you know? Back then, it's between 16 teams. Okay, fine, 16 teams, top 8, half the leaderboard, fine. But now it's not about 16 teams. This is 32 teams with 8 points. That means the top 8's points has to be really, really massive. And I think the safest for all the teams in the latter half here, 20 points per game is exactly where you want to be at to actually push in through. And for Wingod, this is a good sign, but it needs to be better than this.
This was a good sign for Wingod Esports, but you know, I think there's going to be one team who will really kick themselves for what happened in that game, and that has to be Bozon Esports.
Oh yeah.
That was an early elimination coming in through for HB, and nobody expected that. Right Nations, yes, of course, they are on the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but when they do decide to actually pounce on you, they are going to be hitting heavy, and it seems like Hig Bozon were not ready for it.
Yeah, I think Hig Bozon, in my defense as well, I would be in the same boat as well. Why would a random team group up in 4 guys in a vehicle come rushing through hunting down my members for what? The first 7 minutes. And Riot Nations turned off their brain, played the most basic strategy that you use in classic games, and made it work. But the moment they turned their brain back on and decided, hey, we are going to go for splits here, we're going to hold for compounds, things kind of fell apart for Riot Nations. It feels like they're not in sync. That's the right word, I would say. So the way that they made themselves in sync was getting 4 guys in the same vehicle, look at the same target, just shoot.
He wanted to say that their brains are the bottleneck, but he just sugarcoated it at the end stage, and he's like, alright, fine, they were not in sync, guys. Yeah, they just need to work on the sync together. But nonetheless, I still feel like for Hig Bozon Esports right now, it's going to be tough times. It's going to be times of distress, it's going to be time of pandemonium, because they are slipping down and potentially out of the top 8 as well. And speaking of 8, one man who absolutely ate in the last game has to be Phoenix from Nebula Esports, and he also has 8 finishes, by the way.
Yeah, this was an insane run here. Like, I think Nebula Esports getting this massive performance is kudos towards Phoenix as well, because he was definitely the savior for Nebula Esports. If not, Reckoning Esports would have shut them all down, and maybe Reckoning Esports would have pulled the bigger amount in that scenario. But with that being said, joining him here with this insane clutch coming from Phoenix here for the top players, we also have Checker coming from Red Force, we have Easy from Riot Nations, we have Caesar from Tencent, and also Rapido from Non-X. And true enough, Riot Nations, this is good, you know, in my defense, like, playing in sync, going for this unorthodox playstyle is catching our teams off guard, and it may have just worked out in their favor, because with that performance, they got themselves 10 points from this game.
Yeah, 10 points is massive, ladies and gentlemen. Win got as well. They get themselves 12 points with the chicken dinner. And Nebula, of course, 19 points. Just wreaked havoc in that one. But I'm still concerned for the teams like 8-Bit right now. 6 points, not really too much on the overall leaderboard. Myth official as well. We were talking about, can this team hold on to their position inside the top 8? Seems like they're slipping down either. Reckoning Esports. Now, that is where concerns are going to lie, because this is a team who could have actually hit heavy, but against Phoenix, they were clueless.
Well, I kind of agree. I won't deny that as well. But at the same time, nice little recovery as well from NonX, was able to shut down the members coming from Shelter. But again, that circle was so hard to play. It was just open fields after open fields. You do see slams after slams. It came down to just individual clutch moments. And I think Phoenix, being one of the biggest standouts in this game as well, we do have to talk about the rest of the teams that are trying to scramble from points. But even then, everyone was just struggling in this game.
Everyone was struggling, and now, honestly, all of a sudden, I feel like there are going to be a lot of suitors for those initial few spots in the top 8. I feel like Nebula Esports, they have 1 foot already. So the first spot is gone. You've got Victor Summers, Vanguard chasing closely next to them. So I think that the top 3 slots are almost confirmed. There's going to be no changes in that. What remains to be seen is, can the bottom 4 teams still retain their spot? Because I'm pretty sure K9 Esports, they are pushing up.
Yeah.
There is True Rippers going down, Reckoning Esports going down. You know, it's stressful, man. At the ending stage of Wildcard, my brain is just going haywire at this point, man.
Yeah, the pressure is on from NonX and also Reckoning in this particular group, because Nebula, with this performance, has created a little bit of a vacuum here. So teams like 8-Bit also looking to try and scuffle here. But for now, we're going to be taking a little bit of a short break here. And right after this break, we'll bring in a new, fresh map for you guys to figure out how things are going to be done here. See you guys right after this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the last game certainly turned up the heat quite a notch, but now it's time we go back inside of the battlegrounds and see for ourselves what happens in the wildcards. This is day 3 you're watching, and you are watching BGIS 2026 to discuss the rest of the matches. We've got iSuper Johnny back on the panel as well, and I love the fact that you come right at the juncture when the top 8 is finally starting to take shape. Johnny, you've got Myth Official out there, who majority of our talents think that they might actually be slipping out of the top 8. I want to know your thoughts.
I mean, the drop in momentum has been there from the side of Myth. Yesterday, they were kind of able to balance it out, so I still have hope for Myth. With Detrox being there, I think the hope even goes higher, because you never know when that map is going to pop off. But apart from that, I think Wingod had a pretty interesting run in that previous game of Erangel. I do not know what 12 points is going to change for them on the overall leaderboard, to be honest.
Absolutely. But, ladies and gentlemen, 12 points. Not 12 points exactly. 0.5 billion points on Discovery Island is going to make our prize pool of BGS 2026 reach 4 CRs. And let me just tell you, 0.5 billion points is absolutely nothing. You guys have done much better.
Yeah.
We're very close to touching 4 CRs, which would make BGS 2026 the highest prize pooled esports event in India itself. And we want to break that record. Without your help, it won't be possible. So make sure you check out the games and play your matches inside of Discovery Island. But of course, coming back to the conversation of the top 8, Johnny, there is of course going to be pieces of concerns in teams like Higbos on Esports as well. Last game was a flop the entire day. Yesterday was a flop. After a good start in the wildcards, how do you lose momentum that way?
I have no idea. Higbos on, as you said, a phenomenal start for them on day number 1. Day 2, there was a drop, but day 3 is turning out to be a nightmare for Higbos on 61 points. They're still just at the cutoff. They're on the verge of making it, but they need that safety cushion to work with. Right now, again, it's just Nebula Esports that have kind of surpassed our expected cutoff, which was 100 point. Apart from that, everyone else is still lurking in the 90s. And one topic of conversation, well, we touched upon it a little bit earlier, me and IC, but I think now we can actually start talking about the fact that Nebula is making a vacuum, and the cutoff could actually be lower than everyone's expectations. It could very well be between 85 to 90 points as well.
It's a very good region. It's a very good range, to be honest. But you know, it's going to be still concerning for a lot of teams in the second half, because having played 7 to 8 matches already, some of them even have played 10 games for themselves. Not 10 games, pardon me for that, 7 and 8 majority of them. How do you touch the 70 or the 80 point marker? You're still sitting at 36 points. I'm talking about teams like, you know, Gods for Reason, Red Force Esports, even Mysterious 4X Naksh. I think they had a brilliant start to the grind. They were giving us some blinder performances, but all of a sudden come wildcards, they just absolutely lose shape.
I mean, on the leaderboard right now, it still feels like a possibility is there for these teams to push through, considering the 8th position. The team on the 8th position is somewhere around 62, 63 points. If you are in those 30s, you need about 25 points. You get to a fighting position, and then you start chasing down the 8th spot.
The target, yeah.
Yeah, start chasing down the target from there. So that one big momentum building performance is definitely needed. But again, with every single game that you play, with every single opportunity that you miss, that door for the semi-finals, it's closing every single time.
100%, and that is supposed to be happening as well. And I'm pretty sure majority of the teams who are, you know, watching it from the sidelines, who don't really have the matches in the next one, they must be praying that, oh God, somebody from the other group, please don't overtake us. And that is what happens in a round-robin format as well. Yeah. Your days are kind of like a mess. You don't really know if you are going to be playing matches on a trot, because that helps with momentum building. Once you don't really play matches on a trot, I feel like it just becomes random. You have to be omnipresent every single time.
Pretty much. Plus, I love how the wildcard stages, the format has been set up for the wildcard stage as well, because you have a few days where everyone's playing the equal amount of matches, and then you have these two groups, Group A and B, that get an opportunity to just basically stack a performance on particular days. Today is going to be a day for Group B, but again, C and D as well, they are fighting it out. And again, things have gotten very intense in the overall leaderboard. We keep talking about it. I think so far it's just one team that we can count out. I believe it was FTR with like 7 points in 7 matches. So yeah, that's the only team that's done. Everyone else, 25 points per game. Maybe they push through. And it all can begin from this upcoming match. The map is going to be Erangel. Here we go.
Well, the big bird goes back up the skies and we are flying on top of Erangel once again, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, our passengers this time isn't going to be from groups A and D. Well, it's going to be groups A and C duking it out on this particular matchup. The flight path, of course, very vertical. In fact, starting off from military base towards Severny. Still want to find out if the teams can go to their desired locations. But Johnny, I'm expecting an absurd circle. I'm expecting something weird, something which tests these teams. Because you know what? Nobody's a fan of the ordinary. So hoping for not a basic Erangel circle this time. Of course, big leaps have come in from G9 Esports today. Phoenix Esports as well did get themselves a big game. But this is an opportunity to secure your slot inside of the top 8. And Phoenix would not want to miss out on that opportunity.
Pretty much. I think Phoenix today have had an incredible build of momentum. And they should try their level best to keep things rolling that way. But for this particular match, I think my eyes are locked on Higbozon. It has been a very, very major upset for them. And they're still struggling to climb their way out of that ditch outside of the top 8. But look at this right off the bat. Salty, we have an early drop clash. Aesthetic, my apologies, could be in some trouble. They're dropping quite close to another squad that is going to be Inimical. Shot being fired by the players of Inimicals. They're trying to get that early pick, trying to get the early advantage, but they haven't found contact yet. Breathing room for either sides in the early stages of this conflict.
Inimicals Esports, they've had their moments of brilliances in the past. They did get themselves some brilliant knocks, some brilliant wipeouts as well. They've wiped out teams in a flash, but when it comes to being consistent on all different maps, I think that is exactly where Inimicals, they do take a little bit of drawback. Not really so versatile on every single one of their maps. Rondo has been one big problem for Inimicals so far, but having a look at the map spread, having a look at the teams out there, it seems like no real cluster is forming, Johnny, apart from the regions of maybe Yasnaya Poliana. You've got FTR and Victor Summers in there. Even for military base, you've got two teams, T7 Esports and Blind Rippers. This has always been a case, these two teams duking it out, and only one comes out alive.
Yeah, I love the fact that even Blind Rippers aren't really afraid to charge towards this fight, because Blind Rippers dropped right on the C building. They got that early control. T7 forced towards the southern edge, but just struggling for loot in the smaller compounds. And yet, both these teams, they go for a pounce against each other. A little bit of a strat check as to what the opponent was thinking as well. And after that initial shot exchange, both of them walking their separate ways. But that's not going to be the case over here. Aesthetic, Vibro, he's stuck on this slope, waiting for his teammates to show up. The backup has arrived, but the players from Inimicals also are looking to move in. And I just saw a VSS. Yes, there is a VSS and a Volt action on this man, Jat, but it's going to be difficult to make things work. These weapons aren't ideal, and Inimicals will have a massive weaponry advantage against him. They are isolating him. Mafia drops out of that coop, waiting for Jat to go for a peek. But before that, Inferno in the backlines is going to be dropped, and it is always finding a frag. Aesthetic just dismantling Inimicals in a matter of seconds. 3 players down and out for the count. The last man, I think he only has one option. Just run away and hope you stay alive.
Absolutely. Aesthetic, brilliantly done over there. It's never easy to spot out these lads coming in from different angles and directions. Because this time, of course, they are going to get picked off. Cosmic was the last man who has been shut down. Team Aesthetic, quite clean, to be honest. All players sharing a finish each. To start things off, the first team to actually get a squad wipeout on the map itself. But still feel like Aesthetic, they kind of started too late, to be honest.
Yeah.
Their trend on the overall standings isn't really going to go far up. But elsewhere, towards Yasnaya, we do have two teams lying pretty close to each other. You've got Nebula Esports and FTR. And FTR in the last game were looking like they were about to dominate, were looking like they can potentially cause problems for the other team. This time, once again, they are the first ones to go down.
And yeah, I think Nebula is just going to put a lot of pressure on FTR. There's the second knock. Players out into the open. Frozen, he's trying to run away for his life. But Phoenix, he has his position. Sees the man running away, gives up on him. Nebula, they're just going to be happy with causing damage to FTR and their strat in this game. 2 players from the side of FTR shut down. We do have Adi, who's still on a hunt, trying to see if he can find another point. See if they can completely shut down Frost Rex, but Frost Rex with the Thompson frozen. Oh no! It was the S12K right in his face. An easy knock and gets panned away to the lobby. Nebula, they're definitely starting to cook over here. A team that's already had a big advantage on the top of the leaderboard doesn't seem to know when to stop.
Yeah, they certainly don't. Nebula Esports, 3 finishes on the block already. They are moving close towards Phoenix Esports, and I feel like this is where Phoenix can certainly exert a dominance. Pochinki has been their home ground. They know every single nooks and crannies, of course, and can actually maneuver around to use terrain to their advantage. What remains to be seen is where does the final circle does land, because if it is anywhere near Pochinki, Phoenix Esports might actually settle their differences and put themselves, put a pin on the fact that they are going to be in the top 8. Elsewhere, of course, Team TRX going up against Gods for a reason. Hexy this time just waiting for his opportunity to pounce. Johnny, it's going to be a good fight, but both these two teams, they need a lot of big numbers.
Yep, they really need big numbers. But it might be easier for Gods for Reason to qualify than TRX. TRX not really doing that well. Gods for Reason, Hexy, by the way, this is one of those players that whenever you see him, whenever we are spectating him, in fact, I always personally get very excited. You never know what to expect. And that kind of is the problem for Gods for Reason as well. It's a double-edged sword because there are moments. This is a team that likes to take a lot of risk in terms of approaching team fights, in terms of their setups, in terms of execution as well. And problem with taking that amount of risk is that it won't work out every single time. So we do see those big performances, but we also see a lot of inconsistency from the side of Gods for Reason. Hexe, though, getting pushed by the players of TRX, and he's just waiting around the corner. The first man drops out the house, and TRX instantly lose him. What a bait coming from Gods for Reason. They set it up. Hexe constantly pulling the pin of the nade. Wanted TRX to think that he was alone, but the setup from the surroundings was good enough. And TRX on the verge of getting destroyed. In fact, there it is. The squad has been eliminated.
There's a brilliant execution coming in from Gods for a Reason. All of these players coming in tandem. The utility usage, the smokes just caused a distraction enough that Gods for a Reason find the opening and, of course, push forward as well. Can't really take anything away from TRX. I feel like that was a good fight, but you know, you were talking about consistency, Johnny. You were talking about how to cover up your losses when the games don't really end up on your behalf. I think that is something you can learn from Nonix Esports as well. Nonix has been one such team who, in spite of the fact of whether or not the circle remains on top of you or goes away from you as well, Nonix will find a way to be there in the top 5, gain at least 5 to 7 points from just one matchup. That way they keep themselves around the top 8 or potentially inside the top 8. And then, of course, they keep on chasing their big games as well. I think that has been the key to success in the wildcard so far, but not many teams have been able to replicate that strat.
Pretty much. I think it's difficult to play on the back foot as well. Whenever you're pressured in a corner, decision-making suddenly goes off for a lot of these names. And it makes sense. You're struggling, you're panicking to see, all right, what were the mistakes being made, and you do not have a lot of time to fix them, especially in the wildcard stage. You're playing every single day. You're forced to make changes on the fly, and if they don't work out, you have to deal with the result then and there. But let's see. Just a few more matches to go. You never know, out of nowhere, any one of these teams just shows up, drops a 30 bomb, and now they are also part of the race again. That can also happen. But looking at the POV of Victoris Sermus, it's quite impressive that they found the breaching point of the play zone, but pushing further from here, it's going to be tough. And I have to say, today Phoenix is getting quite lucky with all of these Pochinki circles, man.
Yeah, it's not just Phoenix Esports, the team. Even Phoenix from Nebula Gaming as well has been very lucky in the last game, just got 8 eliminations as well. So, seems like a good day for all the Phoenixes out there. But what remains to be seen is, can Victoris Sermus can finally gain that big chicken that they've been chasing for a while now. And this is also one of those teams who, in spite of their drops in form, in spite of their dips as well, just find themselves those crucial position points and finish points.
Yeah.
To not really drop down on the overall standings. I feel like that is just so important in today's day and age, especially since you are competing against 32 teams, but only 8 makes it to the semi-finals.
Well, yeah, it's quite a tough task to survive this bracket. But that's what makes it more exciting as well. I mean, so many competitors, and all of them kind of teams that are very well refined. You expected them to do well in the earlier stages, but here they are. And now, since there's no more room for error, you're seeing them deliver their best. Teams like Nebula Esports, who gave us a little bit of a surprise. That run of theirs after the grind ended did not match what we saw from Nebula the entirety of 2025, but now this is the team that I was looking forward to, so I'm really happy to see them play like this.
Yeah. I mean, hoping they can actually take forward the momentum to the LAN stages that come by. I think these players, they are veterans by now, even Phoenix and Nomi as well, who are younger in terms of experience, but they do have that LAN value that they can certainly add. Last season, Showdown was one such occasion where Nebula Esports was absolutely shut down so many teams, and this time, once again, just taking the lads from FTR out of commission was brilliant. But you know what, Johnny? I feel like there are some big names, or rather some really talented names who might just be missing out. I'm looking at H4K right now, and I'm really concerned about them. I feel like this is one of those teams who has so much potential. Sujal has been playing brilliantly. H4K, the movements around the circle, the way they take their fights is brilliant, but somehow in the wildcard stages, it seems like they are not being able to rack up enough points. They are still in the mid-pack, though.
True, but I think H4K for them, the story has been the same for years now. Every single time we see the roster of H4K, they have talented players, they have potential to make big plays, and again, since this is an upcoming name, we always see them try to make an impact, try to make their presence known inside of the lobby. But they've never, I don't think I remember seeing them on LAN finals, doing well on the LAN finals for that matter. So that's the one achievement that they lack, and I think this could have been an opportunity for them, but maybe I think we are going to have to wait a few more months to see them, well, make another run for the LAN final stage for an official, hopefully.
I'm hoping they actually get a big game, maybe today itself.
If they do, I think they're going to be back in the race, so they need like a 30-point match.
Pretty much, I think they are just away from the race, just missing it by a whisker. So H4K, one good game, please. Come on, God, you can actually do that and make that happen. You look at their performances, right? You look at Rage God, you look at Wizard as well, constantly getting those 4 frags, 3 frags on the block, even on the map of Rondo as well. H4K, under pressure, just proved their worth. And it'll be very sad if they miss out on a run to the semi-finals from here on out. They've got 51 points, by the way, not too far away from the standings.
Yes, not too far away, as you mentioned. Again, I think from here, a 30-point game can actually transition into giving them a safety cushion as well. But then it's the most tricky question of all. If H4K moves in, or if Higbozon moves in, then who slips out of the top 8? T7, well, their slip has been happening for a while now, even in this game, spotted out by Myth Official, and in fact, it's the Danger Man from the side of Myth Official, Detrox, who kicks things off. The first player from the side of T7 drops. Now the rest of the team also has been spotted out in the back line, and Myth Official, they are not going to let this go, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, why not? If you have a point lingering around right in front of you, might as well try and occupy them. Myth Official on the other side, I think this has been a team who is trying to be consistent, but consistency is very different from passiveness, in my opinion. It's not about just holding a particular spot and ending the game with like 5 or 6 points. I feel like Myth Official can do so much better if they let their inner demons loose. If you let Lucifer loose, if you let Harshil loose, these lads are going to get you those finish points. Myth Official have been focusing on the wrong things for a while now. Let's find out if they can convert this game. Playing in from the edges, once again, a big drawback for Myth Official.
Yeah, it's a massive, massive drawback, and now I think it's the gatekeepers that can result in an early elimination from Myth. Look at where they are moving in from, right in the middle of Phoenix and Nebula. But, surprise, surprise, Victoria Somas are going to be the ones taking a beating, and that too at the hands of H4K. Something we did not expect, but good for H4K, hoping to see them hit that double-digit marker in terms of finishes in this match. Phoenix on the other front, just simply moving in towards the southeastern edge of the play zone, getting easy control of those shacks. Nebula Phoenix, though, this man is just hiding inside of his vehicle, waits for Daddy from the side of Myth to step out, but doesn't really get the frag for his team. And in fact, Nebula, oh no, Detrox, did he get all of them? He got 3.
He got 3-4 for Myth Official, but finally he did get knocked out. Myth Official for them. I think preserving their man numbers will be of prime importance.
Yeah.
They have secured the eastern boundary of the circle for sure, but they still do have threats remaining. But the revive should be there at any moment in time. We did see Phoenix Esports closing the distance against Myth Official, but I think after those shots, even Phoenix is going to back off.
Yeah, by the way, apologies. Detrox got 2 because he got 1 from the fight against T7. And Nebula was down to 3 players, but I think Myth winning this fight kind of gives them a certain amount of edge control towards the eastern edge. They will have to figure out how to avoid direct line of fire from Phoenix Esports.
Yeah.
But an awkward situation between Tenzin and Blind Rippers and Blink as well, as all 3 teams find each other circling in the open. Shots fired from the players of Blink on Blind Rippers, but no contact. And Blind Rippers, they're charging for the players of Victoria Stormers. This happened unknowingly. They did not realize these compounds had players inside of them, and now Blind Rippers are about to pay a very heavy price for this.
But even then, Johnny is live. He finds a frag to actually cut down their losses. Victoria Summers, they don't really want to lose bodies in this fight. Blind Rippers, if they can come out and maybe with yet another frag, it would have been a good day for them. But Victoria Summers shut them down. 2 players left alive and 4 finishers on the block. But for sure, Victoria Summers, I think that their position has been hampered. They were the controllers of the North. They were the ones who were dictating the pace of the game. Now, since they have been thinned out, since they have been taken down, Edge 4K striking first might actually call upon Doomsday for them. Victoria Summers is the last man left alive. Mafia with the shotguns almost about to wipe it through, but Edge 4K live through and they live in style. 2 eliminations secured, but all 4 players still standing tall, Johnny.
Saved by the bell, the players of H4K. They could have been taken out of here. And again, a reminder, H4K needs a big game to find the edge, to find the safety net inside the top 8 bracket. Same goes for Higg Boson, as they are in a midst of a very critical fight, taking on the players from Tenzin. 2 finishes secured by Higg Boson, looking for a few more. And they hear the commotion between Nonix and Phoenix Esports. Nonix, the player spotted out. Omega still resisting the urge to pull the trigger. He does not have enough ammo on the M4 to work with, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. It's completely fine, though. Higg Boson on the other side, they do have Tenzin Esports extremely close to them. The shots get fired. I'm pretty sure even Nonix will arrive at the party. Nonix particularly loves those third-party situations for their team. It has been one of their key factors, which has given them a lot of points without really tagging in so much damage numbers. But meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, the circle does shift up. We are moving up north. It is Phoenix Esports who are still going to be in control of the circle. H4K at the dot center. Higg Boson, meanwhile, still looking to fend off the aggression against Tenzin Esports, looking to clean up the way and then, of course, put them inside of the zone. But it's not going to be easy. Higg Boson Esports have been struggling in their firefight for now.
It seems like so was FT. Oh, down to the last man. Kaiser goes out. What happened to Tenzin, though? Just a few moments ago, we see this entire team with all its players, and now they're just down to Bunny, the last man left alive. And he's in such a big, bad situation. Look at the radar. The cluster around him is immense. Someone is bound to push that shack just like he did, but let's see how that turns out. On the other side, Blink getting gate kept by the players of Higg Boson and Aesthetic towards that western edge. And I guess due to the pressure, Blink are going to move along the southern edge of the circle, but that just means they're going to end into the arms of Phoenix Esports.
It's going to be bad for Blink, to be honest. This rotation might actually call upon their demise. Phoenix Esports, though they're also on the move, and right in between them, if I'm not mistaken, I did spot the lad from T7 Esports either. It's going to be an interesting cluster. Stranger starts taking shots. Blink Esports weren't really aware initially, but Stranger still finds connection. Blink Esports trade has been brilliant, but from the back lines, Mayak will find that angle on Viper and can be crucial.
I think at this point, Nonix need to be the ones making this bounce, put pressure on both these sides, but Brilliant move from the players of Phoenix. They are still managing to stay alive one after the other. The players of Blink have started to fall. The man on the other hill, Mayank, is going to be the big danger man for Phoenix to deal with. Jayesh with a nade. Oh no! This is the end for Blink. That nade from the players of Phoenix was just perfect. Mayank all alone getting charged. And will get shot in the face by Simp. 6 eliminations on the board for Phoenix Esports. And this steady climb keeps Phoenix in a very nice position on the overall leaderboard. Talking about Nonix, I guess this has to be the end. Oh, maybe not. Arthur, he just becomes the savior for the players of Nonix. A 1v2. It's not a clutch, but Higbozon already under pressure by the players of Phoenix. The nade, it ricochets off the wall. And Arthur, he stays alive. A 1v1. That's all he has to clutch against Omega. He has the S12K as well. Omega around the corner. The shots from the players of Phoenix and NON. They push through. Higbozon are the ones eliminated. Phoenix Esports, they're causing a lot of chaos over here on this hill.
This is so sad for Higbozon Esports, to be honest, because they were in no place to get eliminated. Numbers advantage, they have the position advantage as well, but yet somehow they just get called into a booby trap that was set up by Arthur and Nonix. That was a brilliant game plan to just drive them under pressure, bring them out of their covers, and then of course Phoenix Esports from the backlines, those shots were brilliant. But can Arthur now make it inside the circle will be the big question. Phoenix Esports marking his exit. As soon as he steps out of that shack, I'm pretty sure Somraj is going to put a couple of bullets in his skull.
I mean, but Phoenix is already doing quite decent, Salty. I think the fact that H4K is still in the match with all 4 players is what gets me the most excited. We were just talking about the fact this team needs a big performance, and there is still a hope for a big performance from H4K. 3 finishes on the board. With the players' advantage and with the control of this open position, I think they can win this game. But Arthur is getting pressured by Phoenix. I think he's trying to decide where to go for the shotgun or the nade. Well, doesn't matter. Jump shots from Viper, and he gets that frag for his team. That's the cleanup. NON done and dusted. And now we're down to the top 7.
Huge props to Viper over there. I think he steps up every time Phoenix Esports are in danger, and he is the man to call for. Of course, Phoenix Esports will be looking to get a lot more, but look at H4K just mowing down the lawn. The Wizard just hammering down those shots. Aesthetic has been wiped off, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. 7 eliminations on board for H4K. And they're looking to keep piling on that pressure. God, for a reason as well. They've been spotted. Wizard through the smoke as well. He knows exactly where those shots needs to be connected. G4R, they are moving towards Myth Official for sure, but are they going to be able to take this fight and the compound away from Myth Official? It's going to be a question.
Yeah, it's definitely a big question, and I think it is going to be a tough answer from the players of Myth. It all comes down to Detrox, and he has the info to work with as well. The Molotov denies the corner for the players of Gods for Reason to work with. Lucifer in the backline's knocked out. And Myth really need a revive, but the pressure continues to build. Detrox drops, looking for a 1v2. Hex is waiting for him on the other side, but Spirit falls. And Myth Official, they're trying the level best to bring this fight back, but Detrox, he's going to get knocked out, and that is a wrap for the players of Myth. Gods for Reason, also another team hoping for a comeback. 9 eliminations on the board are there. If they can get a chicken dinner, 20 points, I think that kind of gets them really close inside of the top 10.
Yeah, it does get them really close. Gods for a Reason. This can be the game of a comeback, to be honest. But to actually get there, you will need to clean out at the final third of the game. It's not going to be easy.
Salty, we have 2 teams with big comebacks in this game. Gods for Reason, H4K. Who are you rooting for?
I think I'm going to go with H4K. There's no way H4K loses this game.
Well, then I'm just going to make things interesting and go for Gods for Reason. Well, Mudit hasn't he been here for the longest time? He's still alive. Man refuses to give up. Well, unfortunately for him, Phoenix Esports know where he is.
Yeah, but the nades are still not striking him. And looking at the number of clutches we've seen unfold in front of us today, I'm not going to be making any predictions. Pardon me for that. I think I'm going to hold on my thoughts. T7 Esports are still going to be a threat, at least to spoil the games for someone else. Phoenix Esports, on the other side, I think they've been making steady climbs. We've been talking about it for sure. 9 eliminations this time. Once again, looking for a big chicken dinner on board. That just means that Somraj would reach yet another semi-finals of yet another BGIS.
I think that has to be the goal for this team. No other way about it. But this 1v1 against Mudit, that's keeping them at bay. On the other side, H4K Eyeing for the chicken dinner, the spray on the players of Gods for Reason as their back is getting pushed by the blue. And Hitman takes a ton of damage to his face. But Wizard is going to be forced to reset. In H4K, they have to realize that they have priority of the play zone. Avoid contact with the players of Phoenix. And Gods for Reason will get eliminated by themselves. H4K needs to start focusing on the chicken dinner. Nothing else will do. They need the chicken dinner. They need those 10 points.
Yeah, but you also can't overcomplicate it as well. A couple of those players, you can see the split coming through from H4K. They're playing from outside the zone. They're trying to take shots against Gods for a reason without taking this fight against Phoenix Esports. It can be detrimental. I know you are expecting a lot more points. Getting God for a reason and Phoenix both would give you 8 more finish points, but that's just too risky. That is also asking for too much. Elsewhere, Phoenix Esports and G4R, they started duking it out. The airstrikes come through, and this should be the opportunity for H4K to start pouncing on. And that is exactly what Sujil is doing from the distance. Wizard, though, closing in the distance. I'm not really sure what the plan is, but Phoenix Esports for sure might get distracted because of this man.
Yeah, I mean, they can be. And that is going to be a very brutal distraction. But H4K, look at them. They realize that there's opportunity for them to control the plays on while Gods for Reason and Phoenix are fighting, and that's what they do. Phoenix Esports down another player. Somraj himself gets knocked out. Gods for Reason have the opening, and they are going to put additional pressure. But the counter nade from Wizard, it finds 2. Hexe and Spirit traded out. Phoenix Esports given a second chance at life as H4K, they show up hungry for blood, looking for eliminations, and the distraction is enough. Simp, he does manage to find a few extra points, picking off the players from the set of H4K. The favor repaid, not in kind though. And now the numbers pretty much from these 3 sides are equal. This game could still go any way. And because all 3 teams are down to the last 2 players, even Mudit can show up and clutch out a chicken dinner now.
100%. There's a big chance that T7 Esports can actually walk away with the win right now. Phoenix Esports, though, a lot lies on the shoulders of Sim this time because Viper gets picked up. That is a big finish coming in for Gods for a reason as those nades keeps on coming through. For Sim, the game plan is simple. Try and keep yourself put. Try and close in the distance. Maybe then against G4R, you're going to find the opening. Now have a look at this. Numbers outnumbered here. The advantage against him. Phoenix Esports get absolutely shut down. And that leaves us with the top 3 teams. You've got Gods for a reason. You've got H4K. And then you've got T7 Esports.
Yeah, but I think with the man advantage, Gods for a reason should be able to close out this match. Or maybe not. Mac, he wants to keep things interesting. Finds a knock. Oh, he should really not push out into the open for that revive. If he gets spotted out, he's done for, and there's a gap in the smoke as well, so Hitman should be able to see him. Well, there's the finish onto Rage God. He's done for. And now it's just Mac and Mudit against the entire forces of Gods for Reason, and even Hexe is still left standing.
All of a sudden, for T7 Esports, situation just keeps on getting better and better. Initially, they were getting pummeled by the plans of Phoenix Esports. Now, Phoenix Esports is absolutely nowhere. They've been shut down, God for a reason. Meanwhile, I think they do not have an idea where exactly Mudit is. But for sure, they know exactly where Mac is, and they are getting drawn towards him. Just makes Mudit that man who can land the final nail in the coffin, potentially walk away with 10 plus points. And I'm pretty sure his teammates are praying for exactly that.
Yeah, I think that's what they're hoping for. But let's see if they succeed as well. Oh, Mudit has been spotted out. But the damage trade, it's good enough. Mudit stays alive for a few extra seconds. Finally, Mac gets him 10 points on the board for H4K. And the nade could be the final nail in the coffin, but no. Ricochets to the other side. It's still a 1v3. Mac fighting for his life. Does not have enough ammo, but a lot of util to work with, by the way. He needs an opening knock, but Hitman's position, it's not known. And Mac drops to a sliver of HP. Gods for a reason. Well, an easy cleanup towards the end comes through as Hexe is going to be the man claiming that final frag. And the turnaround from G4R was very impressive. We wanted H4K to go for the win. G4R ended up with the win. Well, the team with the number 4 ended up with the win. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, happy situation. Both of them have a comeback now.
You know, if the math for the top 8 wasn't complicated already, now we have yet another entrances. So somehow I feel like the amount of grey matter that is there in my head, it's kind of falling short to do all of these calculations right now. I don't know who stands where, man. H4K had a good game, G4R had a good game. Nebula Esports, all of a sudden, they wake up, they keep on playing.
They keep on playing. H4K gets 16 points from this game. And Gods for Reason, I think 20 plus points. So both the teams kind of drag themselves into the fighting position for that 8th spot for the few extra slots that remain inside of the qualification bracket. And surprisingly, the teams at the top are the ones slipping up. Phoenix Esports. Today, I think at the start of the day, we felt like, all right, this could be the start of the gears finally rolling, everything working together for Phoenix. But even in this game, I think they got eliminations, but it could have potentially also been their chicken dinner, that high ground advantage that they controlled for a long time. It just got wasted all because they did not want to push Mudit for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason that plan kind of completely failed. But I feel like for Phoenix Esports, they do not really have a lot of reasons to worry about. They have got a handful number of matches left, but God for reason in this one, just break all barriers. 25 points from one game, 15 eliminations being found. That is a lot of success for this team for sure. And if they can manage consistency in the rest of the games that remain, I feel like Gods for Reason can certainly compete for the top 8. But again, concerns for Higbozon, concerns for the other teams who are trying to make it inside. Even Kalinga Esports, as a matter of fact. I think these are going to be some big names who have already fallen out of the top 8 and now are going down even further.
Pretty much, and I think if any of them end up slipping out of the top 8 bracket and missing out on the semi-finals, I would love to see what the team that replaces them, where do they end up? Because, again, I think this is turning out to be a pretty awkward situation for everyone that's involved in the wildcard stages. The teams themselves are failing to sort of keep the calculations going. All right, this is where we need to get our average to, or this is the team that we need to push for a fight against, because they are the ones under pressure. Maybe we can get a mental edge in that fight. And that is causing a lot of problems. But I think, again, it's not over. There's still more matches left, and it is going to get chaotic. And I think wildcard stages are going to be down to the wire.
You know, they are supposed to be down to the wire as well. And now the only option for teams like Reckoning Esports, or possibly for teams like 8-Bit out there, were still around the mid-pack, still around that 30 to 40 point mark. Now you've got to go all guns blazing. I feel like you do not have enough matches left. Today, of course, there are going to be 2 more games left. The maps of Miramar. Tomorrow is going to be the final day of the wildcard. And I feel if you don't start the comeback today, tomorrow it's going to be day in for you, maybe.
Yeah, we are definitely saying a lot of bye-byes tomorrow. A lot of teams are going to bid us adieu, but we are going to find those 8 names that will move forward to the semis. But that's going to happen tomorrow. Today we still have 2 more matches left.
Today we're going to chill.
Yeah, today we are just going to observe, see how the setup on the board looks like. But as I said, we still have more matches left. And of course, this is the end of the Erangels. We have Miramars coming up next after this very short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 Wildcard Day 3 itself here, and now we're down towards our last 2 games for today, and it seems like the competition for comebacks is just unreal here. My name's ICBB12 at your service, and we have Necro to take you through the commentaries on the English broadcast for now. And interesting enough, we did see a little bit of signs of hope here coming from Gods for a Reason and also H4K.
Yeah, and speaking of H4K, they have been really consistent today, right? Getting those good games back-to-back. And the same thing can also be said for Phoenix Esports. They have been really impressive, especially bringing Sim back inside of the playing four and keeping Smoker on the bench. That's definitely quite a difficult situation that Phoenix Esports found themselves in. But now, this playing four, it's working the best so far.
Yeah, today's performance has been somewhat consistent, and we were talking about massive game and big games. Phoenix was able to get a chicken dinner at the start of the day.
Yeah.
And as the day progresses as well, they have had that consistent average of 10 points and plus per game so far based off today. So with that being said, they should be able to make it into the top 8 here. But let's take a look at the MVPs from the previous match itself. From Gods for a Reason, seems like Hitman has finally rise up to the occasion here, as majority of the time Hexe has been the ones that's been doing the heavy lifting, but this time they are playing as a team. So this is great stuff coming from Gods for a Reason.
But Gods for a Reason, I just feel like they have woken up a bit too late, but still a chance that Gods for a Reason can make it inside of the top 8. Still a big chance. You move on towards H4K as well, then you've got Wizard coming through with 5 finishes on the board, and even for Phoenix Esports, you would see Viper once again. A good thing for Phoenix Esports is that even Viper is now back in form, slowly and steadily wrapping his head around the lobby as well. Now even Viper is able to contribute a lot more to the elimination points. And speaking of Gods for a Reason, Hexe once again being that consistent string. Moving towards the point standings, Gods for a Reason getting 25 points in that previous game, H4K getting 16, and Phoenix Esports getting 14.
Yeah, this is a complete vacuum of points here being garnered here from all 3 teams here, from Gods for a Reason, H4K, and Phoenix Bears. Everybody else just kind of fell short. Myth, once again, plays a little bit consistent in the top 4 here, but is it enough for them to power through for top 8? Well, we have to see after the overall standings here, but still 7 points isn't too shabby here from Myth Official based on their overall performance this past few days.
Yeah, yesterday for Myth Official was really good. Getting those 2 chicken dinners definitely kept them on a massive pedestal in the overall standings, but just getting 7 points in this game is not going to seal the deal. You need a lot more to keep that spot pinned down in the overall standings. Moving towards the finish and damage report, you will see Gods for Reason's graph, of course, the biggest one since they got 15 eliminations and also that chicken dinner. H4K though, not too far away, including Phoenix Esports, getting those 10 elimination points secured.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on towards performance here from Hig Boson and Nebula as well. You can see signs of life coming from Hig Boson in terms of damage charge, but conversion has been a big problem for them. And even then, let's talk about Nebula here. Obviously, they are the table toppers, but this is the first time in this entire stage for Wildcard we've seen Nebula kind of fumble in this game.
Oh no, speak of fumbles, you look at Hig Boson, 9 games played already, which means Hig Boson is not going to be playing any more games in the future, but you will see teams like Reckoning Esports, Kalinga Esports play those games too. Speaking of Reckoning Esports, still a massive chance they can easily bounce back in the overall standings. Kalinga Esports as well, they've got a big chance, but Gods for a Reason, that was their 9th game that they just played, which means in the upcoming group they're not going to be seen.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, they need to pull a massive game if they want to stand a chance to make it to the top 8 here, because the competition is extremely tight. There is still Reckoning Esports, there's still Kalinga Esports, there's also K9 being of the gatekeepers alongside the rest of the pack here for the top 8. But let's talk about the teams in the bottom here that has had a little bit improvements here. Riot Nations has a little bit improvements today itself, but still they've only played 7 matches, so there is still a shot for them, but it all starts with this remaining few matches here, especially coming from Riot Nations. So this last 2 matches for Riot Nations in particular is going to be extremely crucial if they want to set the foundation for the chase for top 8 for tomorrow.
Honestly speaking, look, still Genix FM stands a chance. They need a 20-point chicken dinner, and they're going to be really close towards that top 16. And once you get around the top 16, you need another 20-pointer to be around the top 8. So for Genix FM as well, it's still doable. Very much doable. Looking at the playing teams in the upcoming game, it's going to be Group B and D duking it out. You've got teams like Wingard Esports, Riot Nations, who are still on the struggling side of the spectrum. Speaking of Group B, even for K9 Esports, things are not looking too good, but recently they are looking much better. Kalinga Esports, they still need to mount that comeback.
Exactly. Now, speaking of this group as well, the 3 teams that has a little bit of standout here in terms of performance here is Lestade, K9, and also Vanguard. Yeah, Vanguard is also doing pretty okay in the. Sorry, Vanguard is not doing okay today. My apologies as well, because Vanguard, yeah, their performance day 1, day 2 is great, but today it seems like a little bit of a lackluster as well. They have been getting shut down time and time for multiple times now, which is very, very unfortunate. And the team that I want to talk about is Kalinga Esports and K9. They are somewhat consistent, which is a good sign for them to actually make a bounce back, but can they reach it all the way is going to be my question.
Yeah, and once again, moving back towards Vanguard's conversation, right, even though today's day hasn't really been that great, still if you look at the starting point of Vanguard, they had 80 points at the start of the day, which is really good if you think about it. If Vanguard even gets one chicken dinner, that's instantly going to compensate for all the losses today. So Vanguard is still pretty much around the safety block, I would say. It's just all about teams like Hig Bozon. It's just all about teams that are going to be still playing the upcoming game, including Kalinga Esports. So let's move on and see what's going to happen. The planes in the skies on the map of Miramar, and as you already do see this plane fly path starting all the way from the southern side of Los Leones, heading towards maybe El Pozo. Now this plane fly path is heavily tilted towards the left side of the map, and also a little bit towards the southern side. If the teams do want to head on towards the right side, it's going to be a real tough stretch, including El Azhar, Cruz del Valle. It might just be out of commission.
Well, speaking of a flight path like this as well, you know what I'm looking forward to that I'm absolutely not happy about is that if the circle shifts onto the 2 islands on the east side of Impala, I would say the Island of Death.
It's not going to happen.
Oh, wow, you're being I would say pessimistic today. Yesterday you were
it's
very
just not going to happen. Look, yesterday it was the biggest chance of actually the circle forming on those 2 islands, and still it did not go there. So today there's just no possible way. And the stage one hasn't even popped yet, so we just can't say anything about it. I feel like it's going to be a standard circle. Nothing really out of the ordinary.
Now, this upcoming match here, especially from Group B and D, they are going to be playing 2 back-to-back Miramar maps here. So adjustments can be made accordingly for all these teams. I hope there's not going to be a lot of drop clashes as well, because in this particular group, Chuma Serra has been a hot spot here, especially for multiple teams. But it seems like True Rippers is ignoring it. P-Cup also going to be ignoring it this time. So it seems like all 3 teams that were caught in this small little scuffle in Chuma Serra yesterday is not going to be joining there.
Yeah, no one actually heading towards Chuma Serra. It's sort of weird.
P-Cup is the only one that has pretty much won from that trade-off yesterday itself, but they didn't exactly drop directly in Chuma Serra. They were drawing on the outskirts and then heard commotion and decided to take a peek in, but it seems like everyone dodged Chuma Serra this game.
No, but look at TDR actually around El Pozo. Then you've also got Kalinga Esports dropping inside of El Pozo. Luckily enough for Kalinga Esports, there's no Nebula Esports to actually go for that contention, so they can easily head on towards El Pozo, get their hands on some comfortable loot, and then think of what they want to do in the future. K9 Esports, though, around that power grid vicinity, for K9 Esports, it's going to be a smooth sailing as well, no contention, completely free. Around K9 Esports, there's a few names like Red Force, Reckoning Esports, and even Wildcard Esports, but I highly doubt they're going to be challenging K9 Esports.
Yeah, Wildcard had a little bit of a tough break just now as well, which was, in this case, a free chicken dinner. One of the lowest I've seen, 2 finishes and a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, could not convert even more because, as of yet, it's the current standings here. Lastade, True Rippers, even for Wildcard, they need these 2 games to be huge in order to stand a chance. And True Rippers has been down in the gutter today as well because every single engagement they've countered, they have been pinned, they have been out of position. And could you really blame them? But on the finish feed here, seems like we've drawn first strike, and it's going to be Vanguard once more that takes a beating, as Crypto is the first one that gets taken out of this game.
Yeah. What just happened there?
I don't know, man. Like, day 1, day 2, Vanguard just looks unstoppable, but today itself is just in the gutters right from the get-go.
Yeah, it's just real bad. Vanguard losing out on a crucial man, and now just backing away from that spot, because they know survivability is pretty much next to none. Going for a pit stop, getting their hands on the basic loot weaponaries. That's what they want to do. Probably try and contest a few more vehicles and see how the future lines are going to look like. Vanguard still hasn't really found a proper drop location that they want to loot in. Around the southern side of Los Leones, still scavenging for vehicles and some more scrappy loot. And they do get their hands on the vehicles, but still lacking on loot.
It's going to be tough here for Vanguard, especially when Crypto is pretty much down for the count here. So hopefully things are going to be better. We've seen heavy liftings coming in from Dreams yesterday. This time he's got to do way much more if they want to try and qualify for the top 8. Your safety cushion is slowly diminishing here after all the previous games for today itself. It's not looking good. Same for True Rippers. In this case, True Rippers hasn't had a great start. And interesting enough, they're still playing with this same 4. And I'm still wondering what happened. Why is Kyo Lomao no longer playing for True Rippers?
Indeed. Yeah, it's quite concerning, actually. Kyo Lomao, a man who was doing so good for the roster. Not in the playing four, instead a man who was not exactly in form. Now Hirsch is currently inside of the playing four. But nothing taken away from True Rippers and their recent run of form. They have been doing pretty decent today. It's not the best, but they're doing okay. So let's just hope that this game as well is going to be around the same block. ORB as well dropping down in med, so it's quite unfortunate. But yes, surprise! It's going to be a rehost.
Okay, it's going to be a little bit of a saving grace here, at least for Vanguard, considering that Crypto was the first one to get taken out. But seems like there are teams or players getting disconnected from this game, so we are going to be going into a little bit of rehost here to try to patch things out. So the chances of that circle shifting towards the 2 island still stands now.
I don't think it's going to be happening. No, there's just no freaking way. Because at this point yesterday, the circle actually stood a big chance to shift there. But for some reason, it took a curveballing shift on the other side. All the odds were just stacked against it. But you know what? Heading on towards the conversation once again and all the possibilities of comebacks that we might just have. Now, we all were speaking of 8-Bit as well at the start of the day, how 8-Bit can actually stand a chance to mount that comeback. And for 8-Bit, the day hasn't been that great.
Yeah.
Once again, 8-Bit's inconsistency hitting them hard like a truck. And that's why they're just dropping down in the overall standings even more, especially with teams like Kalinga Esports, H4K constantly on the rise. It just gets even worse.
You know, it's really interesting to see how 8-Bit is playing a rotation that is very old school. And what I mean by old school is that they do tentatively trail along the edges of circle and then find an entry point to push on the zone, which is again they will loot up as long as they possibly can and towards the outskirts here. Before Circle 3 closes in, they'll hang around the edges and then push in as soon as Circle 4 kind of shows up, which is an old school strategy. And why I mean by old school strategy is that when I'm talking about a patch notes where you see players hanging outside the zone for like Circle 5, Circle 6 still patching out, and I'm talking about the Hesperos era. Those times, those rotations were really, really good because if you were caught out in the open, this is all you do every single time. And now it feels like this old school rotation is kind of hurting a lot of teams now because the moment Circle 4 shifts, you get stuck out in the zone. Circle 4 is going to take a huge chunk of your mats and you won't be able to sustain it.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? I've never been a big fan of late game rotations since we've seen that new patch rollout, since we've seen all the points distribution as well just shift towards the 10-point chicken dinner. Things have been a lot more tougher. You cannot just stay outside of the circle like that because the zone now does double the amount of damage it did in the past. You've got the team spotlight on the screen for Vanguard. Today's day has been a little bit rough. The overall finishes Vanguard has managed to achieve is going to be 51, and in total they've got 84 points so far in the wildcard.
Well, that's Vanguard's performance for day 1 and day number 2 here, but today itself, it has taken a little bit of diminish here. I thought Vanguard is going to be one of those teams alongside Nebula Esports to break past the triple-digit mark. So in this final 2 games, Vanguard has a very decent shot, but it has to be now. If not, they're going to be losing their safety cushion for tomorrow here, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, for Vanguard, at the end of the day, as I mentioned, right, they've already got 84 points. And in the upcoming games, they're going to be playing both the games. If Vanguard even gets 10 points per game, that's more than enough. They are instantly going to compensate for it, and they will also have 100 points plus in the overall standings, which is great if you think about it. A triple digit right now in the overall standings pretty much just guarantees you that spot. Reckoning Esports is Spotlight 2 on the screen. They're slowly and steadily fading away from the top 8, which is not a great thing. 64 points in total. Even Reckoning Esports needs to wake up in the final 2 games.
Yeah, yesterday's Reckoning Esports performance was one of their best so far since their debut here in BGIS. There was a lot of shaky moments as well. For a second, we thought the old Reckoning Esports was pretty much done for, especially during their journey for non-X, but yesterday was their best performing here, which gave them a little bit of safety cushion to push up. But today's games, it's a little bit unfortunate as well, because Reckoning Esports, they're doing okay until the clutch moment coming from Phoenix, from Nebula, just completely denied them the opportunity to secure decent amount of points. So I would say Reckoning Esports, their momentum is towards a little bit of a shaky in terms of morale as well. So in this final 2 games, the best thing they can do here is either wake the heck up or just scavenge as much points as possible. get a good nice rest, and then focus for tomorrow.
You know who else is low-key slipping under the radar? It's going to be Lastade.
Yeah.
The first game, Rondo, Lastade had a lot of elimination points with an okay placement points as well. And the second game, Lastade did not have a lot of points, but still they're in the race.
Yeah.
They're really close towards the top 8, and even one double digit in the upcoming games can instantly propel them inside of the top 8. So Lastade as well is going to be a major potential threat for all the teams around the 8th spot. And specifically speaking about the 8th spot, right now it's going to be H4K. And let's be honest, H4K is slowly and steadily even exhausting their stamina.
Yeah.
So H4K, they have been consistent, but now to outlast a team like Lastade, it gets even tougher.
Yeah, I think today itself is Saturday. The interview with Nomi gave us a lot of insights on their performance for some of these teams as well. Because what's really surprising for me was that H4K wasn't doing too well after game number 1. But when Nomi actually called them out and said that, hey, H4K is looking good, and then decides to pull a win like that, I'm like, okay, you know, it's not a chicken dinner, but still decent amount of performance. They are still racking up consistent points, which gives a little bit of a glimpse here that any team at this stage in the wildcards are fighting for one thing, and that's called survival.
So let's just say that the teams on the second page of the overall standings, all it takes is just one decent game to make a difference. So the teams who are there around the 7th and the 8th spot, that spot is extremely fragile. One bad game, that spot instantly gets compromised, and your position will be capitalized instantly. So for a team like H4K to build that safety cushion, they need a chicken dinner, and that's the only thing that's going to keep them around the safety block. And let's not forget, there's still a few more names like K9 Esports who are there going to be in the upcoming games. And for K9 Esports, we all know they are just a frag-heavy team. Once they start racking up those elimination points, the chicken dinner is not too far away. And once that happens, the lobby is going to be scared of K9 Esports. And you do not want that. But as of now, let's move on to a short break as we will continue the conversations on the other side. Welcome back after that short break, and hopefully the game is going to be resuming soon. But that map Miramar definitely brings in a lot of new ray of hope for a lot of these teams. Since we know still a lot of the big names are on the latter half of the board, extremely close towards mounting that comeback. Now we did see True Rippers too in that previous game, and for True Rippers, as we were speaking of that variation inside of the playing four, it's definitely quite weird. Kielamau not there, but Hirsch now inside of the playing four. It's sort of working out, but it's not the best of True Rippers that we've seen.
Exactly, and I would say True Rippers, today's performance in general, is they're getting out-macroed by a lot of teams. And in terms of fundamentals, they're doing the right things. It's just that the places that they were forced to take fight here is actually being set by a trap by other teams. In particular, today itself came from K9 and also from Kalinga Esports in particular. So it's a little bit unfortunate for them. Hopefully they will be able to make a bounce back from this.
But hey, if you guys want to make a bounce back in your games, it look pretty cool. Get your hands on this Rebel Rogue Fox set. This Royal Pass looks absolutely incredible. And you already know, if you invest some UC in the Royal Pass, you're going to be getting it all back. So if you keep on grinding the game, and also the Discovery Island's out in the game as well. So keep on grinding your classic matches. You will be doing a lot of good things, not just for yourself, even for everyone that's currently watching the esports.
Yes, exactly. And of course, who doesn't like a really, really good deal like this as well? One-time purchase, get all your UC back, buy the next Royal Pass. And while you're grinding the missions in for the Royal Pass as well, you're also helping grinding for Discovery Island. Which, again, interesting enough, if you guys do not know, the Discovery Island is a separate tab. It's like a moving screen on the top right during your lobby phase. Swipe it up, click it, and you are going to be able to see even more rewards inside as well.
And we're so close to reaching that 4 CR marker, right? Extremely close, just a little bit far away. So just keep on playing a few more classic matches, and we'll get there. 4 CR will be the prize pool for this BGIS 2026. It's going to happen for sure. But now, moving on the conversation towards the teams once again, because that's the only thing that we can realistically talk about right now. Lastade is also going to be a part of the conversation. Now, over in PMWIGL, we have been looking at these guys all the way back since 2023. They were called something else, but I do remember in 2024 and 2025, they were called as the Inferno Squad. And since then, their performance has always been decent. They have been consistently making it to the LAN finals, but then later on, we did see a slow and steady dip in that performance too. And especially Golden leaving that playing for has really just gave them a big backstab.
Yeah, I think Golden, even especially for last year as well, has done a lot of amazing wonders as well in getting them enough points to qualify towards the next phase. But this time without Golden, I kind of agree, but hopefully things are for the better. It's not over until it's truly over.
Exactly, but right now it's not over. It's time to start the upcoming match of Miramar. As the plane's going to be in the skies on the map of Miramar, this plane flight path this time, it seems like it's going to be a lot more balanced, starting all the way from Campo Militar, if I'm not wrong. So this plane flight path, one thing is for sure, opens up a lot of opportunities for a lot of these teams. We might see a slow and steady Miramar this time. Maybe lost Leonis out of commission. That's definitely going to put a bit of that pressure on the teams.
This is going to be a skewed flag path once more. Northwest a little bit far off, but for Puerto Paraiso and Impala, a little bit of a far stretch. Not impossible to reach, but still a tough travel for some of these early teams. However, what will be a intrusive thought that can mess up every single team in this game is that the Circle decides to take a hard shift in Circle 1 on towards Puerto Paraiso with 50% inside the water. Because if that happens, oh boy, we are going to be seeing a lot of early engagements in Circle 1 and 2.
We indeed will be. 7 Aces as well, heading towards La Cabrera. Then you've got Peacup as well, still inside of the plane. Reckoning Esports ejecting outside of the planes, actually heading towards Picado. That's where they like to go. Kalinga Esports heading towards El Pozo. My eyes are still searching for K9 Esports, because last time when we saw them in the previous game, before the match was rehosted, K9 dropped towards Power Grid. And right now, K9's not there. So where exactly is K9 heading?
Wait a minute. Did they actually decide to switch their drop spots here? No, they're actually on the east side of Power Grid. What is going on? Seems like they are going to be trying to stock up a couple of vehicles themselves before heading towards Power Grid. This is very unorthodox of K9 Esports. I wasn't expecting this. They actually went towards Hacienda instead.
Yeah, I think that is their main drop location. The only reason why they dropped towards Power Grid was because of the plane fly path.
Okay.
When the game was rehosted. So because of that, K9 Esports dropped around Power Grid. Now K9 Esports, they've got their main primary drop location, which is going to be Hacienda del Patron. A few more teams around that block. You've got Nux Mysterious 4, Ride Nations, Lastade, and including Genix FM, the Fearless Marathas. Their days really haven't been that great. They do possess a lot of firepower, but for some reason, when it matters the most, that firepower just disappears. And there's no explanation to that.
So
Wildcard Esports, they have managed to get one chicken dinner, but that's the lowest point chicken dinner I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I agree. I said the same thing as well when I saw it. But at the same time as well, this is unorthodox of Wildcard Esports, considering that the grind, they had high finishes in almost every single game. They felt like an extremely aggressive team, so I'm not sure what happened to them, but seems like on screen what's about to happen here is Adi is about to get a taste of his own medicine here as Raid Force is going to be going for his land. And I don't think they know Adi is around, so he's going to be forced to no-step his way through, hoping that they do not find him. He does have an S12K, but no helmets means any random spray he is going to be done for as well. Orb from Far Horizon is going to be chiming in. But because of this engagement from Orb, it might be the saving grace here for Adi.
Oh my god, that's brilliant from Aman. Shoots the tire off that vehicle. There's a bit of that cavalry available for Riot Nations as well. And what just happened to the player? He was just scoping in on that team, making that rotation, and Riot Nations, they're now going to be safe since Red Force, they're taking a fight against ORB. And you already do see the boys of Red Force just driving around. They've got their hands on that US, just constantly circling around that fray. Eyes is out in the open. The man's going to be safe as of now for RB. It's such a bad start to the day. The Renock as well gets handed out once again. Riot Nations back inside of the fray. As now for Red Force, it's going to be a real bad start. Another man falls apart. Red Force down to a 3-man squad, but for Riot Nations, there's going to be a casualty. This nade toss, it's going to be perfect, and that's going to find a quick 2-piece on the board. Adi knows it's time to send it. The boys up top are now extremely hurt. It seems like Riot Nations, they've got a major advantage inside of the fight. And if they do want, they can push up close and personal right now. Red Force stuck, but eventually they do start a fight back. But still, this one man, he's giving it all he's got.
0-1-7, last man standing here from Red Force. The perfect ambush being set up from Adi from Riot Nations with the help of ORB. Now Red Force at the risk of elimination, and the nades are coming in as well to deny that revival. Riot Nations looking to gobble up all those points, but seems like we are going to be expecting a third party orb. They get the reset, and now they're going to be joining in the fight as well. Riot Nations needs to wrap things up. Seems like they can't find 0-1-7, but eventually they will take them out. But now they're all stuck inside the compound because ORB is coming in. They get 2 knocks, they lose 1. Riot Nations, they have to fend for their lives.
ORB knocking on the doors with a quick third party. Riot Nations on the verge of being scattered once again. There's that one man up top. And luckily enough, that man's got his hands on the shotgun as well. ORB, things not looking too good. Punk is knocked out in the back, and for Riot Nations, he's the only glimmer of hope standing. That's going to be Adi, but eventually even he gets pre-fired to death. ORB, they survived this wrath with 5 elimination points secured. They desperately needed that.
Oh, it came down to us a little bit of 50-50 swing, but seems like K9 Esports ran into us Lestade, and there is going to be a few bodies in the back here as K9 Esports gets us a decent amount of points, but they do need to pick up Knight here. He's pretty much caught out in the open. Smokes has been deployed, but Lestade not able to engage in this fight. So there are a lot of early aggression here in this game. But surprise, surprise, 2 teams already eliminated in the hands of ORB. 7. That is just such a very, very unfortunate demise for those 2 teams. But it seems like K9, they're not catching any breaks here. Slug has been eliminated as the Lestade Esports gets a little bit of a revenge point away from K9.
At least now the situation's taken down to a 2-on-3. Lestade stands a decent chance to come back. But for K9 Esports, they've still got the man advantage to work with. And if they want, they can send it. But they're not going to do so. Holding themselves back from actually going for that bounce on top of the opponents requires a lot. And they control themselves. And I guess K9 Esports aren't going to be happy with those 2 elimination points that they garnered. Ninja Boy and Knight were knocked out, and it was just down to Slug, and this man somehow did clutch it out, which was massive if you think about it. Connecting that shot was quintessential, and he does it. Lestade losing out on those 2 players definitely has to hurt. And then for K9 Esports to make a mistake like that, it's got to hurt even more.
Yeah, what a spray though coming from Lestade. But at the same time, Slug was the savior for both Ninja Boy and Knight despite the slam coming in through. So they have to thank their angels here because he is going to be in the spectators seat while the rest of K9 Esports is going to be looking to try and force some sort of reactions here because it seems like K9 Esports, they're pretty much getting caught out in the open. Omega now pretty much out in the open.
What?
Reckoning Esports gets the jab on him. Roman gets the knock, and the fire will trade him off as well. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Ninja Boy is here to try and save the day, but Knight is nowhere in position. Reckoning Esports are circling right vultures, but Ninja Boy is now caught out in the open as well, and he's going to go down. Knight is able to find a trade. What is going on here?
Mistakes after mistakes. K9 Esports are crumbling under that pressure, but Knight is still there to hold on to that string. He's trying his best to find those knocks that are going to be the lifesaver for K9 Esports. And for Reckoning Esports, they just need to eliminate that one man that stands right in front. K9 Esports, they're getting eliminated from the game, but that elimination point, it gets stolen by Mysterious4. Knight is taking those shots against the foe, but he's whiffing all those shots, but he still somehow comes out on top. How is this even allowed? 16 bullets in the magazine, it's a dream. The UMP-45 is pulled out, but it's still not going to make a difference. Reckoning Esports, they come out on top, they shut down K9, but a quick third party is also on the horizon.
Oh my goodness, Mysterious4 comes in and says, hello points, there is going to be mine here. And they are going to be coming to gobble them up. Reckoning Esports now on the run. Sahil needs to go in for the reset. Levi also pretty much caught and stranded out in the open here in towards the warehouses. But as of yet, not Mysterious4, they are going to do their due diligence. They are going to check every single corner, but despite all that, in the far horizon, you know who's keeping tabs? This is going to be ORB as well. They are looking to chime in for those third parties. It's just third parties after third parties. This is a weird group here, Necro. Seems like Circle has shifted all the way up north, but seems like everybody is trying to thin the herd before they make it through. But does ORB commit? Guess not. Looks like they are going to rethink their thoughts and see, after seeing the circle. Wait a minute. Do we want to be caught out in the open? Absolutely not. They will abandon their thoughts. So it's going to be between the fight here with Mysterious4 and Reckoning, which is not going to happen because Mysterious4 realizes that it's not worth it as well.
It's better to just back away, I guess. That's what everyone's saying. And somehow Mysterious4 as well lost out on one of their players. How did this just happen? They're supposed to have all the 4 players on the block in peace. Lastade making that rotation, it was quite a crucial one as well. Lastade does not want to do anything with the fights now. They've only got a 2-man squad standing and they just want to play this one safe. Avoid all the commotion, avoid all the sights on top of them. Lastade just want to straight up send it towards the circle-centric part, and that's what they're doing. Driving around this vicinity is definitely quite risky. Lastade just want to find themselves a bit of a peaceful point. Right now, it might just be peaceful, but the moment the circle shrinks even more, that peace is going to be taken away from them, and they will be peace to death.
Well, speaking of peace to death right now, Kalinga Esports pretty much losing Owen, but Mysterious4 seems like they are going to be going for the slam here. Drives by towards ORB, gets taken out pretty low. It seems like they are going to be forced to fight this fight. Spoily pretty much missing his shot here. Gets hunted down, and this is going to be Naman that takes him out. The rest of ORB not in position to contest this. They are kind of split off, and Probot, I think he was actually picked off from the sides as well. That's ORB eliminated. What happened?
Yeah, such a quick scoot, right? You blink it and you miss it. The entirety of ORB is just eliminated from the game. Blunder, that's what happened. They tried to pull off something, but then Mysterious4 was just a bit quicker and better.
Seems like 8-Bit is going to do the exact same teaming again. You know, going to wait for Circle Tree, trail along the edges before going for a mad dash for stage 4 as they find for an entry point. But let's talk about teams inside the circle right now. Smack middle is going to be 7 Aces and Kalinga Esports. And Owen was able to be picked up here, so the reset is true. But here comes a nade for PMWI. We can get a little bit lucky. Shots has been fired, but you can see the hesitancy coming in from Kalinga Esports, afraid of potential long-range third parties while they're engaging against 7 Aces. Which, ironic enough, 7 Aces is just also afraid to actually peek out.
Kalinga Esports, they have been getting those elimination points over and over again, but we are not seeing a proper repetition of that.
Oh no, 8-Bit trying to make a run for its zone, gets caught out by Wingard. This time we finally see a little bit of aggression from Wingard. That's 2 down. Sarang on the far horizon has to abandon his 2 compadres as they're still stuck outside the zone. Wingard decides to descend and actually take a fight against this. But the circle is going to be shifting onto the outskirts of Cruise Devel. The mountain terrain is going to be good. Vanguard does have the hotspot. Same for Thunder Gods and 7 Aces and also Kalinga Esports. So you do see a huge congestion of teams on towards the west side. But for Wingard and 8-Bit, they have no clue what's about to happen to them when they push in.
How are 8-Bit making mistakes like these? It's so hard to accept. These mistakes are going to be costing them a lot. Let's just say with the 2-man squad, they're able to get away with max to max 7 or 8 points. That's still not enough to mount a comeback. 8-Bit needs a lot more.
Hey man, we got to keep the dream alive. So far, the best feat right now is done by K9 Esports. 2 players and a chicken dinner steal. Nothing is impossible.
Being hopeful is a good thing, but being realistic,
Yeah, 95% chance
is
of
needed.
failing, I would say.
Yeah,
That 5% chance, well,
is luck.
that's Knight.
Okay. You know what, though? This start was definitely a little bit awkward. Red Force and Riot Nations colliding against each other, and especially Adi. The man was staying silent almost till the end. And then in the final few moments, Adi realized that maybe it's my time to strike back. He had that nade, tossed it to perfection, got those 2 knockouts as well. ORB came in with a quick third party, and they wiped out the remnants, including Riot Nations, which was quite unfortunate. And then later on, ORB was eliminated by Nux Mysterious Force, so it's just tit for tat all over.
Yeah, you can see the ripple effects here slowly tumbling like dominoes as teams get caught out in the open as well, especially for teams getting caught out in the early aggressions. But it seems like Wingard, they were able to get a couple of 2Ps now, stock up in the bodies of 8-Bit, and then immediately push into the zone. They know there is still 8-Bit in front of them. But from the far horizon, you can see 8-Bit is still skedaddling away, trying to survive, trying to find some sort of space to push in. Seems like the north is pretty clear here, at least from Wingard's perspective. So it is pretty evenly spaced out. But Wingard, this is the first time I've seen so much aggression, because now one of the players from 8-Bit is caught out in the open here, trying to get a little bit greedy, and he's going to get punished for this.
Yeah, this is problematic. I highly doubt 8-Bit can do anything now. It's Wingard Esports constantly pressing upon the matters. The man's just out in the open. What? He runs out of bullets, Nexus! It's probably the worst possible thing that can happen to you. Tables now flipped. Wingard Esports, that's a rookie mistake. Instantly being punished, Nexus! How does this happen? You should have reloaded your shotgun because of your own mistake. Now your team is tumbling apart. And 8-Bit might just win the fight. Vanguard is also third-partying from the back. Wingard Esports. This is probably the biggest blunder in BGIS 2026.
Oh my goodness, mistakes after mistakes. Wingard, they're getting peppered. They're getting caught out in the open. Infinity, last player left from Wingard. And they are going to be peppered here.
It's done.
It is. Oh my goodness. 8-Bit was able to find him as well. They're just done. It's over for Wingard. What did I just watch? Oh no.
Nexus. Oh my god, Wingard. What just happened to you? Is Nexus to blame?
That was a big slap in the face. The ripple effect just completely slammed them across the table. That was a big fat slap by 8-Bit and Vanguard. Oh boy.
I just can't believe I saw that.
Well, speaking of which, you have to count their lucky stars, because the savior for 8-Bit has to be Dionysus at the perfect timing. Just completely shut them down. Sarang was able to get the jump as well. And Hexe, what a clutch as well.
I have so many questions in my mind. Even if you do not have a lot of bullets in your shotgun, you still connected the first shot, just start hip firing with the AOG you had. But he did not even do that. Instead, he scoped in with a 6x up close. Of course you were going to lose that fight.
That is just so unfortunate. But speaking of which, Vanguard looking to try and get some sort of a safety cushion back here, considering how things has break through. But let's look at the recap here as well.
Oh
Hexy's perspective, just spamming a shotgun, taking down Nexus. And then this was a little bit of a clutch moment, but Sarang also finding the loose stragglers from Wingard on the top of the hill. But as soon as Sarang was able to spot out Vanguard, he immediately just tugged his tails and hoped that somebody's going to be able to save them. And guess what? Dionysus was able to help out 8-Bit.
Yeah, and Wingard was just like headless chicken. Couldn't do anything. Couldn't even fight back. Vanguard losing out of the man number, which is quite unfortunate. Krafton from the sidelines almost found that knock as well. And Vanguard slowly and steadily now contesting the opponents and actually coming out on top as well. Look at TDR. They've taken so much damage. The man's on the verge of taking down TDR. They've now just got one last man standing. And that's going to be Ubby. He's in the back lines. He's already taken too much damage. That proximity, it's filled up with the boys of Vanguard. But eventually, another man from TDR, he strikes back. Runer from the back lines as well. He's bringing in a lot of heat. But now Runer, he wants to reposition himself. He's already taken down barely any sort of HP. But TDR, it seems like they're going to bring down the boys of Vanguard on their knees. And they somehow flip the odds in their favor.
Oh my goodness, Thunder Gods Esports, what a save coming from Abi. But this time he is going to try and pick up Mahavir as well. Insidious is Giving a little bit of information here. Crypto trying to cook up his nade, but the elevation of this mountain does not allow him to push through. So that is going to allow the reset coming through from Mahavir.
Lostade.
Seems like Lostade was able to snatch a point away from TDR.
Oh my god, Lostade is going to be so thankful.
Thank you for the points. We're 2 players. We are going to get any points we want.
Yeah, free point taken. Lostade is definitely grateful. The circle as well, just favoring Lostade. That is the only piece of cover available inside of the circle. The rest is just open terrains and dips. And Lostade is going to be so grateful for this game. Kalinga Esports 7 Aces, they're pretty much on the verge of clashing as well. TDR and their opponents, for some reason, the fight's not being concluded yet. Still, Crypto is standing with his teammate. For Vanguard, they've got a fair share amount of chance to actually make a comeback in the fight. But TDR, they've got more men. And they can easily overwhelm Vanguard.
Now, this is going to be a crucial turning point here for some of these teams. That is going to be number 1, Kalinga Esports and 7 Aces has one of the best compounds on the southwest corners because it does have somewhat of an elevation here. Next one is going to be True Rippers on the east side, where they have been laying low. They're hearing all these commotions, and they do have a decent amount of resources to actually fight back. So teams that has been fighting non-stop is going to be at a deficit. And one of those teams, well, in this case, we've seen Vanguard taking a little bit jab. Lostade is also going to be taking a little bit jab. And even 8-Bit as well has been crippled to a certain degree. But as soon as I say this, Sarang says otherwise. He is going to fight back with all his might to get a couple shots in. But a return fire has been made. They are right at the edge of the zone, and Genix FM is going to try and shut them out.
They will. 8-Bit, though, against the Fearless Marathas. Now with just a 2-man squad, I don't even think they can put a dent to the Fearless Marathas. They've got them surrounded. 8-Bit cannot move out. The moment they make any sort of move from this compound, they will be shot down. And there we go. Jumping to get that info as well. Crypto's position. The man's compromised. It's done for. He just can't do anything about it. He tried his best to go for those shots against Runer, but nothing could be done as Mahavir. He puts that nail in the coffin, and Vanguard is eliminated from the game. And keep this thing in mind, they only secured 2 points out of this game. Now the upcoming game is going to be the final game for Vanguard to do anything, and it needs to be a chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness, the safety cushion is long gone now. That means the floodgates has been open. Every single team, even from Reckoning Esports, will stand a chance to actually catch up. And this is going to be very, very close here, as the foundations are slowly being set in stone for tomorrow. And it will be cemented. And eventually the final 8 that will survive will be the victors to make it into the semifinals. But as of yet, True Rippers, they have not made a move. They've been laying low. They hear all these commotions and they finally push out. Seems like Ronnie has been smoked out to try and take a peek to see what's happening. It seems like they might be able to find out the members from Genix FM. In this case, Damu, he is kind of exposed. Ronnie just hoping to get a little bit lucky here.
Yeah.
Up some nades.
There we go. That one's tossed. But it's not going to do anything. And look at these shots taken from Ronnie. Genix FM definitely catching a bit of that hurt, but now 8-Bit just getting rammed on. And they can't even do anything. The last man, he does spot the players of Genix FM, making it up close and personal, and he whiffed all the shots. Genix FM coming out on top in that fight. 8-Bit eliminated from the game. Another setback. This is just so bad. True Rippers from the sidelines constantly peppering away with those shots. Mysterious 4 in the front. And for Mysterious 4 right now, just securing a few more finishes, that's going to be their goal. They're surrounded by too many teams, including Peakup. And there we go. That's going to be the main knock Peakup was searching for. But Peakup as well, they're getting peppered down from the sidelines. Constantly getting suppressed. That buggy's the only friend the man's got, and even one single bullet, if it squeezes through, that's going to be a knock.
Here comes the Grim Rippers, ladies and gentlemen. True Rippers, they have been ducking low for the longest of time, and this time they see everything, and they come, and they are conquering. Peakup is going to be the first one to get taken out, but even Mysterious 4 is going to be the next to fall, as they are strangling out in the open. 2 knocks. Fragger needs to intercept True Rippers as they close up the distance. Hydro in the front lines. Fragger needs to defend with everything he can. 1 versus 4. The slam comes in and Harsh will be the ones to take him out, and True Rippers will clean out the eastern side of this map.
That's some insane stuff coming through. 3 finishes on the block, already chopping down the competition. Kalinga Esports getting that revival on the fallen comrade. PMWIGL back on the fray. Omega, Oben, they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do, and Omega, he pushes up, and he finds that first strike. 7 aces on the verge of being absolutely scattered and shattered from this game. But Omega, his aggression's not going to be stopped right there. Instead, 7 aces, they just can't do anything about it. And even the last man gets wrapped up and he gets shattered.
Nicely done here, coming from Kalinga Esports. 7 aces has been dealt with, but Thunder Gods, they themselves wants to take this high ground. Unfortunately for them, the circle does not favor them as well. Kalinga Esports is going to send Omega and PMWI on top here to try and punish any teams trying to rotate inside the zone. Meanwhile, Thunder Gods Esports also looking to try and flush them out before they push in, because they are very exposed. Mahavir is in the far back here, while Abi and also Ruiner is here to force Kalinga Esports out in the open, which in this case, Owen has been taken out by Abi. That means Kalinga Esports, they're a little bit afraid. Smokes has been set up. High ground in favor of Abi. They are going to get the jump. Shots has been fired, but from the far horizon, where did that shot come from? Is True Rippers from the other side of the map.
Oh no, Kalinga Esports under heavy fire. It's just hellfire raining on top of them. And TDR is going to be the only big threat that Kalinga Esports needs to worry about. But the moment I say so, even True Rippers, they start taking those fights. And they do find a lot of success as Archit gets knocked out and confirmed from this game. Thunder Gods Esports with a valiant chance, a valiant attempt as well for survival, but True Rippers constantly ripping apart Kalinga Esports. The chances of survival for Kalinga now just dimmed down even more.
This one-way smokes from True Rippers is just so deadly. Kalinga Esports has no chance while they were distracted by TDR. Now they finally focus on them, but it was a little bit too late because True Rippers has pretty much crippled Kalinga Esports. Thunder God is able to get a little bit of reset here, but let's take a look at the little bit of a potential hope for Reckoning Esports, who is also trying to push into the top 8. Savior of Team Levi in play. But True Rippers, they clean out Kalinga Esports. But can they find the rest?
That's so unfortunate. Kalinga get away with only 4 elimination points. And maybe a few placement points as well to back it up. But that's still not going to be a lot of points that Kalinga wanted. Thunder Gods Esports in the front. A few burst shots taken from True Rippers to find some sort of casualty. But that's not going to be the case. True Rippers with all the 4 players on the block. Thunder Gods is the only team that can potentially be a massive threat. And Reckoning Esports has been camping it. Playing this one as passive as possible. Levi is moving from the back lines, and Reckoning Esports, they might just be under a lot of threat.
Lastade Esports, they're doing it. They're actually getting points. True Rippers going to be peppering shots, peppering nades, pressures on Thunder Gods. They do not have vehicles. But seems like Lastade says, you know what, let me help you out a little bit here. That's my point. Scares off True Rippers. They are going to back out as well. But seems like the circle forces everybody in towards Lastade. As you can see, Joyesh trying his best to farm points, but Thunder Gods, they're stuck out in the open. There's no way they're going to be able to survive this.
True Rippers, they need to shift out in the open. And that's when True Rippers is going to be facing a lot of troubles. But Lastade, they're just not looking at the direction of True Rippers. Look around you, Lastade. You're 2 tunnel visioned on TDR. You are connecting those shots, but the bigger threat for you is going to be True Rippers. TDR getting knocked out, getting absolutely peppered to death, beaten to death. And TDR just can't do anything. Stuck out in the open, not a lot of terrains, not a lot of cover to play with. Mahavir falls down. Another confirmation follows up for True Rippers. That's going to be Ruiner eliminated from the game. And just look at that man. Even he gets wrapped up and devoured.
Oh boy, the last player, last points for Lastade Esports stolen away by True Rippers. We're down towards the final 3 teams, and guess who survives it all? It is going to be Levi from Reckoning Esports trailing behind True Rippers, and True Rippers has no idea that Reckoning Esports is right behind them. But it is, after all, a solo warrior. Lastade Esports, now, they set their focus on True Rippers. Compounds favoring Lastade Esports, but all True Rippers needs to do is just bait out the circle, which in this case, Lastade, they're slowly inching in towards the center, but Jelly already 1 step ahead. As Lastade just doesn't have the manpower to fight back. They're pretty much backed against the corners, choked in those compounds, while True Rippers, all they need to do is just wait things out, wait for the circle to force them in. While Levi, well, seems like he may be a little bit of a kryptonite for True Rippers, but can he save Lastade? Well, it all depends on his individual prowess right now.
And if you want me to be honest, the only thing that can really save Lastade, it's going to be that one man from Reckoning Esports.
Exactly.
If he finds even 2 knocks, it's done for. The fates are sealed. It will be Lastade to win the game. But if he's not even able to find a single knock, it's done. It will be True Rippers to win the game and steal that chicken dinner away. And right now, Levi has every single possible information and cover as well. His position is uncompromised, and Levi's going for those shots. He's going to find the first knock. Almost on the verge of finding the second one as well. But with that, the man's position gets compromised too. Now nades are going to be tossed against Levi. He tosses a grenade back of his own. And that's not going to be able to find the confirmation that the man was searching for. Levi, his hunt does not stop there. Instead, it just keeps on going on even more. And this distraction can be used by Lastade to close up even more. Levi gets shut down eventually, eliminated from the game. But Lastade is still in that compound, not even letting go of it.
What a save coming from True Rippers as well. Ronnie understood that he cannot afford to get knocked as well. And immediately you can see Jelly and Harsh looking to intercept, knowing that they have the numbers game. They cannot afford to lose this. What a save. Good attempt from Levi. But as of yet, True Rippers, they get the full reset and Lastade was able to push out. But even then, numbers, odds stacked against Lastade as True Rippers is eyeing for that winner-winner chicken dinner. They're eyeing for the 10-pointer. To try and push in towards the semifinals, or at least towards the top 8.
Yeah. And the upcoming zone is also going to be the last one. So everyone's messed up. Lastade backs against the wall for True Rippers. They do possess a little bit more of that control. But is that going to be a difference maker? That's my question. What? He just get knocked out. Oh no, that's not a good thing. True Rippers, they pretty much just hand out the situation to Lastade Esports. But the moment I say so, the recovery is also going to be there. Ronnie and his teammates sort of handling the situation a little bit more maturely. But Jelly, what was that? He just knocked himself out.
He just got yeeted out of the car. That's what I would say. He tried to go for a superhero dive, but unfortunately failed. But Joyesh, last man standing, he's pretty much pinned. Harsh has got him pinned. Will they give them the points? Seems like Lastade say Esports. I am going to deny it, but True Rippers will be the ones that get the winner-winner chicken dinner.
True Rippers getting away with that chicken dinner with a massive one as well. Had a lot of elimination points in the end. True Rippers was just ready with the mop, mopping the floor with all the opponents that were right next to them. And as I mentioned, Reckoning Esports could have been the only kryptonite for Lastade to win. But for some reason, man, he got that knock. True Rippers were distracted, but Lastade did not capitalize. And because of that, True Rippers pretty much just got away with the win.
Exactly, but props towards Ronnie as well. After getting his teammate one knock, instead of ego challenging, he realized and understood the situation. It was a 1 versus 1 for him. Instead of committing to the fight, he tried to survive, force Levi to make a little bit of a mistake, wait for his teammates to back up, and then cleared it up. And that's something of a small little trait that not a lot of players have. And I like that they're still thinking as a team rather than ego fighting.
I mean, look, at this point in time, as long as you keep on getting a lot of points on the board, maybe you can set 10 plus points if you're someone who's not exactly in that top 8 and around the top 8. Even 10 points are going to be more than enough for you to actually initiate that comeback and move on towards a consistent spree. And this is the moment I was speaking of. This man was doing such a great job of distracting the entirety of True Rippers upon himself, but still for some reason Lastade did not push up, and because of that, True Rippers capitalized, and they knew that it's completely fine. Even though we were distracted, the opponents did not even make a single move against us.
No, they can't really do too much here, considering number one, Lastade is stuck in the compounds. There's no easy entry to push out in the open as well. And the mountain terrains, again, True Rippers, they had the high ground advantage. So as soon as True Rippers regroup in the fall side, there's nothing much Lastade can do. They just don't have the numbers. So I think True Rippers, they did by the books. They did them all dirty. They followed their procedures. They followed the SOP, and they just won the game. So in this, good job coming from True Rippers. This was a very textbook gameplay for them. Whereas everybody else, they were just scrapping out in open and getting punished for it. Which in this case, Lastade Esports, if they had 3 players at least that survived onto the end game zone, that could have been a Lastade game.
So that's just 20 points from the side of True Rippers off that game, which means True Rippers is now going to be looking much more comfortable inside of the top 8, and slowly and steadily even True Rippers is heading towards the direction of nailing that spot down inside of the top 8. We know the upcoming game is also going to be the final game of the day, and for True Rippers, they're going to be playing that game too.
Exactly.
Which is a great thing. And imagine if True Rippers gets 10 plus points in that game as well. That will be perfection personified, and True Rippers come back, it's done.
Yeah, that's a very, very good comeback coming from True Rippers. However, let's talk about performances from all these groups here who are eyeing to pushing to the top 8 as well. K9 did a phenomenal job. That game was a complete flop. That's one. But you know who's the team that is struggling the most right now? Who? That's Vanguard here. They were the table toppers for top 2 days here, and today's games has just been completely in the gutters for Vanguard in particular.
Yeah, but luckily enough for Vanguard, they're going to be playing the last game. So let's just say maybe that can be the saving grace. If Vanguard even gets 20 points and a chicken dinner out of that, that's going to be more than enough. Vanguard just needs 20 points in the last game. It will be the compensation. But for now, let's move on to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back after that short break, and once again it's Icy with me on the panel. And Icy, after witnessing that game, one thing is for sure, that Vanguard is still struggling. The last game is pretty much going to be the final ray of hope for them. Tomorrow every single group plays 3 games, so maybe you can say tomorrow's day is to just put the icing on top of the cake.
Hey, for all things considered, after watching the final moment here, you know what stuck the most to me?
What?
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is jelly flying off?
I know,
that's what
right?
happened. But still, True Reapers with a winner chicken dinner. I'm very happy for them.
Yeah, Jelly just ejected outside of a moving vehicle, and that's why he got knocked out. But hey, something else that you guys should also keep a note of, that's going to be the Discovery Island that's currently inside of the game. Just look at that. We're so close, just a little bit off. Just play a few more classic games, guys. Come on, I believe you guys can do it. The prize pool can be boosted all the way up till 4 CR. I believe in you.
Just do it. Just do. No, I'm not Shia LaBeouf.
You're too old for that.
Well, Shia LaBeouf is older than me.
I mean, he did that meme way before though.
I know, fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on as well. Discovery Island is on its way. Be sure to help boost the prize pool. And of course, the more you play, the more you guys going to be walking away with rewards as well. See, it is a very, very good mutual agreement.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting something, we're getting something, everyone is getting something, which means everyone is happy as well. But let's move on towards that previous game's MVP. It's going to be Bad OP from the side of Lastade. And yeah, Lastade with just a two-man squad, surviving till the final few moments. It was definitely impressive.
Yeah, of course, Lastade, Bad OP, he was able to pick off every members coming from Thunder Gods as well, which gave them a little bit of fighting chance. But this is a little bit of a saving grace here. It's not the best performance coming from Lastade, but it is such as a safety net, a little bit of a band-aid scenario coming from Lastade, which gave them enough points. But joining him in the top 5 as well, we have Fragger coming from Mysterious 4, Narch Mysterious 4, we have Goku as well, and Omega coming from Kalinga Esports, and also, of course, Jelly from True Rippers. Again, every single team that was caught outside skirmishing eventually could not close out the game, and I feel like True Rippers was the smartest one out of them all. They hunkered down late low, they had a decent amount of compound on the eastern side, and the moment everybody was weak, keeping tabs on all those scrappy fights and then deciding when to strike was the perfect opportunity for True Rippers to get those points and then convert themselves into an endgame with fully kitted items and also utilities to work with.
So, including Kalinga Esports and Reckoning Esports, they only managed to acquire 7 points each. So, for Reckoning Esports and Kalinga Esports, yes, they're inching their way towards the top 8, but inching is not going to be enough now. The top 8 is heavily contested by good names, and they are getting those points constantly. So as of now, Reckoning Esports and Kalinga Esports, they at least need 10 plus points to pretty much just keep themselves or push themselves in that top 8. We've got the finish and damage report on the screen. True Rippers, of course, with that game, they managed to acquire 20 points in total. Lastade got 7 as well, elimination, so that's really good.
Yeah, but based on this finish damage report as well, it was very scrappy throughout the entire game as well. We've seen a lot of teams just fighting non-stop right from the start as well. And who would have thought this is actually a map of Miramar? For a second, I thought I was watching Rondo for a second. But now, let's take a look towards the overall standings here. True Rippers, with that chicken dinner, pushes themselves in towards the top 8 here on the 7th position with 77 points. Almost catching up to K9 Esports, which is a little bit of a small tumble. But it is enough to overtake Phoenix as of yet.
I see. You know what? I'm so excited for tomorrow's day. Because Phoenix is going to be kicked out. Tomorrow, everyone plays 3 games. Which means everyone is going to be on the same page. Phoenix Esports gets kicked out. Imagine Kalinga Esports and Reckoning Esports make it inside of the top 7. And imagine, hypothetical scenario, if K9 Esports as well gets kicked out, then outside of the top 8, we're going to have Lastade, H4K, K9 Esports, Phoenix Esports. And the only possible open slots are going to be the 7th and the 8th spot. Which means tomorrow, guaranteed we're going to have 2 big names eliminated.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, 3 matches decide their fates for tomorrow. But as of now, there are still some teams with 4 matches in total remaining. So teams like 8-Bit, in order for them to stand a chance to qualify, it has to be now. This needs to be a big game, and even from tomorrow onwards, that's their only ray of hope. Whereas the rest of the pack here, all the way from ORB, FTR, 7As, Inimicos, everybody is pretty much done for unless they win all their matches from this point onwards.
And once again, it's going to be Group B and D to duke it out against each other. Just like the previous game, we're going to have teams like Kalinga Esports, K9, True Rippers, once again making their comeback in the upcoming game. Now, for K9 Esports, they just need a few more points to keep that spot pinned down inside of the top 8. For True Rippers as well, the same thing needs to be said. But for Kalinga Esports and Reckoning Esports, still a big chance that they can make the bounce back inside of the top 8. Kalinga Esports needs a chicken dinner too, and Reckoning Esports needs a chicken dinner as well. There's too many teams that need a chicken dinner to actually solidify that slot towards the top 8.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit tricky as well. Today is where everybody put all their lines here to actually stand a chance to actually fight back, right? Tomorrow is where things get a little bit interesting. Teams that do not stand a shot to make the top 8 here can ruin games. You are going to see a lot of scrappy fights, and I wasn't expecting to see it in the previous game. Won't lie, I wasn't expecting to see a real previous game as well, because 2 teams getting eliminated right from Circle 1, ORB being one of those teams that actually came up on top. It was just a messy fight as well between them, Riot Nations, and also another team. So it was just awkward to see things happening here this early on.
And let's not forget, tomorrow we're also going to see a lot of targeting happen. Because the teams that are already eliminated from the tournament, they will definitely try and make things worse for the teams that are really close towards that top 8. So anything can happen before now. Let's move on towards the final game of the day. The planes in the skies for this map of Miramar once again, and it's going to be the last game of the day. Vanguard has been struggling throughout the entire day, and it's something we never saw coming. Vanguard has been looking so consistent inside of the wild card, but this is just that one day where Vanguard is not able to find the momentum, and the plane flat path once again tilted towards the left side of the map. It's not as worse as the previous one, but still it's towards the left side, which means Truck Stop, La Benedita, that's going to be out of commission, including Impala.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in, but I hope things are going to be a little bit for the better here, because we did see a lot of early skirmishes in the previous round in this particular group, respectively. Hopefully, they are going to be able to make a little bit of bounce back. 8-Bit was pretty much caught off guard with Vanguard in the previous round due to their rotations here. So let's see how the circle is going to force them here. Will they collide once more, considering the fact that 8-Bit's game plan of a rotation is pretty straightforward, pretty predictable as well? Are they going to mix things up is going to be my question.
Look at the other side. ORB and Mysterious 4 in a drop clash. That's kind of weird. Both the teams heading towards that same location, which is quite unorthodox. And ORB, all the 4 players in that same vicinity. You've got that man from the side of Mysterious 4. He gets his hands on the dualies, but eventually even he gets eliminated. The MP7's not able to do anything for the guy. And soon he gets confirmed as well from the game. Mysterious 4 off to a bad start. There's another man in the vicinity, and that 2-2 split Mysterious 4 decided to drop with. It's not working out at all. And eventually the entirety of ORB, they swarm those 2 players and devour them.
It has begun, Necro. It has begun. It's all about the wildcard stages. It is called the wildcard stages for a reason. Expect the unexpected, because now this is where the zombies are coming in. ORB just goes in for a random slam. And Nox, Mysterious 4 is going to be the first team that feels the brunt as of yet. Things are going absolutely haywire in starting off this game.
Only the team that are actually closer towards that top 8 stand a chance to qualify. The rest, on the latter half, on the last page, are eliminated. Which means those are the free teams that can move on and go for those targets if they want. Because they're anyways going to be eliminated from the tournament. There's nothing to lose for them. And it's going to be so fun. I just can't wait for tomorrow's day.
Absolute pandemonium. But speaking of which, Kalinga Esports, one of those teams that
what?
face the brunt. Reinforced Esports decides to go in for a clash as well.
No way.
It has begun, Necro. It has begun.
And there's also Thunder Gods right there in the close proximity. Oh my god, it started. Kalinga Esports as well getting targeted. Red Force Esports. Man, oh man. Definitely here to put a bit of that barricade for the qualification of Kalinga Esports and stop them from crossing that 8 spot.
You know, this is actually a good sign here for people inside Group A and C. That means lesser teams comes in towards the semifinals from this group. So it is going to be absolute chaos for all these teams. And of course, the vacuum of points are going to be diverged in the bottom as well. So teams at the top who is defending, in this case, Vanguard, K9, True Rippers. Hopefully they don't get caught in the mix as of yet. But for now, Kalinga Esports is the first team that gets caught right now. 1 player down, Lestari, still surviving, which is a good sign for them.
Look at the skin. It looks so beautiful.
Damn.
I know, right?
Ooh,
and wow, it just lights
RGB.
up as well. I know, right? It lights up.
It's got RGB.
Those neon lights look so cool.
Wow.
You know what? I want it on my bike. I'm going to customize my bike as well.
Get an RGB bike. Well, I don't know what's it called, but you can, yeah, RGB lights.
Neon lights.
Yeah.
I mean,
neon
I'm pretty
lights,
sure that's going to be expensive, right?
Well, I think neon lights will look good under the car, which, again, there is some cars that have it.
Yeah, they look
especially
pretty nice.
The Porsche 911.
And you know what else you have? A chance to fuel the prize pool for this BGIS 2026. We're so close to making it towards the 4CR. So yeah, just keep on playing your games. Classic games, by the way, not TDMs. Classic games. Keep on playing your classic games, and you will be contributing towards it.
Yeah. The more you play, the more the prize pool will be funded. And we are very, very close to that 4CR. Be sure to do it. But it seems like Riot Nations, they have stopped their aggression. I was expecting them to go for a very, very early hunting spree. And it has worked out for them to a certain degree. But it seems like that slap just now, getting third party, may have forced them to stop their aggression. A little bit unfortunate run here. But hopefully they are able to actually make a little bit of bounce back. But seems like Wildcard Esports, this time they're going to be playing a little bit of an unorthodox playstyle. They are going to be playing the mountain terrains south of San Martin. Expecting the circle shift down south. And the chances for Wingard to qualify, it comes down to this. Only a chicken dinner from this game and a decent amount of finishes gives them a shot for the race. And the race is going to be a tough one here.
So let's just draw the line. The first two page, they only stand a chance to qualify. I mean, in the first page already you can't say the top 4 have qualified. But the second page, they still stand a chance to qualify if they do get a chicken dinner.
As of yet, head-to-head mathematics, 7 matches means 7 teams stand a chance. Including this match, their thought for now. Reckoning Esports, Roman getting picked off from Wingard Esports. So Reckoning Esports, not a great start for them. But anyways, back towards the conversation as well. As I was saying, 7 matches, technically 7 teams can climb towards the top 8. And except for Nebula Esports, everybody else is not safe yet in the top 8. So they need a decent amount of points.
I think the top 4 is almost qualified, man. Yeah, I do understand a few more points are needed for them to nail it down, but I highly doubt now they're going to be choking.
Well,
it's like majority of the known names when they've already got a good stance in the overall standings. You barely see them drop it down that low.
Hey, it might happen, man. Like, anything is possible because if you think about it, right now the one that has fumbling is actually Vanguard. Vanguard is the one that took the biggest hit today itself.
Maybe the map of Miramar is just not their suit.
Well, not just Miramar. Every map they've played today has been just in shambles.
Maybe it's just something about the Saturdays.
Maybe. I've never heard of Saturday Blues, but all right.
Yeah, for them it's just maybe something about it. But for Vanguard, though, there's still a chance. This one last game could definitely be a major ray of hope, and if they do want a chicken dinner with this one, that's going to directly make sure that Vanguard crosses that triple digit in the overall standings, which is massive. And that can also mean that for Vanguard, the qualification is almost secured. In the first 2 days, the amount of heavy lifting Vanguard has done, that is the only thing that's currently giving them the cushion and still a massive fighting chance.
Well, it's going to be a close one. Hopefully things are a little bit better. Crossing the 110 point pretty much guarantees you, I would say. So one more massive game for Vanguard is going to be safe.
Wait, but you were saying 120, though.
Yeah, 120 is guaranteed safe.
I would say 110 is guaranteed.
Well, as the game progresses, yeah.
Oh,
we need to see that thing back first, but for now, Kalinga Esports, they will find a little bit of jab here. TDR losing a player. They will get a point in, but Kalinga Esports.
Oh my god, Vanguard.
No, Vanguard on the finish feed.
No way. And just getting ran over like that. What was he even doing that far away? Kalinga Esports, they've already secured a major peak in their hands. This high ground is giving them so much advantage inside of the fight that TDR, they're just taking too much damage. And eventually the man who tried to create that off angle, even he gets absolutely quartered off. A lot of shots taken against him. It's not going to make a lot of difference anyway, since Runer is going to be safe now.
A lot of commitment as well. Ammunition has been done down low, but on the finish feed, K9 getting jabbed here by Wingard once more. They lose Omega in the process. Seems like the teams at the top are slowly struggling, but the circle, a hard shift on towards Hacienda del Patron.
Kalinga.
Oh boy, this is going to be a big push here.
Kalinga actually contested that high ground as well, but the circle just shifts away from them. How unlucky you have to be.
Well, it seems like K9 Esports, they have to continue their journey with 3 players. Seems like they have to play in their home turf with only 3 players. The rest of the pack are going to be taking shots in. Seems like from the perspective of Red Force, they are catching a few loose stragglers, and that's going to be TDR and Kalinga Esports facing the brunt. Mahavir gets knocked off. That Vico explosion takes him out, and that's going to be a point for Red Force Esports to try and secure here.
And as of now for Red Force, even they're starting to move now. Since it was such a massive curveball shift inside of the circle, everyone just wants to move in the zone as soon as possible. Just get towards that safety block. Red Force closing in towards that one man, which is Mahavir. Getting the confirmation racked up as well. For TDR, another bad start to the day. But expectations were not there anyways from a team like TDR. We knew that qualification is impossible, and TDR was there for fun. For Kalinga Esports, still a massive chance. But their path, it's being blocked by True Rippers now.
Wow, this is going to be a massive fight as well. Both these two teams, if they get caught out and open right now, they are in trouble. They're not exactly inside the zone. Seems like True Rippers, they are going to pivot away. Same can be said for Kalinga Esports, who just doesn't have the man numbers. And True Rippers, a little bit hesitant to actually commit to this fight. Seems like Ronnie and Jelly is going to be sharing a Vico themselves. They haven't exactly found themselves enough here, but it seems like this buggy is going to be for Ronnie, as Jelly on the way was able to find one. But they haven't exactly pushed inside the zone. But as soon as I say this, Peakup sees it, and they're going to take a couple shots in. And fortunately for True Rippers, no shots were connected.
It's so funny. He was not even able to control that recall. The crosser was just all over the place with that Scarrel 4X, but he was still going for those shots. It was hilarious.
Well, you got to... Here's a pro tip. Go to WOW mode. Look for practice for riding. There is a Vico 1v1 practice trainer.
Yeah, but with the 4X, and especially when you're crossing the Miramar terrains, the gun is extremely unstable. It's just impossible to connect those shots with a 4X.
Oh, you'd be surprised if by practicing it, you can actually land it pretty precisely.
I mean,
not on a rocky terrain, but on a flat path, definitely.
But I just believe that, especially in a rocky terrain, there's just a lot of RNG involved.
Yeah, true. Agreed.
But looking at this, this was definitely not RNG. A bit of a skill issue coming through from Kalinga Esports, and they're also getting peppered. They're getting punished. Kalinga, they're not going to stay alive for too long. BGMILIVE, that elimination point confirmed. Kalinga Esports getting chewed and ripped apart from different directions. And the circle taking a southern shift. K9 Esports, they had a massive split. They're still going to be safe.
Oh, that was just so unfortunate here from Kalinga. The only way PMWI would have been saved there is if Omega gave him a little bit of a speed bump at the back for him to get out the crosshairs of Lastade. So, unfortunately, that did not happen, and that's going to be PMWI facing the brunt, and Kalinga Esports has to survive this with two players. Can they pull the Lastade in this round here? But as you can see, the circle actually shifts in towards Hacienda del Patron. Home ground, home turf for K9 Esports, who's also down in the gutter with 3 players. But on the finish feed, what happened? Vanguard has been eliminated. They dropped the ball here in day number 3, and they might be fighting for survival tomorrow as well.
Oh my god, Vanguard. All the heavy lifting that you did in the first 2 days, now you're just dropping the ball like that. Inconsistency hits you once again like a truck, especially when it matters the most. You are choking. There's just no way, Vanguard. They started the day off with 80 points, and they only managed to get 6 points in 4 games. That was terrible.
Oh, no. But at the same time, Kalinga Esports gets a little bit of a saving grace here, finds a loose straggler, finds a point in the bag. But they themselves need the benchmark, the foundations to push through for Tabe tomorrow. Final 6 matches tomorrow. 3 for each and every single team in this group. All 32 teams on the line, backs against the wall, and only 8 will survive into the semis. Such a rocky game for all these teams. Now ORB gonna be gatekeeping here. TDR facing the front ruiner, caught out in the open. That's gonna be a free point. True Rippers not gonna be chiming in, but ORB will be able to secure it. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Hydro from an off angle snatches it away. Thank you very much, ORB. As True Rippers will be able to secure that points. Wow. They're not giving up. There's a reason why True Rippers is India's representative last year. They're pulling all stops. They're going full throttle as they are looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner.
And PCUP, it's a team which is completely on the latter half of the board. They just can't qualify. Even if they get all chicken dinners, still they can't qualify. So,
well, only way would be 3 chicken dinners. Sorry, including this game, 4 chicken dinners each with 15 points. Then they qualify.
No, even then they don't.
Yeah, they can.
So they've only got 4 games in total, counting this one in.
Yeah.
If they get 15 points per game, that's just going to be 30 points. Right now, they've only got 8.
No, 15
that's
points
going to be
with
60
chicken dinner
points.
is 25. So 4 games is 100 points.
Oh, you mean elimination points?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I thought you said
elimination and chicken
15
dinner.
total points.
So that's 108 points that gives them the shot.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. If they get 25 points per game, then they can definitely qualify. It's not even a question. But I highly doubt that's going to be possible unless
they need a miracle.
Somehow literally the gods start playing for them, then maybe.
They need a miracle, that's for sure.
Even a miracle can't save them.
Well, speaking of saving graces, seems like the circle does favor onto Kalinga Esports, so they do have a shot to survive 4 placement points in play. K9 Esports also having a little bit of control, but look at them, they're just playing very passively here, and could you really blame them?
No, you can't. And K9 knows the intensity. They've already probably read the elimination feed too, knowing that teams like Vanguard Esports are taking heavy beating upon themselves. Even Kalinga are taking heavy beating upon themselves. So K9 has to play this one quite safe. Kalinga's just out in the open. And the way I believe it is that they're just a few stages away from being eliminated. That's not a good position. It's not a well-fortified position inside of the circle. True Rippers were taking those shots. Reckoning Esports, they found themselves in a tricky spot. Lovish is taken down to barely any sort of HP. And Riot Nations, they just want to push up and eliminate that man. But eventually Lovish, he just ejects outside of that building. His position is still known, and there we go. Even Lovish drops down. Reckoning Esports, the team play's just not there.
Riot Nations spoiling the dreams for some of these teams. Might pull a potential comeback. Can they do it? Is going to be the question. 7 Ace. Getting a couple shots in. They get the knock onto his True Rippers. Hydro is down. Jelly as well. And now it's up to Harsh to save the day. Can they do it? As True Rippers tries to go in for the push-up. Nice save from Harsh. Finds another knock once more. And it's only 1 player left from 7 Aces. 2 versus 1. Can they finish him up? Ronnie closes the gap. But Coder, he is a little bit afraid to, and he won't look to back off. Nades are being lobbed over to try and deny those resurrections here. Nade's coming in, looks a little bit off. Harsh pushes up forward as well. Amy Jot finally joins the fray. 7 Ace makes it towards a 2 versus 2, but they did pick Jelly up.
True Rippers looking at their position on the map. Oh, no. There we go. What a nade that was from 7 Aces. Utilities on the point. True Rippers once again facing the point. That's going to be another nade on the mark. Ronnie taking a significant amount of damage upon himself, but that spray transfer almost found a second knock against 7 Aces too. Ronnie's doing a lot of damage. Currently, he's just chipping away. Another nade. That's placed from the side of 7 Aces. It's going to find another knock. But Genix FM is there on the opposite side, catching the poise of 7 Aces instantly.
Oh my goodness, mistakes were made. 7 Aces may have ruined the game here for True Rippers. They have to abandon ship. They've lost Ronnie to 7 Aces. And now it's up to Jelly and Hydro to lead the charge. 7 Aces still having the backs against the wall. Jelly wants his revenge, goes for the pick, but from the shots at the back, Sarang was able to get the knock. 8-bit ruining it for True Rippers.
Oh my god, this is getting so intense. If True Rippers gets eliminated right here, right now, tomorrow, the qualification is going to be on the line for True Rippers as well. Oh, it's going to be such an exciting day. I just can't wait. 7 Aces, right now, yes, they need to worry about the surroundings, but also eliminate True Rippers. It's going to be so fun tomorrow.
This is just absolute pandemonium. And complete upset as 7 Aces potentially denying the dreams here for True Rippers of qualifying in towards the semifinals. This is going to be a tough battle. Who's going to make it? It all depends on this performance. As you can see, 5 teams in the 7-team mark is still alive, and most of them are badly hurt, except for Lastade, who does have 4 players. And also K9 with only 3 players, but whereas everybody else is going to be scrambling here. The Stade now has to push inside the zone. It seems like they will be forced to take a major head-to-head fight against K9 Esports. And whoever comes up on top is potentially going to be very happy because the other team gets shut down.
Circle as well taking that southern shift. You will see Riot Nations peek up. Wildcard Esports and Reckoning Esports around that fray. And there's also 8-bit, pretty much around that spectrum. Red Force, Lastade, and K9 Esports in that same vicinity as well. And for Riot Nations, as of now, with how things are looking like, they just need to keep on holding that spot down. Yes, it's not the best one, but just wait for the next circle to pop up. That's going to give you a bit more of that mental clarity. And maybe a few fights are also going to happen inside of the circle, so that can open up a lot of new opportunities.
Well, seems like on the finish feed as well, 7 Aces was cleaned out by Hydro from True Rippers. But in the contrast, they've lost Jelly in the process, so Hydro is going to be the solo warrior for True Rippers. Meanwhile, a new contender into the endgame zone here, ORB, just arriving right on the edge. but has no idea where the rest of the teams are, knowing that Hacienda is pretty much occupied as well. They are a little bit hesitant to actually push up.
Oh, Nate's tossed.
K9, ooh, they are going to try and keep Lastade at bay here.
Lastade is definitely quite interested in taking over that real estate of Hacienda del Patron, but right now, it's K9 Esports who possess it. And look at these shots. That's going to be the nail in the coffin against Mysterious 4. Eliminated from the game, down and out. True Rippers are the one to put that nail in the coffin. After mopping that floor on the other side, now it's time for True Rippers to make it inside of the circle, but he's the only ray of hope.
This is going to be a tough one here, Hydro. He's got a lot of heavy lifting. He found a point, position points not in play yet, but seems like he might run into his ORB and Aman is able to spawn him out. Seems like communication is a little bit disarray as Hydro finds another knock. Spoily gets taken out. But now, return fires are coming in. Kalinga Esports going to be looking to try and chime in, but eventually ORB will be the ones that shut out True Rippers in this process.
Yeah, and K9 Esports, they continue their wrath. They continue their dominance on the lobby, but they're not asserting it fully yet. Ride Nations, even they're just finding a few elimination points for themselves. And Peek Up, they have been eliminated from the game by Ride Nations. This was needed from them. Ride Nations with 7 finish points on the overall board. Yes, even they can make it, but they need 2 chicken dinners. That's the only thing that can actually put them inside of the top 8.
No fear, no retreat. Riot Nations is coming, but it's not truly over as they need to push inside the zone. Wingard Esports finds an opener on the sides, but they themselves also need to push through. But seems like the biggest threat right now from the western side of the circle is going to be K9 Esports on those Rio estates. Knight has been peppering a lot of shots from afar, snatching points after points away from teams, and it is going to be very tricky. But now Lastade, they have no choice but to push through. Seems like they are creeping in. K9, they have to stop shooting outside and focus on Lastade. Gyro God trying to rotate outside the zone, and they may be caught in process. Ninja Boy tries to get a couple shots in. That's going to be the first knock, but the counter nades are coming in. They're trying to push through. Joyesh is close and personal. Ninja Boy is knocked. Slug wants to go in for the pickup. Knight trying to save the day, but he misses his shot.
Nate's too deadly, and these shots as well, extremely vicious. K9 Esports going for that reset instantly. Ninja Boy's probably going to be back up on his feet soon. Knight repositioning himself as well, since he knows that the man from Lastade is going to be closing in as well pretty soon. Those shots were taken against him, but the man from Lastade, he's on the move constantly. This nade, it might just be on the mark. Might just do a lot of damage, but no, instead he's quick. Falls back towards the staircase as he knows he's going to be pounced on any time. And the entirety of K9 Esports now starting to swarm him, and he just couldn't do anything.
That is some insane game sense coming from Knight as well, as able to track him through the audio itself. But even then, Lastade has been shut down. That's going to be another point here from K9 Esports. Meanwhile, on the Northern's approach here, GenXFM now in the scuffle with ORB. Aman, last man standing, wants to go in for the fight. Dodges the nade, which is good, but he's out of ammunition and gets completely flooded through. And Depop will able to take him out.
Incredible stuff. Look at that camel and horse between a battlefield. Feels bad, man. But Reckoning Esports, that one man, Levi, is he the Ackerman?
Well, he could be. But as of yet, Riot Nations, they're still firing on all cylinders, scrapping against every team from the far horizon. Wingard losing a little bit of a vehicle on towards the west side. The widespread from Wingard does give them a little bit of opportunity, but Levi has been scouted out by Nexus. So that is going to be a point here for Wingard.
All the teams that we wanted to qualify, all the teams that we wanted to perform are just getting left out. It's just K9 Esports that's doing really good for themselves. 85 points on the block with a 3-man squad. K9 can still secure a few more elimination points and keep on continuing their dominance. It's Kalinga Esports, even they've got those 2 men standing, but to get a massive gain from that spot seems next to impossible.
Yeah, but Kalinga Esports, they've done their best. Position points already in play. However, this is where problems arise here for K9 Esports. Their advantage is about to disappear in 14 seconds. 7 teams remaining, 24 left alive. This 10 seconds is going to decide the fate, whether or not if the circle shift on towards K9 or does it shift them out in the open. Their fates are completely decided in this circle right here, right now, and it does shift on towards Kalinga. Everybody is forced to be out in the open except for those mountain terrains where Kalinga Esports is, and also Wildcard on the south side. So every single team is going to be a free-for-all hunting duck season right now.
Even 8-Bit needs to move out in the open, and that's when even 8-Bit can be compromised. 8-Bit is probably going to try to toss out a lot of smokes, and that's what they're doing. Tossing out the entire inventory of smokes so that they can at least find some sort of stability inside of that ground. Riot Nations, even they make that pounce against Wildcard Esports. For Wildcard Esports, Nexus is already knocked in the back lines. Ryzen now forced to face off against the Fear, as the entirety of Riot Nations is right in front of him, and eventually Easy is able to shut that man down as well. Wildcard Esports getting fiddled with, but still the last man is trying his best to fight back. He's out in the open. Apps is the only ray of hope standing for Wildcard Esports, and Apps now shooting those toes, as he knows for Riot Nations, this game means a lot, but the same thing can be said for Wildcard Esports as well. Both of them quite desperate for this game. Easy now pulls out the shotgun, easily wants to traverse against Apps, but even Apps is rotating around. What am I watching? Where are you looking? Easy gets shut down.
Oh my goodness. Just like that, a fiasco of fights has happened. Riot Nations, they crumble to pieces, but even K9 themselves forced to descend. Slug gets knocked off by Red Force. They trade 1-for-1. Knight also down, and Ninja Boy, the last player left alive from K9, has been peppered here. They need to go in for the reset. Same can be said for Red Force, as K9 may have just lost their position power play. But Ninja Boy looking to try and go in for the save here. Slug is being picked up, but Red Force, they're pushing in. They're going to clean up.
Yeah, Kalinga Esports, these nades, they're going to be tossed real close as well. One bounce right next to K9 Esports. They might just be dismantled. K9 is surrounded. Red Force, they've already pushed up. Ninja Boy, he's the only person still there fighting back. But K9 is going to crumble. They melt. Red Force, they had too many men. They overwhelmed K9 Esports. But now for Red Force, Kalinga Esports is going to be another threat up close and personal. Checker, he's taking those shots against Omen as he does find that knock. But now the man up close and personal from Kalinga, even he gets third party by someone else.
That's going to be Gen X FM that comes in for the swoop. And guess who's going to be joining the fray? It is going to be 8-Bit, who has been laying low. Finally makes it into the top 3 with only 2 finishes. They're 4 men alive, 4v3 situation. A chance and a shot to fight for the top 8 on the line for all these 3 teams. Can they make it? Is all comes down to this game right now.
Deep. Still taking those pop shots constantly. Bursting down the opponents. He wants to find that one quick burst where the knock is going to be gifted to him. For Gen X FM, a big man is knocked out. How do you get the revival on Damu? These nades extremely close, and Fearless Maratta is now starting to shiver. Those nades are getting real close once again, and that's going to hand out the confirmation that Red Force was searching for. 7 finishes already on the board from Red Force, and they've also got the high ground to play with. The only team that could have stopped Red Force's domination maybe was Gen X FM, since even they had 7 eliminations. But 8-Bit, they have been playing quite a passive game, laying low, trying to squeeze themselves under the radar. And maybe this time 8-Bit can be the one to be the kryptonite against Red Force.
Oh boy, high grounds on towards Red Force, but again, 8-Bit, they're not overcommitting their stay, they're just playing low. Gen X FM is the biggest threat for 8-Bit, and Red Force is guarding them for now. They are going to be focusing on towards Gen X FM. Checker sees a little bit of rotation from the bags, but it seems like on the sides here, 8-Bit, Sarang was able to get the final shot in, gets knocked through. Zeref is down. Confirmation stolen away by Drax.
Zeref is so evil for that. He gets knocked out by 8-Bit, but gives that elimination point away to Red Force. And eventually, the entirety of Gen X FM, they come crashing down. 8-Bit, after eliminating them, 8-Bit now knows it's going to be an uphill battle. 3 men standing for Red Force, all the 4 men standing for 8-Bit. They've got the physical advantage. But still, the high ground advantage is in the hands of Red Force. That man number is still something that matters a lot. There's a P90 in the hands of Sarang, so you just need to make sure that that man's going to stay away from you.
Yeah, 3v4 situation. Hexy in the front line. Skips and Sarang from the low grounds. Trax is keeping them at bay. 017 gets the knock on Juicy. That's huge, making it to us a 3v3. Red Force Esports might be able to find one more, and that's what. Hexy goes down, 3v2 now. Red Force Esports in prime position for the winner chicken dinner.
This is a massive blunder. 8-Bit, they're on the verge of losing this, but now the situation's down to a 2-on-2. Red Force actually tried to push just all by themselves. It was Checker who makes that mistake. pushing all by himself, gets knocked out. Even Sarang follows up that same terrain. Skips a stick in that revival. Hexy's going to be back up. The situation is still going to be down to a 2v2. But now eventually you will see another man from Red Force just challenging Skips all by himself. He gets overwhelmed by 8-Bit's man number. Skips pulls out that shotgun and he gets eliminated. Red Force, what a brilliant chicken dinner that was. But from 8-Bit, they did not even have a lot of finish points to convert this game.
What a blunder coming in from 8-Bit, but what a clutch coming from Red Force here to secure the winner chicken dinner from this game with a massive performance. But it seems like we are seeing a lot of rebirth for teams in the bottom, and they say they want to qualify towards the semifinals as well. But now, with this game, it gives us a little bit of a glimmer of hope for tomorrow.
Yeah, Red Force is still far back, though. To be honest, they're just way too far back in the overall standings, and they need back-to-back performances just like this one to actually stand a chance to qualify, which is too much to ask for. Now, going back towards that 8-Bit conversation once again, Juicy was the problem, and that's why they lost that previous game. If Juicy wouldn't have gotten knocked out, that map control would have still stayed with 8-Bit, and maybe they could have actually won that. But the moment Juicy got taken down, Red Force knew it's their time to strike.
Yeah, and even Hexe as well was a little bit reactive as well, trying to go for the save, and he overextended and got picked off as well, making it a little bit tough as well. Sarang also missing the shot, just completely fumbled for them. But let's look towards the final blow moments as well. Red Force Esports, they were able to clean out all the teams coming from the Hacienda, cleaning out Lastade alongside with K9, and then making sure they did go for the win was huge for them because, again, K9 Esports was at a deficit. They were the biggest nuisance for every single one. But the moment they worked together with Kalinga Esports to shut down K9 Esports, the game was pretty much in the bag for Red Force Esports.
I mean, looking at Skips too in the final few moments, I'm not going to lie, from 8-Bit, it feels like the only person who's actually giving it all he's got, it's going to be Skips, man. Every time you will see this person there in the final few moments, collecting those elimination points, just giving it all he's got, putting everything on the line. But then 8-Bit just crumbled. And even if 8-Bit did get away with a chicken dinner, that was not a lot of points that 8-Bit needed. It should have been a 20+ chicken dinner, and then maybe 8-Bit's going to put themselves around the safety cushion.
It's going to be a tough battle, but Red Force Esports, a little bit of a recovery for them here in Day 3, the final game itself with the winner chicken dinner. But is it enough for them to stand a shot to qualify for the top 8 at the end of tomorrow? Because every single team will have to play their remaining 3 matches. So it is going to be tough here for some of these teams. But overall, I think the best performing team has to be K9 for today. One of the biggest comeback. Worst performing team, well, obviously it's going to be Peacock, which we have to pretty much count them out. But
excluding them, it's going to be Vanguard.
Yeah, agree. Excluding them is going to be Vanguard.
I mean, look, in the span of 4 games, you only managed to acquire 6 points, which is terrible, man. Because if you think about it, in the previous 2 days, Vanguard was just insane. On day 1, in 3 games, they had too many points. On day 2, they only played 2 games, and Vanguard was able to reach the milestone of 80 points. That was the only team in the top 4 with only being played less game, and they still had 80 points, matching up with the teams that had played more games than them. And right now, Vanguard slipping away from the overall standings when they had 4 games to play. It's unacceptable, especially when it matters the most. You're choking like this. Since everyone knows you've got that potential, now it feels like you're just running out of gas.
Yeah, the safety cushion is pretty much done for as well. Hopefully, they will have a little bit of a good night's rest here to actually reset their mentality, because tomorrow the race is going to be on. Slot slowly withering away. 6 matches to decide the fates of who is going to be top 8. Obviously, for Nebula Esports, they're safe, but everybody else is on the line.
Still, everyone else's spot is being contested. And as you mentioned, right now, yes, a good night's sleep is going to be there, but tomorrow's day, it's not going to be good for any one of these teams that are still struggling to make it in, because the teams on the latter half, the teams on the page number 3 and 4 of the overall standings, they know they're eliminated, and they're going to start targeting now. It's definitely going to happen. Everyone is going to be targeting the teams on the page number 1 and 2. Other than Nebula Esports, everyone is still going to be in that danger zone. Maybe you can't say the bottom 3 teams on the page number 1, which is 6, 7, and 8. They will be targeted too. Looking at the top players, Apps is going to be there from the side of Wildcard Esports, getting 5. Checker as well right there from Red Force, getting 5. Even Trax is there, getting 4. So for Red Force, it was definitely a massive game. Genix FM, 12 points, a bit too late to wake up. Ride Nations, even a bit too late to wake up. 8-Bit, less points. K9 Esports, okayish amount of points since they were inside of the top 8.
Yeah, considering the fact that K9 Esports has had an okay-ish run, it wasn't a complete domination, but it was enough of a points here to push them in towards the top 8. So still consistent stuff for them. The start 8 taking a little bit tumble for their game, not giving them enough points here. Vanguard with 0 points. Two Rippers also taking a little bit slip up in this particular game as well, with only 5 points in the bag with finishers here. So this is going to pull down the potential cutoff, but this is a good sign at least for teams inside Group A and C. So that means the gap for top 8 is not that far off. So I don't know. I want to see how the overall standing is going to look like. But before that, here's a little bit of a suspense for you guys. And let's take a look at what's the finish damage report from that game as well. Red Force being the highest one, alongside with Riot Nations, who just goes absolutely ham. And any team they see was able to push through a decent amount of points, alongside with K9, who had control of Hacienda del Patron.
Man, what happened to Kalinga Esports, Lost Tade, and Reckoning Esports, and even Vanguard? These 4 teams, now the sword's going to be on top of their necks. And tomorrow, a lot of teams are going to target you. You guys are big names. And those teams know if they take an exit from the tournament by targeting you, that's at least going to give them the recognition and a little bit of a knowing inside of the community. The overall standings pop up. The top 8 is right there on the screen. Phoenix Esports still on the cusp. They haven't given up that spot. But then you look at Kalinga Esports with 74 points, really close towards Phoenix Esports. Reckoning Esports getting 72. Lost Tade getting 70. H4K with 67. Hig Boson as well right there on the cusp. And Red Force Esports with that chicken dinner is now low-key closer.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one as well, because all these 16 teams, arguably in this first 2 pages, is going to be the contenders for the top 8. So 3 matches for each and every single team that decides their fates. And I feel like the cutoff is going to be extremely close as well, because if any of these teams at the bottom decides to win the 3 matches that they played so far, it is going to put the cutoff even higher. Yeah, you got to feel bad for Hig Boson as well, dropping down by a mile in the overall standings. Now the final 2 pages as well pop up on the screen. For Wingard Esports, not too far away as well. Tenzins 2, not too far away. Tomorrow 3 games are going to be played. And if Wingard Esports wants a chance to qualify, they need 25 points in 1 game and then 10 plus points in the upcoming 2. Then Wingard Esports can definitely qualify. Tenzins, if they want to do the same thing, then they pretty much need to follow the same route Wingard Esports is going to be following. Riot Nations, too far back, I believe. Now, based on what I'm seeing from the overall standing as well here, it does give a little bit of a safety cushion here. As of yet, 97 points should be roughly the safety cushion. Well, the bare minimum qualification as of yet here for whoever who is trying to go for the top 8 by the end of tomorrow.
I still believe that the cutoff might just be around 106. If you want to be really safe, cross that 110 points marker. Yeah. You will be definitely safe. No one's going to be touching you. And at this point in time, now you can start cutting off teams, right? Now let's just say that the last page does not stand a chance at all. 100%. They've only got 3 games to play. Even if they get chicken dinners in all the 3 games, even then the chances are extremely low, unless they get 30 bombers in all the 3 games.
Yeah, I agree. 30 bombers per game, 90 points, then maybe they stand a chance. But aside from that, they're pretty much done for.
Exactly. Chances are extremely minuscule. But for 8-bit as well, today's day was not that great. Vanguard 2 falling up the same thing. It was not a good day. Hig Boson, another big name that did so good inside of the grind. Even for them, they were just dropping the ball constantly. And tomorrow, the sword's going to be on the necks, head's going to be on the swivel. Who's going to be eliminating? Who's going to be qualifying towards the semifinals of the BGIS 2026? Well, we'll find that out tomorrow. But for now, that's going to be from me and IC. Peace out.